everyone thinks that they're the best, and I think it's a little bit of a wake-up call.
Like non-early access servers, and they're going up against a guild who is a pretty solid guild as well.
I honestly, that was unbelievable. We thought it couldn't be done. Lock in, losing the first round to Vanity here. YEEHAWING winning that round. Front page. Heck, if they lose this, 83%. They've only got 3 extra people on this stone though. 1 extra person on this stone. Tsunami fighting for everything they've got. Oh my goodness. First in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. Gretton, I do believe it is time now. Like for real this time though.
For real?
Yeah, we pretended before. Now we're not. Now it's not pretend anymore. How are we all doing? It is time for round 2 of the Best in Guild 2025. I am your host, Blue Squadron, joined as always by my co-host and co-caster. Couldn't do it without him. Gretton, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Grenton. If you don't know me by now, I don't know what to tell you, but I don't want to introduce myself. I want to watch some PvP, so I'm going to pass it back to Blue.
Yeah, we are very, very excited to look at the matches today, whereas last week, Gretton, we saw some incredible stuff in round 1, some amazing guilds that we thought were going to go a lot further in the tournament, got knocked out in round 1. Take Care Mamba being one of them, Take Care Bears also, so Take Care Alliance on a redemption arc tonight, and they will be fighting the Supple Alliance for the first round of the tournament here, or the second round of the tournament here, rather. It's going to be incredible. And whereas you might have gotten maybe an easier round 1, Gretton, nobody gets an easy round 2.
Nope, that is true. I think my mic may be a little too loud. Not sure. I'll lower it a bit on my side. But yeah, suck Supple for real. I don't think I have some predictions for bracket 1 and for bracket 2. And so far, most of my predictions have been right, as you know. So.
Look, okay, all right. I would say we've been 50-50 roughly.
Not even remotely close.
Close to 50-50. I'm American, okay? My math isn't as good as other people's. So really, if you think about it, anything's 50-50 if you're bad at math. Yeah, that's what we call in when we're enhancing. It's 50-50.
It either hits or it doesn't, right?
Or it doesn't. That's right. It's 50-50. Right on. Well, our first match of the day is an absolute doozy. We have Supple versus Vanity. Now, Supple got a bye round into the first round of the tournament. They are the favorites to win the tournament overall. If it's not them, then it's definitely Take Care Cobra, Gretton. But I know you're kind of partial to Supple, so I'll let you introduce them.
Supple is a New World company, and they came into Throne and Liberty with one goal and one goal only. You know what that goal was, Blue?
Win.
Take down Ethereum. That was their goal. So they have successfully completed their goal, and now their next goal is to win this tournament. I was speaking to Supple leadership, and they said there's nothing more important in Throne and Liberty than winning this tournament.
Wait, so was Quancy a Supple member? Was it Supple Quancy?
Was that a sleeper agent all along?
It was a sleeper agent, inside job. Send the e-girl in, she'll do the rest. We can't bring them down 1v1, so it is what it is. And on the other side of it, fighting an uphill battle, hailing from Amos, is Vanity, an early access guild. They are the strongest in their alliance. They think that they're the second strongest on their server, and they think that they're only going to be about top 50%, Gretton. So kind of a David and Goliath for them, but we said that in the first round too, and they made it through that.
Yeah, they did really well in the first round. As I mentioned in that round as well, I had the pleasure of fighting against them when I was on Amos with Ethereum. Supple, obviously, a lot of ex-Ethereum moved over there, myself included now, with Sinister going boom. So a little bit of a redemption match for Vanity. They kind of got a little bit manhandled when Ethereum was there and when Sinister was there. So a little bit of... there's a little bit more oomph behind this first round here, especially. I mean, Supple themselves, very strong guild. They were a bit of the laughing stock of the Throne community a few weeks ago with their, pin 3 debacle, and then they kind of, took that on the chin, came back and squeaked by and won that last siege. So definitely a group that can learn and that can, improve on top of the criticism from the Throne of Liberty community. So I know that they're very, very excited to participate. So much so, they were asking if I could cast and play at the same time, Blue.
Oh, so sorry. That's not going to be, that would be crazy. I would have allowed you to basically just go play while I shoutcasted it, but that would have been a little rough. On that one, let's take a look at our other matches for today, because every single match today is an absolute banger. Our second match is YEEHAWING, formerly known as FTP to the entire community, versus Visa. Both early access, both on Zeroth, going head to head with each other. FTP, or I guess YEEHAWING, I have them listed as FTP there so that people don't get confused as to who YEEHAWING is, since they did just rebrand. They believe that they're rank 3 in their alliance overall. Visa feels they're first overall. They think that they're rank 1. Both of them feel like they're rank 1 alliance on the server, which is crazy because it's Zeroth. Visa has won 1 siege and they are top 5. Their prediction is top 5 overall. I think that YEEHAWING might have their work cut out for them based on what we saw from Visa in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, they looked really, really strong in that first round. Again, the only guild to pick a like crazy Riftstone like Malachar, so like very, very impressive on them. I'm giving them a ton of respect in terms of their performance on that stone and how they play as a guild. YEEHAWING, as you mentioned, is like a conglomerate of a bunch of different guilds that kind of merge together. All have really good bangers there as well. Yeah, it looks like every Zeroth alliance thinks they're rank 1. Go figure.
Classic.
So,
absolutely classic.
PvP egos. There could only be one rank 1, and the one that'll be that is the guild that wins this tournament. And who knows, it might not even be a guild on Zeroth, so we'll see how that goes. But I think this is going to be probably our I don't want to say it this early, but this might be one of, if not the best matches that we have tonight, Blue.
I think you're gonna eat your words. I think that we have a lot of matches.
Yep.
We have a lot of matches. They're gonna be really cool today. Very quickly, I think that YEEHAWING has a very high chance of winning that matchup because we don't know as much about Visa. They had such a good showing in the first round, so I could eat my words on this. But YEEHAWING, FTP has shown in their sieges at least that they have some of the best macro players, some of the best decision makers on the server when it comes to making decisions like overall. Because again, they are in that Supple alliance. They're the ones that helped formulate that plan that helped them win that last siege on Zeroth. And then they just picked up the Snake Boys, who are some of the best players from the Black Desert Online community as well. B-Kill and his squad are in there as well. So I think that if they can make those two groups of people work together, they might be a lot stronger than people think. Moving on to our next match of the day, it's going to be Press W versus Tsunami. And I know that Tsunami garnered a lot of fans based on their first round of the tournament being the closest round that we've probably ever seen worldwide for a Riftstone that was at least broadcast anyway. Absolutely insanely close. They're free to play from Carnix, and this is the uphill battle because Press W is, well, it was Cannon's Guild. Now Soviet has kind of taken it over. He's trying to basically rebrand in this sense and show everyone that he can absolutely lead a stand-up amazing guild, Gritton.
Yeah, Press W has been doing the rounds on Cherno. I know they've kind of been the force to beat on that server from the inside sources. Tsunami has a lot of, not a lot, has a handful, maybe a little bit more, static or two of Ethereum as well that I had the pleasure of playing with. Some people who are actually in the chat right now, like Walk and Kingers and Kenshiro. So they gave us a super, super good showing in round number 1. I think this is going to be an extremely good matchup here as well. Press W versus Tsunami. I think this one's just going to come down to what stone is picked. And we kind of saw that with some other matchups in round 1 where guilds were picking stones that almost were countering the comp that they were bringing to said stone. So it's going to be even more important map picks and bans going further into the tournament.
Right, and our next matchup here, so Press W thinks they're going to win, by the way, as long as TC gets knocked out, and 2 of the TCs got knocked out early on, so we'll see about that one. Our next match, and I think that this one is actually going to be an underrated match. These are 2 free-to-play guilds, Privateers and Flex, and they showed in the first round that they were coming to play the game. Flex and Legend both had guilds in the tournament. Legendary sadly got knocked out in the first round there, but Flex is still here, and they showed how strong they were in round 1. They've won 3 sieges so far. Their prediction is top 10. Privateers a little bit more conservative on the prediction, but I've seen them fight take care. They're kind of a force to be reckoned with, Gretton.
Yeah, both these guilds looked really, really strong in round number 1. I think Flex, definitely, if I'm looking at these 2 guilds in a bubble, Flex looked a lot cleaner. The way they moved, just the way they were taking engages, the way they were, stuffing engages from the enemy. Very, very, very impressive. Privateers just looked really nice on Azrael when they were fighting. So I'm excited to see these two guilds fight, purely because, again, this is, I think, one of, if not the only double free-to-play server matchup that we have.
Yeah, a lot of the free-to-play guilds have been really struggling, and I think that has less to do with a free-to-play start and more to do with the fact that most of the experienced players from Korea from the open beta probably played in early access. And so, like, it's less about those 3 extra days and more about that year of extra knowledge about the game that we see players have. But either way, we've seen definitely a lot of success from the free-to-play guilds in this tournament so far. Looking at our next match, we have our very first display of Take Care Cobra, Take Care's premier top and rank 1 guild in their alliance. Again, one of the favorites to win the tournament versus Straw Hats, who, as we just said, started as a free-to-play guild, but dang, they came out and won round 1, and they just basically, they were not originally signed up for the tournament, Gretton. They just came out and one of the other guilds dropped out and they said, we'll do it, and they were confident and they won.
Yeah, Straw Hats. They've had many names in their time in playing Throne and Liberty. It's the Sab/Buddha guild. They were Cobra Kai, Blackbeards, bunch of different names. I got to talk to a lot of the people in that guild, and super chill group of players. They just love PvPing. I fought them once on Mana Waste Inner Server, and they just forgot that it was a Mana Waste Inner Server and just held W into our ball over and over and over again. So if any free-to-play guild can beat TCC, I think this is probably the one, because they just never stop. It's get knocked down 55 times, stand up 200 somehow. That's Straw Hats, TCC, Take Care Cobra. I think everyone before the tournament started, they kind of just assumed Take Care Cobra was going to make it to the finals. I think if you ask pretty much any person who follows Throne Liberty PvP, they would have said the same thing. So this is going to be the first time, like you mentioned, that we're going to see them fight, and they're the only Take Care guild that's left. Both the other 2 Take Care guilds got eliminated in round number 1, so a lot riding on that guild's shoulders specifically.
All right, right on. Yeah, no, I think that Take Care, this is an uphill battle for Straw Hats, no question. Take Care Cobra, one of the favorites to win the tournament, but we've said that about a lot of the guilds in their alliance, and they had a shaky round 1, Gretton. Looking forward to our next matchup here. We have Left 4 Dead versus Cant Press Q. Cant Press Q, of course, the guild that upset Take Care Mamba, who thought they were going to be rank 5 in the tournament. And again, one of the favorites to win, Cant Press Q, looked dominant in that matchup. Yeah. An early access guild from Castleton. This is basically the best combination from their alliance. Rank 1 on the server, only 1 Siege 1, but they think they're going first or second, Gretton.
Yeah, exactly. And they looked it. They looked like that's the goal they have in mind. They're not holding back punches. It doesn't matter if you're in the same, level of competition or in the same, caliber of play that they are. They will just run it down your throat and they will just win. Left 4 Dead looked super strong as well in their first matchup. So this again is another match that I think it's going to really come down to stone, because if I remember correctly, Left 4 Dead and Cant Press Q both have extremely different comps. And certain comps obviously play better to certain stones, i.e. if you're, a tank heavy comp, you're probably going to want to, a Talus or a Dentist or something like that. Where if you're a lot more range heavy, Azrael looks really good for something like that.
Right on, and we'll buzz through the last 2 matches here, as well as our first match is already ready to go. Fortunately, our tournament organizer is kind of on top of it. The next matchup of the day will be Tyr versus Hurricane, and Tyr coming out really strong, wiping out Take Care Bears in their first match of the tournament, and looking so dominant with their strategy in that one. And then some of the best players from the Black Desert Online community in Tyr as well. A lot of Brick members in there, a lot of Fury participating with them as well. So a lot of people ask, where is Fury for this tournament? The answer is they completely bitched out and are complete pussies, but Tyr is here representing that entire alliance, and they're up against Hurricane, who is fighting an uphill battle, a free-to-play guild from the Karnix server. They feel like they're the second strongest in their alliance, along with Tsunami, who they feel is probably the strongest overall. They feel like their alliance is the strongest on Karnix with 3 sieges won, and they really just kind of want to be top 50%.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good match to watch as well. Tyr looked absolutely dominant on a Dentist when they were fighting against Take Care Bears. But I think that just individual player skill in Tyr is exceptionally high. Just watching these guys go, I wouldn't be surprised if their shot caller maybe said like a whole of like 50 words in the entire 20 minutes that they were playing. Because these guys just look like they know where to go, they know who to hit, they know what their purpose is in their comp. Hurricane as well, part of the Natural Disaster Alliance, as I like to call them. Yeah, kind of their lower bracket compared to Tsunami, right? Like there's two of the same alliance kind of battling it up. It would be really cool to see, you know, Tsunami and Hurricane fight, but the only way to see that would be in the finals. So with the prediction at top 50%, who knows? It's not over till it's over. There could be blunders, there could be throws, but that would be kind of interesting to see as well.
Yeah, and our last match of the day, and we say somewhat the best for last, it is going to be Swipe Night versus Filtered. A lot of the isolated guilds in there, but the reason this alliance or this matchup is probably the most hype one of the evening, and I didn't even plan it this way, it just kind of happened, is Swipe Night is in the Supple, oh, actually they're both in the Supple alliance. I apologize. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Swipe Night's in the Take Care alliance. Yeah, no, I have it right. Swipe Night is in the Take Care alliance and Filtered is in the Supple alliance, and I know that these two alliances both feel that they are rank 1, Grenton.
Yeah, I mean, I'm part of one of the two alliances on the screen right now, obviously. So
who do you think wins, Grenton?
I think, okay, don't shoot me.
No, who do you think wins? He's going to get kicked. He's going to get kicked.
I think
he's going to get kicked.
In this specific matchup, Swipe Night is the favorite.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Gretton, we did actually, because we do monitor to make sure all the rules of the tournament are basically followed all the time, we did note that Swipe Night did field a player that also played in the Take Care Mamba game, which is illegal for the tournament. So their punishment is, well, they said they already kicked that player from the guild, but that player is disqualified and they will have to play 4 players down tonight as a penalty. So they're going to be 44 over 48. Tonight. They're not going to be able to field a full roster.
I think I take that.
That's 10% of their offense ball.
10% of your roster is penalized. I think that's definitely something you take besides, you know, just getting DQ'd, because that was, I guess, the other option. And it wasn't an Eridus bug exploiter. It was someone who just played in 2 guilds, is what you just said, right?
Yeah, I mean, like he said, the player, I kind of felt for him because he's like, I didn't know the rule, but really there's no excuse not to know the rules overall. And Swipe Night did kick him from the guild because they basically, the whole guild is now going to be punished because one person can't read directions correctly. I thought about doing a little bit more, but I feel like 10% of your offense ball is kind of a hefty penalty. And going into Filtered, I do think that Swipe Night was a little bit favored. I think that they're probably going to be a little bit more nervous about that matchup now.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see. That's our last. Is that our last game of the day?
That is the last fight of the day. We're going to flip it back over to the first match of the day, which is ready so that everyone can see. Make sure that you get your predictions in for this one. It is Supple versus Vanity for this first one. I do believe that Vanity is fighting an uphill battle on this one, but they've come into this tournament with something to prove, and they looked really, really good in round 1.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one going. I think we're just waiting for the last couple players to trickle in here or in the lobby.
It looks like about pick and ban a little bit.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So Supple did win the flip, and they chose pick. Vanity banned Granulon, Azrael, and Malakar. Obviously, no one wants to fight on Malakar.
No one wants to fight on Malakar.
Yeah, and Supple, near and dear to my heart. I don't know if this was a Krelix pick or a Kilosh pick, but they picked my homie Morokai as the risk that we're going to fight on.
That's right, Morokai. We're getting my favorite match off the rip of this one. So we are getting ready on this. It is going to be a Morokai map pick, but very interesting. Grand Aeon, Azrael, and Malakar. Why do you feel like they felt that it necessary to ban Malakar? Now, obviously, a lot of guilds don't want to play on Malakar. They feel like it's too much of a coin flip based on who gets ahead early. Do you think that they just didn't want to risk it?
Yeah, I mean, I think guilds saw how Visa played on Malakar, and they were just like, yeah, we don't want to touch that rift with like a 70-foot pole, not even a 10-foot pole. So I feel like we might actually see, as we are fighting more coordinated guilds, we might see more targeted bans, like stuff like Malakar, where, I mean, Vanity, I don't know what stones they own on their server now, but they were kind of relegated to lower tier stones when, you know, Sinister was there or the Ethereum Alliance was there, right? So like maybe they just have some PTSD for fighting on Malachar.
Yeah, and without further ado, we are starting the very first match of the day. It is going to be Vanity versus Supple on this one, and I spawned in Narnia. So I am running as quickly as I can to get there, Gretton. But if you see the action start before I get there, that's just, you need to just start shoutcasting it because they spawn the spectators a lot further from the match than everyone else spawns here.
Yeah, I'm almost there, I think. But it looks like our red squad is still nice and neatly tucked up in the spawn up there. I see them up there in their sky platform.
Yeah, everybody just kind of waiting. And this is the strategy that we've seen before, Gretton, is that some guilds will literally wait until the final, like there's 5 minutes before the timer actually starts and being able to cap the stone here. As you see, there's 4 minutes left on this right side here. A lot of guilds will just wait until the very last minute and then use Bubble, the invulnerability that you get from spawning in to try and push the stone.
Yeah, and I think that might be what both sides are doing since we have seen absolutely 0 people spawn in.
Yeah, they're definitely waiting. Both guilds, you know, we've never seen both guilds execute this strategy at the same time. Usually there's one guild postured up and they're ready to go. And the advantage of doing that is you can get everyone in the picture perfect position for when it starts. And then you kind of have leverage over where you want the fight to kind of happen early on if you're standing on the node or if you're standing on the rift rather early on. And then if you're coming in, yeah, you don't get to run in and place your people where you want to, but you do have that invulnerability for at least your first few skills. So I think that both guilds are kind of saying, okay, well, this time we're gonna try it our way. So very interesting. I'm actually, are they going to spawn into the same portal? Now the question has to be asked, Gretton, are they going to all choose the same portal?
Here they come. Here they come. Looks like all of Supple is spawning into one. They're just going to take some space on the Rift Stone. They're going to get into default positions here.
Yes. Yeah. So Supple taking this early, like I said, taking the early advantage. Everyone's spreading out and positioning early like this, and this is great. I love to see this on the Morokai Riftstone like this because there's so much space to play with. You don't have to force and engage in any one spot if you don't want to, Gretton. When they come in, Vanity's going to be wanting to stay together and kind of wash over you like a wave. But if you're too spread like this, I think that it kind of lessens the overall advantage that the bubble gives you.
Yeah, exactly. And as you can see, like we have all of Vanity spawning into one as well. But how do you kind of fight this, right? The cool thing about how Supple does their GVGs is that they have
Vanity.
Yeah, they have little pockets of, you know, players, and if you hit one, the other two will swarm you, and that looks like exactly what's happening here. You have that southernmost group of Supple players kind of posturing here up on that high ground, trying to bait Vanity into an engage, and the rest of the entire Supple squad is just kind of chilling back at the stone. So it's going to kind of force Vanity to take an unfavorable engagement here unless they could figure out a way to kind of swarm around all of Supple.
Yeah, funnily enough, Vanity actually didn't, neither guild actually ended up using the bubble strategy that we talked about before. Both of them spawning in, and Supple, honestly, oh my gosh, Rylock from Supple, that's an old Ethereum member, diving in first, taking no damage, and there's the engage from Supple. That does not look good, and Vanity's health bars are all getting absolutely shredded. Supple marching over the top of Vanity here to make a statement on the first engagement, Gretton.
Yeah, and again, that's what I was exactly talking about. That it's so difficult to engage, especially on a stone as widespread as Morokai. To actually hit Supple and hit all of their members is very, very, very difficult. I do like the tempo here from Vanity. They got wiped, but they're not stopping. They got caught with their pants down, which means a lot of their players still have their cooldowns up. They didn't actually get a chance to play them. So they're going to try to play some tempo here, but Supple's doing such a good job of just stonewalling this engage. They died, res that point one, came back, and are just dying again, Blue.
Yeah, and I think that Vanity was actually trying to use it. Was actually a great strategy from Vanity to use the people that had died and have them run back in with Bubble, because you're right in front of the spawn right there to kind of engage Supple once again. Even though they lost the first engage, like you said, they just weren't quite ready to go. But sadly, it just did not work again, which could be very, very bad news for Vanity in the first match of the day for them. Ozin diving onto the backline, getting wiped out as well. And you can see pretty much all of the Vanity users trying to dive through to the backline of Supple, and they're just getting wiped out. They too little too late, not enough HP in their health bars to really make anything happen. He's going to go down. Lion is going to go down as well. Their divers can't make anything happen, Gretton.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And Supple is just doing, again, such a good job of not being greedy. What we see when it's like this much of a landslide on the first couple of engages is you just see the winning side just ball up and push together, but you still see how spread Supple's playing. Even if you're trying to kind of claw your way back into this, where do you start here if you're Vanity? They're trying to grapple up here on the back of that high ground on the Mordecai Riftstone, but unfortunately, they're also just getting punched in the mouth as they try to do that. Supple is just taking so much space as they already have started the cap. They had one person just down there trying to start the cap. There's a handful of Vanity players as well who are trying to, cause some trouble. But as their main ball just absolutely gets walked over by Supple, now the range DPS from Supple can just kind of perch up on that high ground, shoot down, and now look at the amount of space they're taking here, Blue.
Yeah, I was about to say I'd love to see this out of Supple, as the entire guild was basically fighting on the high ground, and they had just enough people, just 2 people, not overcommitting people to the Riftstone, and that's what you expect out of one of the favorites to win the tournament. It's not an overcommitment of resources. They could have pulled their entire guild to the low ground there, but it would have sacrificed a lot of ground to Vanity, and they didn't want to do that. Supple not sacrificing too many resources onto the Riftstone itself early on like that in order to get the cap off and making sure that they win the engagement against Vanity. Vanity still looking for any way in here that they can get. 90% cap on Supple means they will almost certainly take this right here as their tanks are basically standing on the point. Looks like Jaeger is basically standing here trying to make sure he's like, okay, well, if any Vanity members get through, I'm on it. There's the Vanity stream-in right there, but you can see the Supple wrap onto the back line, how effective those red health bars actually are, and Vanity's just getting swallowed, Grenton.
Yeah, and they're kind of doing the same thing that we saw Tyr do, right? They're kind of keeping a couple tanks back on the stone to just spin it, and they're just letting their more aggressive frontline tanks like SNS Greatswords, SNS Spears actually punch forward and punch through. And this is allowing them to create space and stay spread out. Like you just see, there's just a sea of red everywhere, and then blue slowly trickles in, slowly but surely, and they just try to find good opportunities. But the issue is there's no real clumps that you can capitalize on here if you're even a spear dagger or a bow staff. Everyone is so spread out on the side of Supple that it's very important that you actually have kill squads that can actually go around and start thinning the herd as you slowly take space to actually fight Supple, because they're just playing so spread.
Yeah, and you can see if you look at the leaderboards here, the top 10 are all Supple members. The damage dealt not looking very good for Vanity here. As we scroll through this, the majority of the top 30 are pretty much all from the Supple Alliance there, and they are making a statement in their first match of the tournament. This is part of the reason they got a bye into the first round. Vanity looking really strong in the first round of the tournament, but oh boy, to have to fight Supple like this, it's a little rough as they stream into the middle. Look at the concave. You see Supple on the left, Supple on the right, Supple in the middle, and then blue just streaming straight through the jaws that Supple has created for them here, and they're just getting obliterated time and time again, Grunton.
Yeah, it's really tough because, again, as the Vanity shot caller, what's your game plan, right? You're just trying to actually push the stone, trying to get a cap off. There's a couple tanks from the Supple Alliance that are just kind of sitting there and beating you in the face with piercing strike and with strategic rushes and stuff like that. And then your DPS are just having to pick, okay, I want to hit this pocket of 12. Your entire DPS hits that pocket of 12, and then boom, all of a sudden you have another 12 or 24 players hitting you from the back, right? So it's a really difficult spot to be in here if you're Vanity shot caller. They are brawling really well near this tent side. They've been winning some of the engages there, so I'd like to see them maybe try to own that space a little bit more, and then slowly and incrementally just step up and try to pressure that Riftstone.
Yeah, I think that they should probably have their flankers come around and try to take the high ground from Supple back here, force a few of the Supple members back. Instead, if they all stream from the same direction like we're seeing right here, as Vanity streams in, they're basically vulnerable from the left, they're vulnerable from the right, and Supple has flankers basically ready and waiting for them on both sides. As they stream in, they get collapsed down on. There's not much that they can do. They need a few of them to try to pull back. Looks like Planer trying to get a cap off on the point, or is that Deathmaker rather, trying to get caps off on the point for Vanity here, trying to breathe some life into this blue lineup for Vanity here, but it's looking very red, Grenton.
Yeah, and then here comes the respawn wave now from the side of Vanity as they're, again, looks like there are, I don't know if, it's a live stream, so maybe they heard us, but they are trying to take some more space towards these 3 kind of broken down tents. But again, the stone squad from the side of Supple is doing such a good job of just not letting them even touch the stone. And then the rest of Supple is just swarming around any sort of clump or group of Vanity that's pushing in. And it's actually looking like Vanity's losing more real estate now, as it looks like Supple's getting a bit more active as they're pushing out and trying to just, you know, gain this tempo, continue to kind of just foot on neck is the best way I would describe it, right? They're not letting up. They're just making sure that Vanity is just pushed further and further and further away from the stone to just, you know, try to win out as decisively as possible.
Yeah, and Gretton, I have to ask, Supple, I know, picked up at least 1 or 2 statics from Ethereum Gold when Ethereum disbanded here. So are you recognizing a lot of these names here? Are these your homies in here?
I mean, yeah, a lot. My static is playing and I'm not. A lot of my friends are playing. If I was in casting, I would also be in this match. So it's a lot of, I would say it's probably like a 45-55 split of Supple and Ethereum here. Ethereum being like that 45.
Oh wow! So this is a lot of Ethereum Gold that we're looking at here. So at least
maybe I'm talking out of my ass a little bit. It might be a little bit less than 45%, but there is quite a bit of Ethereum Gold here. There's a lot of OG Supple here as well. So I don't want, you know, the magnifying glass just to be put on. Oh yeah, they're winning because they have Ethereum Gold players there. There's some absolute fraggers if you look at the scoreboard, right? Kilosh, Movement. These are all people who haven't played Curio.
Here
These
comes
are all
the
people
bubble
who
push.
don't play in Ethereum.
Yeah, hold that thought there, Gretton. The bubble push from Vanity as they swarm onto the stone here. Actually really smart to wait for all of their players to respawn at the same time and then come in with the invulnerability play here. But it looks like it just might not be enough, as the health bars from Vanity, the moment that they become vulnerable, just get absolutely obliterated right there. But a good play from Vanity. They might actually almost get the cap off on this stone. I love that they swarmed in, they stayed together, and they actually did get a few kills onto Supple on that push there. One of their most convincing pushes so far.
Yeah, they're doing an extremely good job of actually learning from their engages, right? At first you don't succeed. It's not just try and try again. It's try something different. We saw a lot of it in round 1 where they just kind of ran their head into the wall and it didn't really work for certain guilds. I like to see that Vanity's trying something different now, and they actually got some success there. So I'd like to see them maybe they'd say, hey, let them full wipe us and let's try that again. Or maybe they try to kind of squeak out and keep the little bit of tempo that they gained, because they're fighting a lot closer to the stone now, Blue, than they were previously. And
yeah.
Planeur is actually trying his best to actually get a cap off. But again, there's that stone squad, Jaeger, Untitled, Tweaks, Sir Loki. All these guys are just standing on the stone and just making it super difficult for anyone to cap from the side of Vanity.
Yeah, it looks like Vanity just needs to wipe and try the same thing again. It did put Supple a little bit onto the back foot. As you said, they couldn't play as aggressively or as forward as they did previously, and they've been kind of pushed back onto the stone here. Vanity making a push for the high ground up here. Not going to really make any of that happen, although it is a small skirmish. They're just getting wiped out by a lot of... I'm seeing the bow staffs and spear daggers basically just run through so much damage from those 2 specs coming down, and it looks like Supple kind of has the sweet spot on how many DPS versus tanks that you actually want to have, Gretton.
Yeah, and they did a lot of cooking right with their comp. There was obviously a lot of people in Supple who wanted to play in the tournament, so they had a pretty easy time, I would say, picking a comp. So it's not for nothing they chose Mordecai. This stone is by design. It's spread out enough that you can take advantage of range DPS, but it's also tight enough on the actual capture point where your tanks matter as well. So it's a really good balanced stone, attacker and defender side. I think this is one of the most balanced stones that you could fight over. So I think that's probably why Supple wanted this as their first one, just to kind of see how they size up to another guild, or obviously in this case it's Vanity, but it is pretty one-sided at this point. Vanity with a couple good pushes. I would like to see them, like you mentioned, just completely wipe themselves, regroup, and try that push that they did last time once more.
Yeah, and very important to note, I do think that Vanity could back up and try another bubble play here, but Supple making a statement, and it'd be one thing if this was kind of a free-to-play server guild. I think a lot of people underestimate the free-to-play guilds, but Vanity is a really, really strong PvP guild, and they started in early access. They feel like they know the game pretty well, and to have Supple kind of come out like this and beat them this hard in this very first match of the day kind of makes a statement that I think the rest of the guilds are going to be looking at in in this tournament, because you know the rest of them are watching right now, like, okay, let's look at compositionally, what are they running here? What are they doing to beat Vanity here? And do you think it's really kind of a gear differential here, Gretton, or do you think that, I feel like their statics are also working very, very well together? Because I think if this is a lot of the Ethereum Gold members, they've been playing together for much longer than early access. They've been playing together since Korea.
Yeah, I mean, there's people that I've been playing with in a static since like Hyperboost on Korea who are playing in this matchup, right? Vanity is not like lowly geared either. They're a pretty geared alliance. They've been on Amos for pretty much forever, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And they're not like poorly geared by any means. So I think it's definitely just a little bit of a David versus Goliath. You're just playing against people who have been playing cohesively for so long, and that are just on the back of pretty solid shot calling, pretty solid leadership.
Hold that thought. We got another bubble push coming in from Vanity, swarming onto the low ground and the high ground. A little bit split here, but they do take the high ground from Supple right here, and they are trying to hold it now. Supple actually caught up fighting on the low ground, and positioning on this high ground like this is a really good position for Vanity. If ever they were going to win a push, it would have been this one here, but Supple's left flank there, sweeping onto the high ground without much contest. I would have loved to see some knockups come in there, maybe some tornadoes, but sadly they all just walked through onto the high ground and just now are walking over the corpses of Vanity, killing the remaining players that honestly survived that initial push. But a great push from Vanity to group up like that, almost getting a cap onto the stone that time and actually taking the high ground away from Supple.
Yeah, and again, just look how fast they move back and spread out after that. They'll come together really quickly for that engage. They'll punch back, win or lose that engage. They'll always kind of go back to where they were a little bit predetermined to play. So it just allows them to refill the space so well after an initial engagement. Like, same thing's happening right now. They're all conglomerating here at the top of that hill, because that's where Vanity's pushing up here on the hooks. And then right after this engage is done, they're just going to spread back out and take more space. We have a lot of the Vanity members here coming from the southernmost entrance of the Mordecai Riftstone. A little bit of a flank squad here coming from the west as well, as they are trying to get Supple, on their back foot or something like that. But now look, Supple just spread back out. They're back into their positions, and it's just so hard to pick where you want to hit from if you're the Vanity shot caller.
Yeah, I think it's really tough when you're fighting a situation. Normally, when you spread out like this, the strategy is to just walk through players and Pac-Man them one at a time, Gretton, as you probably know as a shot caller as well. But the problem here is that Supple's players are so good that they can just buy time. So if Vanity gets a solid engage on one set of Supple players, the rest of Supple has enough time to collapse down from all sides, get a solid flank off, and make the engage actually happen. No matter what happens, Vanity just can't find an opening. They engage to the back, they engage to the front, they engage on the side. Supple, it just seems like they're ready for it because they're so spread out. You can't catch enough of the Supple players all in one place that you can really find a solid engage and make that happen.
Yeah, there was a disgusting sleep by Supple as well on the southwest side. And as you see, they just kind of fill the space and just completely wiped what looked like 3 statics of Vanity members. With 7 minutes left, Vanity hasn't touched the stone yet. They haven't been able to successfully get a cap off, and Planar is still trying to do that. He has one mission and one mission only, and it's to try to cap this stone for Vanity. But look at this swarm of tanks that are around him. He just can't do anything. He's going to heal himself back up. SNS Wand, Omega Lol. They don't need any. They just play by themselves. That's why I call them the cuck class of Throne and Liberty, because they're just in the corner watching everyone else have fun while they're just playing with themselves. But it looks like they're trying to finally kill him, and they will. It just took like 30 members of Supple to kill one SNS Juan. NCSoft, if you're watching, please fix that. And here comes Vanity again. They're going to try to overflow. I would have liked to see them do this when Planar was still alive, so he could at least pressure the stone as they're trying to take space here up on this high ground.
Yeah, they're going to take the high ground here, which means that Supple can only really engage from both of the low ground positions, and they're just going to let Supple run up and slam into their back line. That is not what you want to see. You have to control these 2 choke points on either side of the engage here if you're going to make anything happen like that. And oh my goodness, they just got swallowed. They are just not paying attention to that engage over there, and the remaining Vanity members are packed into the corner, getting picked off like sardines over here. Gretton, not the best engage right there. dare I say, do they not have enough bow players in their guild? You really need to get a sleep off. You need to control. I like that they push this high ground here. I do. I thought that the high ground play was definitely the way to go, but you need to control the 2 ramps on the way up to the high ground if you're going to make that happen. And they just kind of let Supple walk right up.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy to see that. Supple kind of just handed them one of the like statics on the chopping block. They said, hey, you want to push, you know, this northwestern side? Cool, you can wipe that group of like 6 to 8 people who are there, but our entire main ball is going to punch you in the back when you do that. And that's why I love the macro level play of some of these guilds, is that they're playing chess. They're like, yeah, we're going to give up these pawns, right? But then we're going to take their king. And that's exactly kind of what happened there. Is I'm lucky I can see the kill feed because I'm in Supple, right? So I see the kill feed, and I saw a ton of blue. Vanity got a ton of kills early on, and then it was just all red because they just crashed in their back.
Yeah, no, absolutely obnoxious. Vanity doing another similar play here and running back into the corner here. You just... Oh man, you're just getting absolutely pelted by Flash Wave if you back yourself into a corner like this. I loved it. Seeing them stay on the high ground up here was kind of a better play, but they keep running down into this corner down here, and Supple just collapses down on them from both sides like this. And you can see Vanity actually taking a good spawn over there. Spawn 1 coming in, doing what they can to try to skirmish this one, but with only 4 minutes left, I'm not sure that there's much they can do, Renton.
Yeah, there's not much they could do, and again, there's still like the gang of red just beating on Planeur as he tries to get some sort of cap off. He wants his guild to just, you know, participate in the cap once. And as I say it, he actually does manage to squeak a cap off here in the last 4 minutes. And now we're going to see a lot of Supple just get their feet down onto the actual point. I wouldn't be surprised to see their whole tank core just plant their feet. As you can see, 24 people, 22 people from Supple are now kind of draining the percentage and the contribution from Vanity. So big W for Planeur. 17 minutes of trying to cap the stone, and he manages to get it off. So dedication at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. And now Vanity is trying to regroup as fast as they can to try to get feet on the stone so they don't lose this cap, but they are just kind of losing the numbers game a little bit. It's teetering back and forth. There's a huge clump here on the southeastern side, excuse me, of the actual cap zone, but now it's just going to be a feed of red as Supple crashes from all angles to just wipe the Vanity players who are just trying to get their feet on the stone and try to contribute so they can at least get a cap off here, Blue.
Right on. Well, Supple doing their a great job of basically not making a statement in this first round, basically coming out and saying you will not even get a cap on Morokai, which, as we have stated many times, is one of the most balanced redstones in the game, with all the different engage points that you can come from, the very short spawn locations, and the bubble plays. You should be able to at least get a cap off here, and there's the cap right there. Vanity says you will not stop us. No, not quite. As Supple basically just ran them straight off.
Yeah, but again, I will give credit where credit is due. Planeur, in the face of being punched in the mouth by like 4 or 5 Supple tanks, managed to get a cap off. So that guy definitely earned his stripes here in this matchup. And now Vanity, for the last 2 minutes, they don't really have enough time to cap the stone, so they're probably just going to have some fun here. TDM, it looks like it'll be the end of their best in guild run in this tournament, obviously, as Supple looks extremely strong in their first match, and I don't think, you know, anyone's surprised that they were one of the 2 guilds who got a bye in round 1.
Right. Yeah, and we're... Oh, I don't know if we're going to see Take Care be this dominant over their opponent today. This is absolutely obnoxious, but Vanity coming out, they had a great showing in round 1 here, and I felt like they had some really good strategies for this game, or for this round as well, but sadly just unable to come up with a win for their guild here, but fighting valiantly on that Zeroth server, and you gotta say that, man, I respect the guts to come out in this tournament and say that you're going to be rank 1, right? Or at least top 50% in the tournament, knowing that you're going to fight Supple in this way, and saying that you're a rank 1 alliance on the server. You never become great PvPers without first thinking at least you have to be great first if you're going to convince everyone else that you are great in turn. Supple showing that here, as they already think that they're the best. I've heard enough from the Ethereum Gold members to know that they believe that they are the best players worldwide, and they just might be, Grenton.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to say anything. I'm obviously a little biased here. Supple did look extremely clean on on this Riftstone, Vanity actually did better than I thought they would, to be completely honest. I love watching Vanity play. They have a lot of good players. I got to fight a lot of them when I was on Amos. So huge GGs to Vanity here for, you know, showing up. Really good round 1, very solid round 2. Unfortunately, you did run into, you know, one of the favorites to win the tournament in round number 2. You could have been, you know, riding clear in a little bit easier bracket, but I think this is going to be a very good VOD for the Vanity squad to review, because Supple is a guild who actually has very specific strats when it comes to defending and attacking stones, where I know a lot of other guilds, when I do VOD reviews and when I help them, I go, okay, well, where are your defaults? Where are your guys playing? What's going on? They're like, I don't know. We just kind of like swarm the stone, right? So like Vanity is going to be able to learn a lot from this VOD, I think. And that for me is a lot more valuable than, you know, just winning here and maybe winning some money in your pocket.
Yeah, but Vanity looking really good, just sadly up against a little bit too strong. Supple, the favorite to win the tournament, coming out and showing why they got a bye in the first round of this one. The highest damage in the match. Actually, there is no way he swapped that at the last second, right? There's no way he's actually an SNS staff. Yeah, he's trolling. He swapped that at the last. Yeah, he swapped that at the last second. I do believe that he's a bow staff. When we checked earlier, he was playing with bow staff, so he's trolling. But staff bow right here from Kilosh. And again, we have that they don't want us to. And this is the thing about Supple and the Ethereum Gold members, they don't actually want you to know what strategies they're using, so they all equipped random weapons at the end of the match so that we wouldn't know their exact weapon loadouts. Sadly for them, I did open the screen multiple times during the match, and so we know that the third place guy was a dagger spear player, spear dagger, and the top 2 were both bow staffs, I believe, and the remainder were all spear daggers for the most part here. But you can see the highest damage in the match going to Radiant from Supple right there at 2.2 million. Highest damage healed in the match. Let's take a look. 4.9 million for Nuja. Oh no, 5.9 million from Eli. We know that he is a great healer right there. Best healer in the lobby goes to Eli. Damage taken looking like 1.1. I don't see 1.2 anywhere. I do not see 1.2 anywhere.
I see 1.4.
Oh, where's 1.4?
All the way at the bottom. My boy Planar, the guy trying to cap the stone for the entire match, 1.46.
Yeah, and Planner coming in and is the highest ranked tank in that match right there. Kind of a crazy match for Supple to come out and win that convincingly, Grenton.
Okay, also, you did say Radiant had the top damage. He was at 2.2 mil. Dawn was at 2.48.
Okay, sorry,
so
I did not see that.
I just got 55 DMs from Dawn saying he's molding because you got that wrong. So I just needed to clear that up on stream for him before he like exploded or whatever.
Okay, we'll equip the right weapons next time. It's totally fine. Yeah, but congrats to Supple right there. We'll go ahead and take a look at our instant replay from that match right there. You can see running up to this high ground, you see Vanity basically taking the high ground from both sides, but they just let Supple kind of run up and run them over from that right side right there. Just not what you want to see. They didn't knock. They had plenty of time to try to knock them up, but oh my goodness, they just engulfed them from both sides, and their backline gets completely eviscerated. And that was kind of the coordinated play that we've seen from Supple basically the entire match there, Grenton.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was talking about. They just let near that western side where you saw that big clump of Vanity at the end of that clip. That's where they kind of just, Supple just left a static or 2 on an island, and they're like, hey, we're going to use you 2 as bait, right? And then all of Vanity just poured over the cliff, and then it was, you know, little Mr. Burns' excellent meme as Supple just wrapped around the backside and just punched them, right? It was a little bit of a textbook bait and switch. Vanity did get caught with their pants down there a little bit, so GG's to both guilds again. Big respect to Vanity for showing up and, you know, fighting one of the strongest guilds in the tournament. I'm just super happy to see, like, they performed really well, like really well. So hold your head up high if you're Vanity. Obviously your tournament run comes to an end, but use that war game Discord, get active, start fighting more people, and yeah, we'll see what happens next time.
Right on. Well, we're right into this next match here. Good fights to Vanity. Excellent job in this tournament. Supple will move on. We're going to look over at Our second match of the day, which is already ready to go. We're going to be moving things along quite quickly today as we have 8 matches to get through. It is YEEHAWING, formerly known as FTP, as you can see, and their alliance there. I try to let people know that that is FTP in the card, at least a little bit there, versus Visa, who had a great showing in the first round. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think that people thought that Visa was going to be as strong as they were in the first round of this tournament. Both of them on Zeroth. Visa, the rank 1 in their alliance. FTP, or YEEHAWING rather, believes that they are rank 3 in the Supple alliance. We just saw how strong Supple Oni is, and that's the rank 1 guild in the Supple alliance. So I think that Visa kind of has their work cut out for them, Gretton.
Yeah, I think this is going to be probably one of our closest matches of the day, like I said in the pre-game that we were talking about. I do want to touch on the picks and bans here a little bit. So YEEHAWING won, and they also chose to pick, and then Visa banned Azrael, Talus, and Grandelon. And then we are actually going to Kawazan with YEEHAWING. YEEHAWING specifically has a ton of experience on Kawazan, and Visa, this is some old lore for the knowers in the chat, back when they were called Nissa, actually beat Tanks and Liberty. They handed Tanks and Liberty one of their first L's on Kawazan.
Oh, wow. Okay, so a little lower coming in right here. A little bit of friction between the two guilds here. If you had to choose, of course, you're partial to the Supple Alliance, and I'll be honest with you, I was very surprised by Visa's performance in the first round. Do you think that Visa has a shot here?
Yeah, I think both guilds are going to be pretty even. Like, this is a stone where that initial engage is going to matter a lot. It's also a stone where if you can get onto the actual rift stone with bubble, it makes attacking the stone a lot easier. Kawazan is a notoriously difficult stone to attack in regular GBG because every point of entry is a tight choke. So if you lose that initial engage where you just get to start on the stone, then you have to kind of figure out this creative way to do gymnastics and get through without getting absolutely railed by, tornadoes or the spear dagger player chaining spears together. So it is very difficult to retake the stone. So if you can actually get bubble and get on the stone, or if you, win the first engage, then you're in a really good spot.
Yeah, I think that as we're about to get into this, remember that our closest match of the tournament so far was played on Kawazan. I believe I'm correct about that, was played on Kawazan. It was Tsunami ended up taking the W against Infamy there. So although it can be hard to get into the room, we could definitely see it does make for potentially some of the closest matches. It could also technically be one of the most one-sided matches that we see today. We're not exactly sure which, but round 2 is where things start to heat up because you've seen guilds already prove themselves. Nobody's really getting a bye round out of round 2 of the tournament. You have to show up. You have to be the best of the best, Gretton, as it looks like the start button has been pressed for this one as the guilds basically spawn in and we get things started on this. What's your prediction right away, Gretton?
I'm gonna have to give it to my boys in YEEHAWING.
Your boys in YEEHAWING. Well, that's okay. I'll take Visa on this one. YEEHAWING actually only sending in one person at the start of this one. I believe that YEEHAWING, oh, which one is blue, which one is red?
Visa's blue. Visa's actually sending everyone in, it looks like.
Okay, so Visa going to take full control of the room initially, and they know, honestly, the invulnerability play might be exactly what you want at the start here. I find it interesting that Visa decided, no, let's go ahead and take control of it. We know that YEEHAWING is probably going to... They're probably going to want to do the bubble play here, but Visa thinks that they have the advantage. I personally think the bubble play would be a little bit better to start things off here.
Yes and no. The reason I'll say that is because Visa specifically has a ton of experience on this stone, defending and attacking. So I feel like them getting into their defaults early is not terrible. YEEHAWING is going to have to attack a much more spread out ball than if they both just kind of pushed in with bubble and they can kind of pick their engage. So I do think this is one of the weird rare occasions where having bubble isn't necessarily just giving you like a 20% advantage on your first engage.
Yeah, I think that honestly a lot of people think that YEEHAWING is just going to take this one home because they play a lot more frequently in war games. You see them play all the time, but again, I've seen a lot. There's been a lot of hype in my DMs about how strong Visa is, and they certainly looked really, really good in the first match here. So we're all very anxiously awaiting the first engage. 3 minutes left. It might be that YEEHAWING waits until exactly 3 minutes, or just before the timer runs out on the right there. That's when the Riftstone is cappable. This this is all basically just a prelude timer before to kind of let the guilds get situated. YEEHAWING definitely might just wait this all the way down to the 1 minute mark and then run in and try to take control of the rift.
Yeah, I mean, they... who knows what's happening in those comms, by the way. We have, that's what I think Brandong's in there, Invuln's in there, and D-Bone's in there. So those are like, you know, the three stooges a little bit in terms of voice comms. So maybe they're just, you know, cracking jokes and cracking open a cold one before they push in. But Visa is, you know, looks like they're primed and ready to go. I mean, Visa did actually fight against the Supple guild that I'm in, Supple Oni, the main guild, on this stone last week, and they did lose to Supple. So I think that VOD reviewing that and being able to figure out better positioning and better ways to, you know, engage, or better ways to, you know, stuff and engage is going to help them a lot here.
Yeah, and Visa's got actually scouters out on both sides over here, basically scouting both directions so that they know exactly where YEEHAWING will choose to engage with 2 minutes left on the clock. It's getting very, very tense here as Visa basically playing back here. They're all at least a little nervous. You see them all jumping up and down. That's a nervous habit a lot of players have on this one here. But Nocturnal, basically the scout for the guild, basically out on the side over there. As we see, that would be the way that I would expect YEEHAWING to basically come in here at the start with the bubble. But Visa very well spread out here. I'm not sure that this engage is going to work as well as YEEHAWING wants it to on this one, as they very tense. In the next minute or so, we will not see the timer go all the way down. Usually YEEHAWING would want to push somewhere around the 1 minute mark at the latest, because they need to spawn in, push in, have time to kill people, and get set on the stone so that their cappers, their tanks, can basically be on the riftstone and not be interrupted, as it were. Before, yeah, so any time now, Gretton, we should see them move in.
Yeah, it's the suspense is killing me. I feel like the entire chat's just getting blue balled right now by YEEHAWING here.
Yeah, we're not sure which direction they're exactly going to come from, but 50 seconds left on the clock. Visa says, okay, I will take this. We'll take this free win here if you want to give it to us. 45 seconds. You don't want to spawn much later than this here. They might wait until the 20-second mark, which I feel is just a little bit late, because Visa's already in position with all of their players basically ready to go, ready to cap this stone. YEEHAWING's basically gonna have to run in, kill people, and get set immediately with 25 seconds left on the clock. Here comes the spawn in, and it is 0.1. They're gonna come from the other way. There's the bubble running in. All of YEEHAW as they all run around the corner. YEEHAWING floods into the Riftstone room. Visa a little bit clumped up on this one as they all come in. There's the bubble starting to fade. It looks like YEEHAWING honestly standing a little bit too close to one another. They're gonna get slept if they're not careful. YEEHAWING looking on both sides. The stone is cappable now as both guilds start to fight it out on this one. What an engage coming in from YEEHAWING right there, and it looks very back and forth. A lot of YEEHAWING in this corner, Gretton. They're all getting clumped up and destroyed just off the side of the Riftstone, but a good knock up, good tornado back onto Visa, flips it back in YEEHAWING's direction. It does look like I said, Visa had the people in position. They've got the cap off on the stone, but so did YEEHAWING. It looks like a really close fight here, but it looks like YEEHAWING does win out with more people on the Rift overall on the first engage, Gretton.
Yeah, but there's going to be the respawns now coming in on the side of Visa as well. YEEHAWING's just keeping more people on the point, so they're just slowly building this advantage. What I really liked, Blue, is that at the beginning, they let YEEHAWING let their tanks hit first. I was watching a ton of staff players and bow players just stand there with bubble as their tanks were actually buffing and starting to set up clumps, which probably made targeting an absolute nightmare for Visa. And that's probably one of the reasons that they lost a lot of this. But now look at the respawn coming back, like I mentioned, on the side of Visa.
Gretton, Visa looking kind of good. YEEHAWING says for everything, game knowledge is priceless, but for everything else, there's MasterCard. And Visa said, well, we'll just see about that, as they come in and they just have more people on the stone consistently. It is very close, but Visa actually battling back on this one and taking more pressure on the stone. I don't think that a lot of people thought that Visa was this strong. Look how many more blue health bars look like are healthy on the stone here. YEEHAWING struggling to get control when earlier they had about 40% capture on the stone. Now they're down at a measly 15%, and it's Visa up at almost 40%, Gretton.
Yeah, and if you actually turn around and just look up, there's actually a ton of Visa players, maybe 4 or 5, who are just sitting on that high ground.
Oh my goodness.
So just funneling red names into that sort of dead zone is just so valuable for Visa. If you're YEEHAWING, you need to try to pull that fight further north, which is obviously a lot easier said than done. And Visa just looks like they have also planted and they found their stride. They're playing with tempo now. There is the same group of people in the same quadrants of this map, and they are just pelting hellfire down from above. You have Printer, Hillpop, Phaeton, and Venon just absolutely mowing people down from up there. And as you can see, a lot of their tanks are just pulling people. They're using Chain Hook, they're using Controlling Rake, they're charging people into that area to just create this kind of free source of damage, while on the other side, their kill squads running around like Revenant and Glenn. They're kind of running around with the Spear Dagger, trying to just pin the outskirts of that YEEHAWING ball.
Yeah, and YEEHAWING actually losing control of the Riftstone altogether. D-Bones laser focused on trying to get that Riftstone back for his team right there. He is a tank. He is the objective-focused one in YEEHAWING here. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Gretton, but everyone on that high ground has an Arc Boss weapon for Visa. And it's an interesting strategy to try and do this, because that means that your 4 or 5 strongest players are actually not contributing to the stone overall. But as long as YEEHAWING keeps engaging them on this side, your strongest players are just that much stronger firing from a high ground like this. I'd love to see YEEHAWING. All they need to do is clump on that northwestern side of the stone, or at least on that half of the stone, and then basically all of Visa's damage cannot fire. If they step basically all over on this other half of the stone here on this northwest side, if they just stay over here, they just don't take any damage from the biggest damage dealers in Visa, and they just haven't seemed to realize that quite yet. I do think that YEEHAWING could absolutely win this engage. They need to make this adjustment here, though, Grenton.
Yeah, and it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do. You see the fight has moved a lot more north than the first couple minutes, as you know, they're trying to just they've kind of conceded the stone. They're like, hey, there's no point in trying to spin the stone. We got to start actually trying to gain real estate on this stone instead. And now it looks like you mentioned, well, now it's Invuln who's actually going to be trying to get a cap off, but he's going to get rushed off. And now they're just, again, falling into that same mistake. They actually managed to pull Phaeton off. We had Dake, one of the tanks from YEEHAWING, who was able to actually hook one of the little pigeons up there off. And that's exactly what you have to do. If you're a tank and you notice that, just, get... Literally, when you die, just spec out of whatever you have for your chain hook, spec into increased range, make it a wrath ability, pull them down, help your guys out, because that's actually pelting your backline, and you guys can't take real estate when the entire southeast section of the map is just a kill zone for you guys.
Yeah, this is just like, this is pretty shot caller 101. You have to realize that the strongest DPS from Visa is sitting on a high ground that A, isn't contributing to the point, and B, only has so much range up onto the point. So really, if you just stand on the north side of the point and your entirety of your red health bars stand on this side, you really kind of eliminate all of Visa's damage, and you should be able to stand with more players, Gretton. But sadly, YEEHAWING keeps getting baited to dive into this southeast corner of the rift, and Hillpaw, Venon, and the remaining Arc Boss weapon users up on that high ground are just having a field day over and over again, and YEEHAWING is having a very hard time trying to cap this node. Invuln going for it right now at 90%. Can he get the cap off? He will get this cap off here, and they do have more people on the stone, and this is exactly what I'm talking about, is if Visa wants to play this way, if YEEHAWING can counter this perfectly, there is plenty of counterplay to having people up on that high ground. You just need to stand on the other side of the node so that they can't hit you.
Yeah, you just gotta just pull back. Like, there's no reason to be fighting up there. You have the numbers advantage, or you did at least. Pull back, let them come to you. You are now playing King of the Hill. Even if everyone had 100% attendance on the stone, you would still win, because they have, 2, 3, 4 people up there. So I would just pull back, take more of this northern side, and then now you can kind of start whittling away, obviously ignoring tanks, killing their DPS first, then their healers, and then trying to just keep those tanks CC'd. But it looks like now the call was made from the side of Visa to drop down. And it looks like all those pigeons previously are now on the ground, and they're now counting as, feet on the point. 34 people compared to the 20 from the side of YEEHAWING. YEEHAWING needs to take more space on the point now. They're just letting Visa kind of snowball away with this Riftstone here, Blue.
Yeah, and I think that dropping down like that is a direct response to YEEHAWING actually getting a cap off on the node. They said, okay, we need the extra 4 people because that's just how close it gets sometimes, is they need those extra 4 bodies to stand on the node instead of being protected up top necessarily. So YEEHAWING did get what they wanted out of this cap, but sadly they're showing Visa that Visa is just stronger even when their members are on the low ground. Now they can be pushed basically all the way off the Riftstone. There's no counterplay now. Now their primary damage dealers from Visa are basically all on the low ground free firing, and it looks like their healers are just locked on permanently, and YEEHAWING just cannot get on top of them. It's 21-31 on the point right now. Visa is going to shut down this attempted cap from YEEHAWING here, and YEEHAWING still on the back foot here as B-Kill runs in. The Snake Boys really not used to being on the back foot and being out skirmished this heavily. Like right here, B-Kill, of course, the leader of Snake from Black Desert Online. Those boys are out in here, and they just can't seem to win the skirmish onto Visa. Visa, I think, a lot stronger in this tournament than a lot of people thought they were going to be. YEEHAWING going for yet another cap. 70%, 80. Is he going to get it off? He is going to get that cap off. So yet another attempted cap from YEEHAWING. And Gretton, this is yet another super close Riftstone on Kawazan.
Yeah, it's a lot of back and forth, but Visa's just doing such a good job of keeping so many people on the point that they can afford to actually give one of these or a couple of these caps to YEEHAWING, because you'll get, you know, that 15-20% contribution initially, but since they've capped it, they're already down to 9% and dropping fast just because of the amount of people Visa has on the stone. YEEHAWING hasn't really found a way to actually own space on the stone. They come on with bubble and then get pushed off either by tanks or just by dying. The tanks on the side of Visa are doing such a good job of owning space. I've been following around the homie Hubert Cumberdale for this whole Riftstone, and this guy is just moving people. He's obviously an SNS wand. He's not killing anyone, but he is just moving people and taking space and making it so that the side of YEEHAWING can't really regroup and can't really swarm the stone.
Yeah, YEEHAWING just not enough. And I want to say that I think that if you look at the damage meters, it's Visa, 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 YEEHAWING, Visa, Visa, YEEHAWING, Visa, 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 YEEHAWING. So like you can see, it is really split, but Visa definitely has the upper hand when you look at the leaderboards here, with a lot of the YEEHAWING kind of making up the bottom end of YEEHAWING looking like it's a little bit stronger than Visa's bottom end, and making up for that a little bit. But you can see that discrepancy is actually reflected on the Riftstone itself. Oh my gosh, there's one person in Purple Chicken in the hallway, held up 5 YEEHAWING members in the hallway like that. That is absolutely obnoxious, and that is not what you want to see on the side of YEEHAWING. They finally get onto the stone, but again, you're going to see these 3 people in this hallway who, quite frankly, have not had their balls drop quite yet. They need to step onto the Riftstone, Gretton.
Yeah, it's just insane. I mean, Purple Chicken, I'm not sure if he's still playing SNS Dagger, but he's just obviously making a lot of space for his guild, and this is where I mentioned earlier, being a tank on this stone is actually so much fun because you can be so impactful without killing actually anybody. And we're seeing it here. Hubert Cumberdale, we're seeing it on the side of Purple Chicken, who is in fact running around as SNS Dagger. We're seeing it on the fact that I'm not sure if it's their shot caller, but Jeff as well is doing so much work of just making and taking space for his group. And just look at these little pockets of blue that you see.
Yeah,
it's kind of what we saw with Supple Blue. They're all just kind of owning a quadrant of this conflict zone.
Yeah, and what's crazy here is that there's actually kind of an even amount of YEEHAWING and Visa actually here on the node, but the difference is that Visa is much better positioned. Their statics are basically all within the circle here. If you look around, there's only 1 or 2 Visa members, and they dart right back in the moment that I say that. The Visa members are just much better about standing on the node, and the YEEHAWING members just not super great at standing on the node, but I saw a lot of them retreat. They might be looking for a regroup here to do some sort of bubble play, is exactly what it looks like. They failed to capture the Riftstone here, and it is Visa that's going to swarm in over the top. They said, okay, 9 minutes left on the clock. This skirmish strategy is not working. We have to try something different. I love to see shot callers try that. As YEEHAWING backs off, it looks like they're going to come in all at once. They can't wait too long on this strategy as they are running out of time to capture the stone. Actually, a fair amount of YEEHAWING backed up. Oh my gosh, Gretton, a lot of them spawned in and way too early, and now they don't have the bubble, so the play is just not going to work the way that they want to, because a lot of their guild just doesn't have the invulnerability bubble because they hit the button too soon, or they backed out and they didn't want to take the death here. So Visa, ooh, looking good on this next push, if I had to say it. Even their tank members standing very, very close to capping the point, making sure that here comes the YEEHAWING push, just in case the YEEHAWING get through from both sides. YEEHAWING comes, you can see them coming from the other hallway as well, streaming in from both sides of the map. YEEHAWING doing a double prong push, pushing Visa back to the corner of the Riftstone, and they're absolutely decimating the Visa health bars. A beautiful play coming out of YEEHAWING here. If the rest of them can actually just get down the rest of that hallway, they immediately get the camp off onto the stone and are winning in the overall members on the stone right there. An excellent push from YEEHAWING right there, and that's exactly what I was talking about, Gretton, is their leadership is some of the best macro, some of the best strategists that I've seen so far in this game.
But Visa did such an insane job. Again, we said the names before: Purple Chicken, Hubert Cumberdale. I saw someone by the name of like 4Ns. All they did during that push is they drove their forehead into the northern clump of YEEHAWING and stopped like 3 statics worth of people. And this is why Visa is still stable on the stone. Those 3 tanks bought so much time for Visa to kind of stabilize, because you're absolutely right. They got punched hard in that push. They were caught on their back foot, and those tanks just were able to slow the actual engage from YEEHAWING so well. And now just look at it. The reinforcements are trickling in from the side of Visa. They have over 30 people, over 37 people almost on the stone now, as they are just slowly draining the contribution away from the side of YEEHAWING.
Yeah, and Visa kind of just leaning on the fact that its players, I hate to say it, are just stronger than YEEHAWING's. YEEHAWING, even with a better strategy on that push, winning the initial push, you see Visa basically just trickle back in, and all the shot caller has to say is, okay, guys, just win the fight. And that's exactly what we saw here, as Visa just barely has more people on the point, but that's all it takes is they shut the door on yet another YEEHAWING attempt at the Riftstone here. So YEEHAWING demonstrating that they do, in fact, have great strategy, but their players just not quite where they need them to be, whether it be the gear, whether it be how well their statics are working together, or just the individual player's skill level. It's just not quite there, and Visa looks very clean, Gretton.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Kawazan once before in this tournament, and it came down to the last second for the team that was going to win this. So it's not over till it's over. This is the stone that it can happen on. And look at this. Even this initial cap, we saw YEEHAWING go down to 0.4%, and they are slowly but surely inching their way forward.
Yeah, they're committing to this.
Time. Yeah, they're trying their best here, and they're punching as hard as they can. But Visa just looks so clean, and they're just not dying. Their healers, their tanks are doing such a good job of being a nuisance to the enemy team, and their DPS. I mean, they've given up on the strategy of playing that perch, right? Those pigeons. And now they're just all playing on the ground, and it's working really well. They're doing a really good job of overwhelming YEEHAWING as they lose the cap fully now.
Yeah, so just so you guys know, there's 2 strategies that work well here, and one strategy here would be for YEEHAWING to back completely off, say this was not our time, and then to just try again and basically use the invulnerability bubble, because that seemed to work really well for them last time, or to just hard commit and try to claw it back with the 5 minutes that there are remaining. But it looks like YEEHAWING just concedes the point here, as, oh, look at that, they're intentionally not killing these players, Grenton. They're saying, no, you're not going to have it. You're not, they know that what they want to do is die so that they can come back with invulnerability. And Visa very smartly not actually killing the YEEHAWING members. So smart out of Visa here to know that their next play is going to be to use invulnerability and come from both sides. They're basically going to be able to take down their front line immediately here, because they're not going to have the invulnerability. They can kill them right as YEEHAWING starts to push in here. They can basically just take 2 away from them, Gretton. And here comes the push in from YEEHAWING, in from one side, in from the other. They immediately target down and kill the 2 members that they left alive before, and YEEHAWING floods into the room here, and as the invulnerability bubbles fade, it's an all-out bare knuckle brawl. They know basically they need to make something happen on this push. A lot of YEEHAWING gets knocked into the air, but the Visa members actually losing a lot more health bars than YEEHAWING right here, as YEEHAWING goes immediately for the cap on the point, and most of the fighting is in the northern quadrant of this zone here. A lot of YEEHAWING stacked on top of each other trying to kill NNNN back there, and Extremity be back there as well, and the Visa health bars are falling as YEEHAWING does manage to get the cap off on the stone. This will be the last attempted cap in all likelihood for YEEHAWING, and they're trying to claw it back, but 40 members from Visa are standing on this point, shutting the door on them, Grunton.
Yeah, even though Visa, again, lost that initial punch from the engage, they just do such a good job of rebuilding. They're just staying alive. They have so many people on the point. I don't think I've really seen more than maybe a couple times where they had under 30 people on the point. And it's just so hard to actually build momentum. And like you said, there's only 3 minutes left. It's now or never if you're YEEHAWING. You have to kind of continue to waterfall and take space. Every single person from your guild needs to have their feet in the conflict zone. It does not matter if they are a healer. It does not matter if they're both staff. They have to be on the conflict zone, because you are not going to win if this cap falls. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen, as we're falling under 4%.
Yeah, and as you said before, at about 2.5 minute mark, you don't really have the time to cap it, but we said that before, and then they capped it in like 40 seconds or whatever, so we might just be completely wrong about that. But regardless, at this point, every single second matters, and YEEHAWING losing their cap once again as Visa shuts the door on their attempted cap of the Kamazan Riftstone here. YEEHAWING pushing in one more time, trying to make something happen, anything happen for their guild, but the Visa members, the Visa statics, just playing together so well. Look at them float in the air, and immediately the focus down from the Visa members. They have to be talking with each other. They have to be saying, okay, big knock, okay, target this person. They're calling him out by name in the Discord and just knocking people over, Grenton.
Yeah, and I don't think they actually have the time to do this full regroup, so they have to kind of hit this stone really fast. We're falling under 2 minutes shortly here, and if they don't touch the stone and start a cap, it's going to be really hard to win it, just because of how solid Visa is at staying on the actual stone. Looks like they're all going to be coming in from Portal 1, and looks like they're going to be doing that split push that worked so well. They're going to be coming in from the south and from the north. They're all going to be flowing in now, and they need to get a cap off within the next few seconds here, 10, 20, maybe 30 seconds, but they need to win this fight decisively. So they're going to start taking space. They're going to try to funnel Visa into a corner. And here's a huge dev smash on the side of Brandonger, as he's able to actually create a ton of space for his guild, as now Diosa is trying to actually get a cap off for his guild. It looks like he's going to get that cap off almost uncontested, and he does. And this is exactly what you need here if you're YEEHAWING. You need to win this fight, and you need to win it convincingly. You need to keep a significant advantage on the Stone Blue.
Oh my goodness, and they actually are. They have a very significant advantage. It's YEEHAWING basically running it down on this one. Oh my goodness, can they flip this? 26%, 27, 28% climbing quickly, Grenton, but they only have 1 minute and 9 seconds left on the clock. Visa desperately scrambling to try to get their members back on the point, but they've never been under this much pressure before. YEEHAWING doing a great job. 38 members there for a moment on the cap as the boys rally, but it looks like Visa does manage to turn it back around, as they just don't have enough in the tank, Gretton. So close to turning that right back around, but a very close match that we see from them. 40 seconds left on the clock. We'll see if they can. They're still clawing for life. I may have spoken a little bit too soon, as now they're battling back. The YEEHAWING members basically flooding Visa members. You can see them trickling in. Just everybody just dive onto the point, desperate to keep the YEEHAWING from capping this with 25 seconds left to go. The YEEHAWING members coming from the other point, point 2 rather, coming in, basically streaming in themselves, and it's an all-out brawl. 15 seconds left on the clock, and it's tragic, Grenton, because I think if YEEHAWING had executed this sooner, I think that they actually may have been able to make something happen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it's going to go to the side of Visa here as the final seconds tick away. GG's to both squads. Like I said, it was going to be a very close one, but when we look at that scoreboard, Visa absolutely dominating on the leaderboard.
Oh my goodness. Spear dagger at 2. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. Bow staff. Look at that, Grenton. Eat it. ate it. 2.5, almost 2.6 million out of Nyx, the highest damage dealer in the match on the bow staff. But Spear Dagger, of course, getting the most kills in the match there. And you can see that there's a trend here, guys. There's a trend here. Look how many Spear Daggers you see in the top 5 DPS and kills. And then again, everything else being filled in with bow staff as well. And you have to point the finger at Flashwave a little bit here as well, even though, yeah, Spear Dagger, that's a little bit of a problem, as it were. Let's take a look at who had the most healing in the match here. I'm seeing 2.8 million from Inuyasha. No, oh my gosh, 7.1 million from Motonic and YEEHAWING. Oh my goodness, 7.1 million, definitely the highest in the lobby. That guy knows what he's doing. From a healer perspective, I'm seeing 1.15 from Grimes on damage received. It looks like he may have been the best tank. No, 1.2 million from a bow. From a bow wand.
I told you,
user
man, the bow wand is the new tank.
Bro, who needs healers when you can just heal and tank at the same time? Yet again, another bow wand user, 1.3 million damage taken and 4.3 million damage healed. It looks like healers are the new tanks. Tanks are disparaged right now. Oh my goodness, but a great match. Very, very close, Quentin.
Yeah, absolute insane match from both teams. Obviously, Spear Dagger shines very, very highly in close quarter arenas, right? Like we just saw Kawazan. There's really nowhere to run when you're fighting Spear Daggers in a close quarter like that. So I was looking at the bans, and if you actually notice, Visa banned Azrael, Talus, and Grandaelon. 3 very open maps.
Yeah, they did not want to fight on the. They did not want to fight the wide open maps.
Yeah, so a very good heads-up play there by Visa. Playing it, like I mentioned earlier today, picks and bans are going to be so important. Picks and bans are going to be where you actually are trying to play into your comp. So GG's to both guilds. Obviously, YEEHAWING ends their tournament run here, so GG's for them. And Visa will actually advance to the next round in the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely tragic. Let's take a look at the instant replay here as we see one of YEEHAWING's better pushes here. Visa coming in coming in from both sides of the throne room. Very good coordination. Visa kind of just gets immediately overwhelmed as they push in there. And you could see that was the point where YEEHAWING thought that they might be able to turn this because their engagements just seemed that good. But the Visa statics just coming back together, coordinated more strongly with each other. The strategy just did not matter. At the end of the day, Visa coming up with that win on that one.
Yeah, again, it's we're seeing such great plays, like individual micro and macro plays. Visa was doing such a good job of just staying disciplined, and everyone was staying to their own quadrant. So even when they lost one of their quadrants, like we saw in that replay, the other 3 corners of the map were totally fine, and they were punching back, right? So it gave enough time for that initial group that died to respawn and come back. And again, that just comes down to everyone buying into the strategy, good shot caller, and obviously even better players like we saw there. And speaking of, we have an insane match coming up now. Press W versus Tsunami, Blue.
Yeah, Press W versus Tsunami. Press W thinks that they are the favorites to win this tournament, assuming that, of course, Take Care gets knocked out. And the funny thing is, they're on Supple's side of the bracket. Through no fault of my own, they happen to be on Supple's side of the bracket. So they think that they are, in fact, stronger than those Supple players. They think it's TC Cobra that they're most scared of in this tournament. They think that they're stronger than everyone else. And Press W, if you remember, this is the remnants of what Cannon's alliance used to be, where Shroud used to play in. Cannon himself and a lot of the content creators have kind of stepped away from leadership, and now it's run almost entirely by Soviet and his leadership core, and they're out here to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. And again, both these guilds had very, very clean first rounds. I mean, Tsunami had that nail biter of a match. Press W is they looked really, really clean on Mordecai, and that actually leads me to our picks and bans, Blue, because Press W won the flip. Press W won on Mordecai in round 1. Tsunami then chose to ban Azrael, Cherno for some reason, and Kawazan. And Press W said, all right, we'll just go back to Mordecai.
They really like Morokai, man. They only want to play on Morokai, and you have to be looking at this. If your other teams in the tournament, you're like, okay, they like Morokai a lot. If you recall Press W's first round, so they were a little upset with me for saying that their guild had paid to win a lot, but I'm going to be honest with you, they have paid to win a lot. But that's not the only reason that these guys are successful, and that's what I was trying to emphasize in that match, is that we saw their statics working together so well, and their engagements looked really clean. So it was extremely one-sided, but you saw some excellent play coming out. So although game knowledge is priceless, and for everything else there's MasterCard when it comes to Press W, they also have that game knowledge. They have that synergy as players there. And then on Tsunami's side, we saw that was the closest they have clawed tooth and nail from this. They knocked Infamy out in round 1. It was the closest match I think that has ever been broadcast for a Riftstone. Big shout outs to Infamy in that match. They did end up coming up short here, and now Tsunami, who is the strongest in their alliance, representing Carnix here as a server, is going up against one of the favorites to win the tournament altogether. So yeah, Gretton, if you had to call this, who do you think is winning this?
Listen, I called it first last time, so I'm gonna give you the choice this time.
I'm so sorry. I think Press W is gonna win this.
All right.
Yep,
I'm gonna side with my boys on Tsunami. It is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. So as we get things underway here, it looks like everybody is in the lobby and the start button has been clicked. So we're gonna see what the strategy at the start here is, Gretton. What do you think you would rather do? Would you rather flood the point faster or abuse the invulnerability?
Me personally, on this Riftstone specifically, I would flood the point. I would take a lot of space, kind of like we saw Supple do in the first match. You just need to set up. Once you're set up, it's very hard to get engaged on if you're set up properly on this point. So I'm not sure who the red team is, but they are still nice and neatly pucked. That's not a word.
They're puckered. They're puckered up.
Puckered up and perched in their spawn area.
You don't ever use the word puckered unless you're referring to one particular thing, but we're going to go ahead and look past that, Gretton. Tsunami looking a little bit more flaccid on the other side of things over here. Honestly, if we're going to use colorful vocabulary, you might as well just get all the words in there.
Send it.
Yep, I think that Tsunami and Press W both waiting on their points like we saw the first two guilds do as well. Neither one of them really wants to pull the trigger here. And what this means, guys, is they're respecting the hell out of each other, which means that they don't want to just posture up on the node, or on the rift rather. They don't think that it's necessarily going to be a free win. But personally, I like, just like Gretton, I like to posture aggressively early on and make sure that everyone is in position for that first push, because I think we've seen time and time again, guilds overestimate how valuable bubble actually is, Gretton.
And here they come. It looks like they're going to do exactly that. They're going to come in and set up. Look, everyone has an idea of where they need to be. Everyone is kind of moving to their own little section. It looks like they're all kind of flooding on this high ground, which I would kind of like to see Press W spread out a little bit more. But it looks like they just want to kind of sit up here and own the space. And like you mentioned, Tsunami is still just chilling. They sent one scout, it looks like.
One scout in.
It's Vixaria, who is out on the portal 1, who is just kind of like peeping and looking what's going on. And then they're probably going to send the rest here shortly.
Yeah. People are asking how many people are using Greatsword Spear. Actually, a lot of them, because it is a super great weapon set loadout. It's just that you see Spear Dagger actually used. Definitely a little bit more prevalent because you get more kills with it, right? It's a little bit more damage, but the Greatsword paired with the Spear is another great matchup that we see a lot of very, very good and high-level guilds use pretty frequently. Tsunami actually waiting. Like you said, they sent one scout in over at point 3 over there. He has scouted the point. He knows that all of Press W is sitting here lying in wait, and you see them getting ready. They're actually all stacked on top of each other. I don't like this from Press W stacking like this. We saw Supple earlier. They took the point on the same node here, but you remember how spread out Supple actually was. Press W taking a different approach is to stack on top of each other. I think it just leaves you wide open, Gretton, for some sort of wand dagger like sleep or a big CC engagement.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't love how tight they are either. This is something when I see it as a enemy shot caller, I'm like licking my lips, but it looks like we're going to have the first engage of the match now as they come in directly from the west point. They're going to try to flood up on both sides. It looks like, no, wait, they're actually holding back a little bit. Maybe they're trying to send in a couple sleepers, but look how
they're
fast
coming in.
They're wrapping all the way from the hooks too, Blue.
Triple pronged engage from Tsunami. One from the left, one from the middle, one from the side. Press W gets collapsed down on, and they are caught out of position. Tsunami collapses down, and the engage works perfectly. You see a lot of Press W losing health bars very quickly on this one. Can Tsunami turn it? It looks like Press W trying to stand tall. Despite that initial engage, looked so good for Tsunami right there, and it looks like their health bars are the ones that are starting to thin out here, as the gear discrepancy might just be a little bit high, Gretton.
Yeah, really good engage, but unfortunately it looks like Press W is able to kind of hold their own. So shout out that one guild who thinks attacking on 3 fronts is foolproof, because Press W showed you that that's not entirely the case. They're able to just kind of hold their own and punch back. But it looks like now Press W respawns are coming in through the trees, and now Tsunami has to do something here and take some space. It's a lot of red that we're seeing on top of this Mordecai Riftstone, and they're just kind of crashing now together. And this is kind of where a comp that maybe has a little bit more tanks and some more bull wands can actually shine, is in the scrum after that initial engage, stabilizing and punching back.
Yeah, I think that Press W exerting dominance on that first push there, showing it doesn't matter how you engage us, we will win. Standing tall on that one. And I'll be honest with you, I thought the 3-prong engage looked really good from Tsunami. It also showcases just how well this guild can work together. And that's why we saw them beat Infamy in the first round, is their synergy as a guild just looks really good. And now they're streaming in. They're not sure how they want to approach this. They're actually staying concaved on the low ground, and Press W up on this high ground. They're saying, you come to us. And there they go. Press W dives off the top of the cliff here and dives into the Tsunami backline, routing it immediately. And it's sad to see the Tsunami members getting wiped out. Oh, Press W losing a lot of health bars too. It looks a lot closer now that we've seen Press W actually go for the engage here, Gren.
That was a really clean adaptation from the side of Tsunami. Soviet got really hungry and just kind of put his forehead into the entirety of the Tsunami ball, and they kind of just all wrapped around, and that's actually why they're able to stabilize. I'm not sure if that was, Soviet's call, like, hey, we're going now, and maybe he was just a couple steps in front of his guild, but that little lag in communication or lag in responsiveness from the side of Press W is actually what is allowing Tsunami to kind of inch back into this slowly but surely. They are just trying to spin the point. Keep in mind, no team has capped the point yet. Both guilds, we are a minute in and we haven't even started a cap.
Yeah, fighting for it right now. It looked like Anakin trying to fight Count Dooku in the Clone Wars. I'm taking him now. And then he got 3 limbs cut off like an idiot. Press W did not actually have that engage go the way that they wanted, but they finally do manage to skirmish it back. They do manage to get that first cap off on the point, and Savix actually might get his cap off. No, he does get interrupted right there. Press W doing their best to engage her, but this is not as dominant as they looked in the first round of this tournament. This is a lot closer. Tsunami able to actually bring them a fight here, keeping them from capping initially, a ton of them there, and then showing that their strategy, how quickly that they can adapt, because we do not see guilds adapt that quickly unless their name is almost exactly Tsunami in this tournament, Gretton.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just a non-stop battery of tempo here. Press W is looking so clean on the point. I'm credibly toxic. Actually incredibly toxic. I thought his name was cooler than that, but he's actually trying to spin the point on the side of Tsunami, and he's doing his best. Again, we saw it earlier. He actually might get the cap off. I think he might have CC immunity, and he does. So now Tsunami will join the cap, but almost 40 people from the side of Press W have feet on the point, and look how tight this point is, Blue.
It's so tight in there. Honestly, it's very difficult to just stand on the point like this. Your healers basically have to be on, well, point, for lack of a better word. They have to be on their game. They do immediately lose the cap out to Press W there, but Tsunami has already shown that they are much stronger than Press W's last opponent here, which I believe was Log Out, if I remember correctly, is they get the cap off immediately and are able to challenge these points here. I do see Alov running around for Tsunami, so some old Black Desert Online homies running on the side of Tsunami here. Maybe I don't see Drift Panda here, but Alov and Drift Panda are peas in a pod, as it were, in Drift. One of the more solid shot callers from Black Desert. Maybe he's shot calling for them here. I'm not exactly sure. Either way, we see Tsunami absolutely battling back on the side of Press W here. Press W dives into the middle. Tsunami with a much better concave and actually doing a lot of damage in the middle here to the Press W members as Tsunami gets a really solid wrap off, and and they are starting to push Press W back a little bit. It's not quite as dominant, although Press W, again, I think that they just have, they definitely have a lot of gear here, Gretton.
Yeah, it's actually insane. It's mind blasting, honestly, how tanky Press W looks.
It's insane.
And Tsunami isn't under-geared. We saw them fight Infamy. We saw how they perform. I know some of these guys' gears, but Press W is just this like immovable wall. It's blowing my mind. I'm sitting here speechless, like half jaw dropped. This is a guild that for I would say like 80-90% of this guild was brand new to Throne and Liberty, and they have maybe like 10-15% who had some care experience on the side of Press W, but man, they look good.
Yeah, you have to keep in mind that in Press W, you have some very naturally good super gamers like Sony. I know plays for them still as well, and he is very well known for how good his PvP is in World of Warcraft. I know he went really far. I think he made it all the way to the semifinals of the $50,000 tournament, or is it $100,000, whatever. The big World of Warcraft hardcore tournament. Press W diving forward there with Sony in the front leading the way there. And again, just some natural super gamers routing through Tsunami here, forcing them to spawn at a different angle here now as Press W tries to take commanding control of the point, but Tsunami takes that opportunity, spawns at another point, takes the high ground altogether. Now it's going to be up to Press W to push up towards this high ground, and you see them approaching from both sides. You need to see them. There are the tornadoes going out on the left for Tsunami, trying to keep them from getting in, but the flankers get onto the backline for Tsunami, and the collapse down from Press W looks so good, but a good attempt. At least they were able to tornado one side, but the other side made it through there, Gretton.
Yeah, that was a really nice push. And again, this is what I'd love to see in these tournaments is you have 20 minutes, you're kind of locked in a cage for 20 minutes. If you lose the first couple of engages, you can't just leave. You have to kind of try to figure something out. And I love seeing the train of thought essentially from Tsunami as they're just trying different opportunities to try to find a way to squeeze their way back into this. Unfortunately, though, again, Press W looks so strong. They are super tanky. I'm curious again what their composition is, how many tanks they have, how many bow wands they have, because everyone knows bow wands is the true tank of Throne and Liberty now. It's not tanks anymore. But man, I love seeing the different pushes from the Tsunami squad. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try another kind of like, hey, let's get full wiped. Let's try something else. I would like to see the 3-pronged attack again, but without all of Press W on that high ground. I think that would actually have some success for them.
Yeah, it just might. They almost get the cap off right there. Tsunami is spawning very avidly from point one and able to clear the low ground for the most part from Press W, but now they're slow pushing it back onto them here. Very interestingly, a lot of people like to write off Press W as, again, this used to be, it was basically the remnants of Cannon's Guild. A lot of people were on Copium, the Cannon's Guild, or Tanks and Liberty, and that alliance was not particularly strong unless they pay to win. And you're seeing the coordination here matching up with Tsunami. They look much stronger than I think a lot of the stronger guilds in this tournament expected early on, and I certainly expected it out of them because, yeah, they've got a lot of gear, but they've got players like Sony back there in that corner there. I have him locked on right now, doing a lot of damage, and they just understand all they do is arena all day long, and they practice with their statics all the time, as that's the only thing really to do once you have all the gear is to get good at the game, basically. And they are demonstrating here that they are very, very good at playing with their statics. Tsunami needs to come up with a new strategy here. I'd love to see them back up and regroup, maybe try another 2-pronged assault from the low and maybe the high ground at the same time. As you said before, they go for the cap once again here. It's gonna get interrupted as we and Nuck from Press W have basically been assigned to keep them from capping this point, and they're doing a great job of it here as Tsunami keeps trickling in.
Yeah, and again, Tsunami is one thing you got to give this group of players is that they don't stop. They haven't really given Press W even a chance to breathe. Even that full regroup, they kind of hit Press W almost instantly. Like, we saw no more blue on the screen, and then all of a sudden there was all the blue on the screen again. So Press W is doing a really good job of keeping the tempo, and I'm curious to see, will Press W get tired, right? Will Tsunami just kind of continue to beat their head into the wall, and then maybe Press W towards the end of this match will get tired, they'll get a little bit sloppy, and then Tsunami can kind of squeak by and get a cap. I'm not sure if that's the strat, but it's looking like it because Tsunami just is coming over and over and over and over again. They're not relenting.
Yeah, I do not ever like that kind of a strategy from any guild, especially Tsunami, which has already demonstrated that they're very good at adapting and overcoming and trying different strategies onto the point. If at first you don't succeed, try something different. But above all else, you need to try, because if you keep running your head into the wall like this, it looks like Press W is just going to keep coming out on top here. They need to try something different instead of just trickling in like this. I don't think that you can rely on just magically somehow, okay, well, now we just kind of started winning because our players started magically playing better. No, that's not what they're going to be able to do here. They've already demonstrated that Press W for the first, 20 minutes of this match or so, or I guess the first 15 minutes or so of this match, if you include the first 5 minutes, has shown that they're the stronger skirmish composition. Looks like they are going to get a cap off. Tsunami does get a cap down on the point here, and now they're going to trickle in. Maybe that was the strategy, as they hold the high ground now, and Press W actually all clumped in the corner and knocked up right now, but sadly no one to follow that one up, but no one to kind of collapse down onto the high ground except for apparently Sony and his static, who is just enough to wipe out Tsunami on that high ground. Tsunami also trying to hold the low ground at the same time, maybe a little bit of an overextension there, but you can see that they've got 20 people on the point, Gretton.
Yeah, and both sides are doing a really good job of just keeping players on the point. Press W has been owning this north side of the point, right near this little wooden fence area. They've been owning it there, and it's not just tanks. I see people like Archie there who are, staff bow. I see a healer like Lynn's there, and they're just owning that space. And because of that, even with a little bit of advantage that Tsunami was able to get, they just lose the cap, because you can't move Press W off of the point. Ever. Yeah. You can't move them anywhere. If they want to be somewhere, they're going to be there. And they showed it in round number 1 on Mordecai, and now they're showing it again against Tsunami here in round number 2. And it just blows my mind how they were able to get to defend Mordecai again.
Yeah, and it looks pretty convincing here with 9 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. Every time Tsunami tries to get their foot in the door, Press W just slams it shut. On repeat here, Tsunami needs to come up with a different strategy rather than, they all just spawned up at point 1. Looks like a group spawn right there is an interesting choice, as they use the people that are already in to kind of tank for them. And then everyone else dives in onto the back line, but they all dive in at the same spot. And oh my goodness, look at the slaughter. Oliver, who's an old Black Rose member, getting knocked around in the back there. Another Black Desert Online homie right there, and they just can't come up with a win here, despite the fact that they look like they actually have found themselves a flank position. They have a fair amount of members in behind Press W over there, and then they have their respawners coming in from the other side. But like you said, Press W can basically just stand here and say, no, this is where we're gonna stand.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. I don't understand. This is the first match, I think, in the entire tournament where I've seen a guild who is as strong as Tsunami hit a absolute brick wall. It's like, if Press W doesn't want to move, they're not moving. I think I've seen the same 5 people standing in this northern part of the point for the entirety of this match. They have not moved, and they have been getting crashed on over and over and over again by Tsunami. I think the play here, if you're Tsunami, is you need to start finding the weak links. It might be a little too late, but you got to find the people you can actually punch through, and then just continuously focus those people. You got to cap off. Now you got to own the space. You got to get more feet on the point than your opponents. Find the people you can kill. Ignore the tanks. Ignore the healers. Keep them CC'd and just kill the squishies, just so you can continue to have a numbers advantage. But again, Blue, look at this northern point. They can't move Press W.
Yeah. It's absolutely obnoxious. Press W just standing tall here, and this is their strategy. I'm curious. It looks like they are going to come out on top of this match, and if they do, who is going to be able to actually hit them? I think that the first guild that they can run into that can actually do damage to them might be a little bit rough on them, because Press W, honestly, they've shown some really, really elegant moments where they get some nice engagements on. Their statics are working together really well, but they've also shown that Tsunami can get the better of them and get a very clean engage off from multiple perspectives at the same time, put them on the back foot for at least a few moments before the respawns get back. But I'm curious if Tsunami, they failed to capture the point once again. Press W is just a tale as old as time. They just can't be shut down here. The other guilds have to be looking at this like, okay, we have to be able to punch through the front line, and rather just like the gear that Press W has here. And then I think that the strategy might be to just come in and hit them with multi-prong attacks that I think that they looked a little bit weak for, Gretton, if you don't mind me saying.
No, I mean, I think you're absolutely right. That's what you have to do here. I think if you're Tsunami, is you have to try to continue to hit from multiple angles. That's the only success I've seen them have, aside from just catching Press W off guard. But you really have to figure out that northern part of the point where we're seeing, you know, a bunch of people actually now finally dying from the side of Press W. You have to kind of own that space first before you cap, because that's kind of where they're just able to push back in and reinforce their players over and over and over again from the side of Press W. There's a ton of fighting going on the high ground, but it's still just overwhelmingly on the side of Press W. There's so many people from the side of Tsunami who are just on the low ground who are not contributing to that scrum up top.
Yeah, because they're too busy trying to cap the point, which is a little rough, I'll admit, because again, Vui and Nuk basically holding that low ground, and they can almost do that by themselves. You have to commit so many people to try to stop them from interrupting your cap on the point that the engagement is lost almost every time for them. But Tsunami looked like they wash in, true to their name. They did actually take control of this high ground after a long fought skirmish here. They are overwhelming the high ground, and Press W has not realized it quite yet. Most of their players are on the low ground down there. Tsunami convincingly taking the high ground. We'll see if that will translate into a point cap for them here or not, as they kind of move into the 5.5 minute mark of this match. They've got to start looking to make something happen here. Hades actual charging up a flash wave here, not able to actually make it connect on anything meaningful though, as oh my goodness, there's Press W coming up and say, hey, you guys aren't allowed to be up here. Look, immediately those health bars just tank Cretton.
Yeah, it's insane, and they're still trying to cap the same 3 tanks. Sovex, incredibly toxic, and Keo are just trying to cap on the side of Tsunami. They're doing, again, absolute best to try to figure out, okay, what can we do? When we cap, we just lose the numbers game. When we fight on the top, we just lose the engage. So is it a, you know, cap and fight on the top, try to hit from multiple angles? What do you do here if you're Tsunami? Both these guilds are playing extremely well. I just think Press W is so clean in this entire tournament. At first I thought, oh, maybe they're fighting a guild that they have a gear gap on. Now I know they don't have a gear gap on Tsunami, and they're still performing this well. This is definitely a guild to keep an eye on here in this tournament.
Yeah, I think so, as they basically march through this round of the tournament as well. If we look at the leaderboards right now, it's coming up awful lot of Press W, Rage, and Velocity also in the Press W Alliance as well. You don't see the first member of Tsunami until you get to number 18, Sean XD from Hailstorm, and that is a spear dagger, so you expect him to be basically the top fragger for his guild with a loadout like that. And man, it just shows you how much Tsunami is struggling here. Press W basically has been standing on the point and relentless this entire time. They've moved maybe slightly left, slightly right. We saw one concerted push off the point to keep Tsunami from spawning at point 1 at one point, and then that kind of backfired on them, so they're like, you know what, we'll just stand here. And like you said, they're just the immovable object, or an unstoppable force meeting a very movable object in Tsunami here, and that is not what you want to see. A lot of blue health bars coming up onto this high ground though, as they're looking for control of this one. Ian's doing his best to try to stay healthy here, but they are just running out of health bars here as Press W kind of just splashes onto the high ground there. Yeah. Again, we're going with the water memes here, Gretton.
Yeah, I mean, we're wet and wild over here today. I guess it is what it is. But Press W, again, just look at them. Look at their front line. Look at their front line. They're just taking so much space on this moonstone. All I see is red counter barriers. They are just creating an insane clump and an impenetrable front line. You can't really do anything here if you're the side of Tsunami. If you want to hit the back line, you got to walk through all those tanks. But if you do that, those tanks walk forward and punch your back line. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation that's going on. There's only about 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. I don't think Tsunami has enough time to come back into this, but like I said that last week, and whether they do, they came back with the last 20 seconds. So I don't want to count this guild out until the timer hits 0, but I don't think they'll be able to punch through the defenses of Press W.
Yeah, sadly, Tsunami doing their best here, but coming up a little short, 2.5 minutes on the clock. I don't believe that they're going to be able to turn this one around here, and I think that they've just run out of steam as we saw them trying different things all the time for the first 10 minutes of the match. But lately, it's just been watching them stream into the low ground and do what they can to kind of fight it out, try to get as many kills as they can get, as Press W looking overwhelmingly dominant in round 2 of this tournament. Will they actually find an opponent that can stand up to them? Time will tell.
Time will definitely tell. I mean, we're looking at the bracket, right? The winner of this match will fight the winner of our next match, Privateers versus Flex. So I think that will be a very, very good match. What I just realized also is that Supple's going to be fighting Visa, which is going to be an insane match. Like, it's just, as we continue through this tournament, Blue, it's just going to be nail biter after nail biter. And Press W, I think very soon is going to meet someone that they're not going to be able to just manhandle and control the way they are controlling this match here. They're going to have to play a lot crisper. They're going to, not that they're not playing clean, but they're just going to have to figure out a strat that is more than just, we plant feet here and we say we're not leaving.
I think that Tsunami overall had a really good fight here. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock, and we see Press W quite literally, honestly, they're not pressing much of anything other than damage as they stand on this point here. It's Tsunami trying to hold W to try to get anything they can off on the point. I think the overall call from Tsunami here is, boys, just have fun here and do your best as they push in and do their best in the final closing seconds of this one. Press W with a dominating performance in not one but 2 rounds of this tournament. And again, the question has to be asked, if you're looking at them in the next round, it does look like it's going to be it could be Privateers or Flex. You got to be taking a gulp right now, Gretton.
Yeah, it's, this entire bracket is just insanely stacked. I feel like we thought, I mean, both brackets are stacked, but when I'm looking at who's going to fight who, it's always like, well, I don't know who's going to win now. I don't know who's going to win anymore. It's just good guild after good guild. It's going to be a gauntlet to run through to reach the finals. And as it should be, we finally, again, last 20 seconds, I think it's too little too late. Tsunami does manage to get a cap off, but look, 43 people from Press W are just standing on the point. It is just impossible for anyone to do anything here in terms of moving them off on the side of Tsunami. The final seconds will tick away, and Press W will be moving forward into the next match. And your highest kills in the lobby going to Odivan, Lost Ark / I think Blade and Soul Enjoyer. I know he ran a guild in Lost Ark. Someone I've known for a long time, playing Spear Greatsword, ironically enough.
Yeah, and honestly, again, somebody asked before the match, they said, are there any Spear Greatsword users in this
There you
match?
go.
Absolutely, he top fragged in this match. It shows you how strong that weapon loadout actually can be. And you look at the, there seems to be a trend here, Gretton. It's spear users across the board. You got one bow staff user, and then we're back to more spears on this one. Maybe that should be looked at. Somebody should look at that. 3 million damage on Shoals right there. Damage dealt the highest in the game. Let's take a look at the healing overall. 5.8 million, 6.9 million healing from Extractus from Press W right there. 6.9 million, I believe, is the highest, but you see a lot of 5.9 million from Oliver here as well. Again, that was a Black Rose member. I expect him to be absolutely performing there. The highest tank in the lobby at 1.67. Looks like Hades actual. No, 1.9 million from Jacker X. It looked like. I don't see any 2 millioners. No, it looks like Jacker is going to be the best tank in the lobby, but Gretton, another dominant performance out of Press W.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, we can't, we said it last week, right? Bunch of whales, right? We can't keep, those casters can't keep getting away with it. We can't keep saying they're whales. They're just showing that they're bangers, you know, at this point. It's crazy. They're doing so well. I know almost that entire roster. Some of the Sinister guys did move over there as well, but that is predominantly a Press W roster. It's a roster that they've cultivated and they set up for this tournament. So I'm super excited to see when they fight next as well, which is our next match, Privateers versus Flex, which again, I don't think we're gonna have a break today, Blue. I think it's gonna be banger after banger.
Yeah, let's take a look at this instant replay real quick as we see the collapse on both sides of this look so good from Press W here, as that did exactly that. One side gets held up with the tornadoes there, but you see the other side gets through, and look at them just eat through the back line of the enemy guild right there. Absolutely obnoxious. Such good coordination coming out for Press W right there, and that's the synergy that you want to see out of a potentially winning guild in this one. Gretton, I know that you probably have to go pee for a moment, so we'll go ahead and move on over to, honestly, you go pee right now, and I'll do my little ad buy because I have my first merch launching right now. And it is
No way.
Yeah, it's my very first ever merch. Everybody loves Basil. It's a Basil plushie, exclamation point Basil. So if you want to support me, the best way to do that is to buy the Basil plushie. It's only going to be sellable for the next, I think, 19 or 18 days or so. So if you want to get yourself a Basil plushie, support the stream, support us. And the funny thing is, Basil actually got a hold of the plushie and he ripped his own nose off immediately. The moment he's, oh, look at that, a new toy. And he immediately ripped his own nose off, which was kind of crazy. But you know what? He's got a little tuxedo on, which is amazing. And again, that mimics, because I took him, we chaperoned prom the one night together and he was wearing a tuxedo. People thought it was really cute. So again, this is my very first ever merch. If you want to support the stream, it directly goes to supporting and funding tournaments like this for the community. Consider buying one. And then we also have, we actually picked up a sponsor for the tournament as well, guys. And that is Icon Digital. Icon Digital specializes in computer optimization. Exclamation point Icon app. There we go. They just launched a brand new application that helps basically completely optimize your PC for whatever game you happen to be playing at the time. So no matter what your graphics card is, no matter what your specs are, you can download this application. It's extremely light. It doesn't take almost any computer hardware space at all, or at least like computing space at all, to have it running in the background, and it tells you exactly how much things are basically taking up in the background. It's a great diagnostic tool if there's something wrong with your PC, or to track your FPS in various games and things like this. And that is completely free to use, guys. It's a completely free to use application, and if you want to do the paid subscription, they can keep your computer up to date with all of the latest things that will completely optimize your FPS. They'll give you 40 to 60% more FPS in basically any game that you're playing, and basically any PC setup that you've got. And again, that's only $9.99 a month. If you use my code, it's even cheaper. Okay, we want to give them a big shout out, big round of applause for Icon and them sponsoring the tournament. So give their app a try, guys. They also do custom PC builds as well. If you're into that thing, they've built PCs for all sorts of content creators and people alike. These are custom PC builds. So if you want a really top of the line PC, or if you want a really budget PC, you can do that as well, because you can just tell them, okay, I only have this much money and I'm playing this game. They can say, okay, well then you're gonna need these exact parts. Okay, and the consultation fee for things like that, absolutely free, guys. Absolutely free. You can go get a consult from them. Even if you don't choose to go with them, they can show you all the parts that you need to build your next 5090 PC, because that just came out. The new 5090s just got released, and those look kind of good, guys. Those look kind of good. But a big shout out to our sponsor for the day. And it looks like Grenton is back, so we'll go ahead and look over at our next match for the day here, which is going to be...
Also, fun fact, I actually used that Icon Digital.
Oh, yeah?
Because I'm on Zeroth and it's a of people, and yeah, I went from like 40 to 50 frames in large scale to like almost 100. So,
there it is. And especially if you're a fan,
insane.
Yeah, your performance is everything. FPS does amount to DPS, especially when you're doing PvP and you're getting really competitive with these games. So make sure you check them out, guys. Make sure you use the code Blue Squadron to get a discount on whatever you choose to purchase there. Our next matchup for the day is potentially one of the closest. These are both free-to-play guilds, Gretton. It's Flex versus Privateers.
Yeah, two bangers of a guild. We saw, I think Flex in that first day was probably the cleanest looking guild that we saw. They were just, back and forth. Even if they were caught, by surprise, they just absolutely punched back, and they were able to just take the engage from their opponents. Privateers kind of just dominated on Azrael as well. So both guilds looked really, really sharp at the beginning. And what's actually interesting is this is the second time we've seen this, Blue. I don't know what's going on, but Privateers wanted the flip, and then Flex decided to ban Kawazan, Cherno, a dentist, and now they're letting Privateers go back to Azrael.
Oh my goodness. Azrael Riftstone, yet again. We see that one as a common choice for these guilds here. I do think that Privateers, I've seen them fight more times than I've seen Flex fight, but Flex looked so strong from the Draco Rift server. Oh my god, I almost said Draco Soft again. The Draco Rift server there, and Privateers from the Percy server. But again, they're both dominating on their servers. They have close to the same siege wins on this one, and they have pretty conservative, realistic expectations. Flex is just trying to get into the top 10, which they absolutely will, assuming they win this round.
Yeah, it's gonna be, again, this is, I think, yeah, this is our only free-to-play versus free-to-play, right? I think that's what we said in the pregame. So this is our only, free-to-play versus free-to-play. So I'm excited to see what's gonna happen. I mean, Azrael is a stone that is just naturally fun to watch just because of how wide the stone is. There's a lot of room for different engages and, a little bit of a coup de grace, like a little bit of a, sneaky plays. Yeah. So Flex thinks they're going to finish top 10 in the tournament. Privateers just wants to finish top 50.
Oh, yep. Okay. Well, that's not this. That's not this match here. It is Privateers for Derrida. Yeah, nope, we're good. Privateers versus Flex. I have to move through these pretty quickly because guilds want to make sure that they can get to their boonstone tonight. So we are about to get started. We're actually just going to hit go on this one. Make sure you get your predictions in for this. It is Flex versus Privateers. Two free-to-play start guilds going up against each other to see who the best of the best is across servers here on the Azrael Riftstone. Gretton, do you think that anyone's going to utilize this high ground?
I don't know. I feel like just because of how war games are played, that there might be a lot of just flat ground fighting and a lot of people just trying to funnel into unfavorable chokes. But holy crap,
oh my gosh, they're both just going
into the stone blue.
Yeah, they're both just collapsing onto the stone. And we've seen different strategies all night with regards to how they want to approach the stone. Both of these guilds saying we want to be first on the stone. The bubble's gonna run out. Look at them looking at each other. They're squaring off. The bubble is running down. Invulnerability is leaving. The dive in. Privateers has a better concave on it. It does look like they're gonna get a really solid. Privateers is red, right? Yes, they are. Privateers gonna get a better concave down, Gretton, and it looks a lot stronger for them on the engage.
Yeah, this is looking really, really good on the side of Privateers. They're just able, again, we saw it earlier with Supple. We saw every guild pretty much who wins just does a really good job of spreading. Visa did the same thing, and that's what exactly Privateers is doing here. They're funneling all of the side of Flex into this like tunnel of death as they just completely wrap around this entire alliance here. And I mean, someone in chat said we forgot to choose who's gonna win, Blue. So quickly off the cusp, who do you think's gonna win?
I think Privateers is gonna win this, but gosh, God almighty, this does look close. I guess you're going with Flex on this one.
Flex gotta do it. Flex gotta come out and beat the, what is Privateers pirates? Is that just a fancy way of saying pirates?
Yeah, is it pirate? Is it? I thought it was Privateers. It is Privateers. It's not. No. It's Saving Ryan's Privateers Alliance versus Flex on this one. And I'll be honest with you, Gretton, this is really close. We saw the first engage. We saw the first engage come down, and look how close it is. They're both streaming in from exactly the same spawn point, and it just does not look like. It looks like Flex has a moderate control of the point right now, but then it just flips right back over to Privateers 2 minutes and 50 seconds before the stone can even be capped for either guild here, and this could go either way.
Yeah, it's actually just we're memeing about names and they're punching each other in the face, Blue, and they're not stopping. There's still 2.5 minutes until the stone becomes active, but look how spread both sides are. It looks like Privateers is actually pulling back a little bit to try to set up some sort of more grouped engage. So they're playing in that, what did we call that last time? What is this area called?
This is the courtyard. That's what we're going to call it. No, I call it the plaza before, but
the plaza. That's so much cooler.
Yeah. We'll say the plaza. They're backed up into the plaza, which is the staging point. Privateers looking to dive across. There's Menkari, Voidal, MD. That's the tanks diving in right there, and that's what's so cool about Throne and Liberty is you get to see that front line engage right there as the flankers also wrap in from Privateers, looking at getting onto that Flex backline, but not quite getting there. It looks like Privateers getting pushed back a little bit as Flex stands tall onto the point on this one. It looks like 1 minute and 45 seconds left onto the point. It looks like Flex is spawning and coming back here. What looked like a great engage for Privateers right there. Their tanks out in front. Their flankers got onto the back line for Flex, and they just weren't able to come up with a decisive win there.
Yeah, and the fight's still going. This is what I'm saying. Like, they got a great engage, but like we saw in week 1, Flex just does a really good job of absorbing the engage. They'll lose numbers, but they'll restabilize so fast. And if we look at this western side of the stone, there's so much blue that is just holding their own, and they've been holding there for the entirety of that engage. Now, Privateers is kind of funneling back in. They are holding this little pillar to the best of their ability, trying to, you know, stay a little bit safer as they just DPS, but that west side of the stone seems to be the main focal point of this fight. We see a Guardian get popped out here. Green Ranger, it looks like, which roots a lot of the Flex players, but they're just able to live. And we have one Spear Dagger player that, I believe that was Miri, in the clump, trying to do as best he can before he ultimately falls. And again, this clump of Flex players west of the stone blue are just immovable. It looks like press W on Mordecai.
Yeah, and I think that's where Flex likes to stand. Privateers actually favoring grouping up in the plaza a little bit more and then getting a clean engage onto the stone, which I'll be honest with you is something that I like to do as well on this Rift Stone, because you just get much more of a concave. It gives you more surface area to allow you to engage with more people at once. Flex ends up being bunched up on the stone. It doesn't end up being as clean of an engage for them, and you rely more on your healers to keep those big chunks at the start of the fight to keep you healthy, to keep you standing. But Flex is doing such a great job with this. You see Privateers again grouped up more towards the plaza here. You can see they've got more surface area on the outside of the fight, and Flex a lot more clumped up as they stand on the stone. The stone is available now for the first 5 seconds, and I think that the first guild to try to get this cap off might just win this because of how back and forth this fight is. Who's gonna get that cap off? No, they're CCing each other back and forth here as Privateers diving onto the stone to keep Flex from capping it. Cazador looks like he's gonna go down, just trying to cap the stone here. Privateers, and look at this, their backline completely unobstructed, just free firing into Flex on this left side here. There it is. There's finally some Flex members diving in to try to get some damage down, but getting knocked out. And here comes the backline forward again as Flex keeps trying to get this node, or this rift rather, over and over, Gretton. They just keep getting interrupted.
Yeah, and you were mentioning it perfectly. The back line of Privateers is just raining into Flex, but Flex's front line is standing strong. It's very much a brawl here as both guilds are just trying to get a cap. Cena here is actually going to get to 75%, 80, now 90. Can they find it? No, they get interrupted, and it's just back and forth, back and forth. Googled from the side of Privateers has been trying to get a cap off for so long. He's going to break the 50%, but again, can his collision resistance manage?
90,
it looks like
90,
it can.
no!
99%! He gets stopped, and now it's Cena's turn, and now they get interrupted, and this is just a back and forth where both guilds are just crashing onto the stone, brawling. It's a quite literal rugby scrum. They're just punching and kicking each other here until someone can flip a cap.
Yeah, second grade mob ball soccer until Flex does finally get that cap, Gretton. And it looks like they're going to start very rapidly taking this stone away. As Privateers, there's not much they can do other than to get all of their members in on this stone right now. But you can see just how close this fight is, and that Privateers can hold them from taking it for so long on this. But just less people on the stone overall. Flex seeing a moment of weakness in this Privateers squad and capitalizing perfectly. But it looks like they are, and it looks like they are starting to dominate control of the stone with 40 members onto it right here. As Privateers looks like they are very purposefully backing up to regroup as they can't get the cap off. Googled is going to go for it. 90% gets CC'd off again. It looks like another procs situation where you have tier, basically some of the best cap stoppers in the game, where you have these tanks, basically they just wait till the last moment and then they stop you again. Oh my goodness, did not let it again. And here comes the Privateers offense ball while Flex is distracted trying to stop the cap. You saw them all get knocked into the air right there. Absolutely beautiful engage from Privateers as their backline steps forward to get some damage down onto the point and reinforce some of the tanks as they dive forward to try to get this cap off. Flex trying to stand strong here, and Privateers pushing in, Gretton.
It's insane the amount of distraction that one tank caused. Just capping the stone and trying over and over allowed all of Privateers to just walk in and do so much work to the side of Flex, and they are able to start joining the cap finally as Privateers are now going to inch their way and start incrementally gaining.
Oh my gosh. And they're
contribution
winning
here.
Yeah, they're winning.
Yeah,
they're up
winning.
at 37. Now they're the ones up at 37. But no, now it's very close again. Privateers fighting for their life right now as they wedge themselves over onto the west side of the node. As you said before, they're basically trying to hold that down over there, and they're doing a great job as they are winning out. We thought that it was going to be Flex taking this no problem, as they were preventing Privateers from taking it in the first place. But now that Privateers does have a foothold on this, they have prevented them from getting the last 15% or so. But it looks like Flex does now have, again, a huge swing as Flex spawns in and runs in with a bunch of people. And I think we saw this strategy out of them when they fought No Mercy the first time as well. They will take basically everybody that dies, they tell them to hold, and then every 10 or 15 seconds or so, they all spawn together. So instead of running in and trickle spawning like Privateers is, you see groups of Flex running onto the point. So you see these big swings in Flex basically coming back to dominate the rift. And I think that strategy right there shows how good Flex actually understands the game right there. Privateers getting another attempted cap off, and they will try again. Flex does hold control of the rift stone right now, but Privateers again challenging that from the outside, trying to find any space that they can on this one. But I think Flex with the better bond strategy, Gretton.
Yeah, Flex is just looking, again, we're talking about the west side of the riftstone. If you're looking at the back of the map, you're looking towards the left of the riftstone. They're just owning that space. And even when Privateers pushes in and gets real estate, they just can't follow through and own the back of that back corner of that riftstone, excuse me. So Flex is just able to kind of funnel back in and regroup, and this is just, again, a testament to the healers and tanks on the side of Flex. We saw it on Talus last week, where they can just absorb an entire engage, stabilize, and then punch you back. So they're doing a really good job. It's more of the same, it was what it looks like, and Privateers is having a lot more difficulty than they did last week when they were playing against Land of Pisa, of just owning like vast majorities of the map here on Azrael. It looks like they need to try to pick a pocket, win that, and then start trying to build an advantage.
Yeah, Privateers a little bit spread out now. We have not seen them back up. I'd love that. This is a perfect opportunity because they're not actually challenging the point right now. They have to recap it, and that's exactly what Googled is trying to do right now. But I'd love to see Privateers back up and try for another monster engage that we saw early on in this fight. This is a perfect opportunity to try that. Googled almost getting a cap off right there, but Flex once again shutting the door on that opportunity for them. Privateers trickling in have not decided that they want to engage this right now. As a group, they're just trickling in, like I said. And you see, look at that Flex group that just came up. They basically all spawn together and they wash onto the stone together, and that is definitely a much stronger spawn strategy as Privateers gets overwhelmed as wave after wave. It looks like they're gonna get the upper hand, and then Flex comes in and just decimates it, and then it looks like they're gonna get the upper hand again, and then another wave of Flex comes in and decimates it. And that we've seen that over and over and over again, and it's just not working out for Privateers. We just should see them back up, Gretton, I think.
Yeah, I would like to see that full reset, like you mentioned. I feel like Privateers looked so good when they were able to kind of engage on their terms. Google's gonna get the cap off actually with a sliver of health, and he actually gets healed up. I think he had under 500 health there before he got healed up, but now it's up to Privateers to get feet on the stone. Almost 40 people on the side of Flex live in this conflict zone. It's going to be so hard to get even a % of contribution on this stone if you're Privateers. I don't know where the rest of their ball is. They only have 20 people, and I'm looking even outside render distance. We have some respawns coming in, but it's just not enough to actually overwhelm the side of Flex. They're doing such a good job of staying spread like we saw, but also just keeping people on the point blue. I don't think I've seen them drop under 35.
Yeah, I think that they're just playing really well together with their statics. And again, that spawn strategy is absolutely doing a lot of work here. People are asking in the chat, yes, there will be a brief intermission to allow guilds to go to their boonstones right after this match here. We'll be talking about the future matches in that intermission as well, just to answer that question in chat. Flex looks like they are just holding strong here as Privateers, finding it very difficult, despite how close this match is, to really get a foothold on this Riftstone. We need to see them back up to the plaza and try another push, try to get their flankers into the back line of Flex, try to get a really solid wrap down on this node, and basically capitalize on the facts that Flex has to stand on this rift, and they have to stand kind of clumped in this corner together, and you can pin them against this wall. But Privateers thinks they just time and time again, they just keep pushing in, trying for this cap, and they think that things are just going to swing their way, Brent.
And what's crazy is, I mean, Google's about to get another cap, it looks like, as he does. But Privateers just looks
They have a
so
lot more
good.
people on the Rift now, too.
Yeah, now they're in a power position. But for this entire Rift, I would argue Privateers has just looked better. Flex just doesn't concede. Even when they lose numbers, they're just able to reinforce themselves. But now it looks like this is the snowball that you need if you're Privateers. You have to start capitalizing on this. This is a good time for Guardians. This is a good time for every cooldown you have. You have enough time to use Guardians again in the last minute and a half. You need to win this engage. This engage here and stabilize and own the
42.
space. And it looks like that's what they're doing. 42 to 35, 43 to 32. They're
44.
climbing fast, Blue.
Yeah, almost every single member of Privateers holding on the point right now. And this is the kind of convincing strategy that you need. Privateers getting knocked into the air. That could be a turning point. Knock up right there is Flex not having the ability. Now it's Privateers in the driver's seat of this one, and they do not want to hand control back to Flex after such a big play like that, after such a big shift like that. They've shown that they can absolutely take control of the Rift, but oh my goodness, they're starting to fumble it a little bit now, as it looks like Flex is starting to just stream back in again with that spawn strategy doing really well. Privateers getting knocked off that high ground right there. It looks like Slotherton knocking him off that high ground with what little range he's got on that spear. I think he just threw a spear at him and knocked him out. Basically, it's a spear dagger user. What are you gonna do? But Flex finally grouped back up and pushing onto the node, or onto the Rift rather, convincingly at 41 players now. Privateers starting to thin out, Grenton.
Yeah, it's unfortunate too, because they were looking so strong over that initial 20-30% that they were able to get. But again, this is just a testament to how Flex is able to just regroup and continue to punch back. We're seeing very sporadic Guardians. I just saw Pericles on the side of Flex rip his Guardian as well. He's not going to have it for the rest of the match, and he only really rooted one. So a little bit of maybe macro issues happening here on the side of Flex, but it's working. I mean, Privateers is able to kind of get a little bit of a snowball here, but if we look, Flex is just, again, that western corner, that northwestern corner of the stone is just where they're trying to live. They're trying to own that space, and they're trying to make it extremely difficult for Privateers to get even a foothold on the stone. Privateers now able to kind of swing it back in their favor, but it's neck and neck in terms of numbers. They're down to 27%, excuse me, and they're just kind of bouncing it back and forth. But now with the respawn wave from the side of Flex, it's going to be even more difficult now for Privateers to kind of establish a foothold.
Yeah, I think that Flex is really clumped up in this corner. I was just about to say, they just need a little bit of AoE and they can knock out like 10 or 15 of these Flex members, but they just keep getting healed right back up. Privateers not having the coordination to capitalize when they see Flex all clumped up like that. I'd love to see their statics basically call that out and look with some flash waves, look with some tornadoes, and get something down, just like we saw right there. Their Flex desperately trying to heal themselves. Alice decides, never mind, I gotta heal myself, and a lot of the Flex members going down right there, but it doesn't look like it's enough from Privateers just trying to push through and overwhelm the Flex ball. And they're getting actually really close here, as it looked again very Flex oriented, and now again there's a big swell for Privateers once again as they take control, battling back at 14% and just clawing their way back into this Riftstone here. As Flex starts to lose control, it starts to shift in Privateers' favor. All they need is just slightly better static micro, and I think that they could do a lot more, because you see the Flex members, like you said, Grant, and I think that Privateers is honestly playing a little bit better, but the Flex members' healers are just so strong. They just need to capitalize when they make plays or when they collapse Flex down. They're all standing right on top of each other. Well, a couple big sleeps, maybe some big damage on top of them, AoE, the spear daggers dive in. You can wrap up a lot of kills, Grenton.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening here, is that it's just so difficult for the side of Privateers to punch through that defense on the side of Flex. And again, it's always that northwestern side. That's all they're doing. They're owning that northwestern side. They have a group of tanks towards the southeast as well, and they're just kind of playing an entire line between those two points, and Privateers can just not stabilize. I mean, again, we see another time where Flex has more than 40 people on the point. There's only 48 people in this lobby. They have 41 of them on the point right now.
Oh my goodness, bro. I just lagged really hard. I'm not sure if you lagged really hard there as well, but Flex standing on the point really strong right now. And that's what happens when you have so many people standing on top of each other. You see all the healing circles going down on the side of Privateers right there. Desperately, Beck doing his best to lead his guild forward here as he runs through to the back line, taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of suppression fire on that one. Privateers trying to back him up as they dive in. It looks like they do have the back line. Again, they're just hitting all of the tanks from Flex right there. While the back line of Flex, if you look across this back line here, oh, there's a big crossbow spin right there that did absolutely nothing because that class is apparently useless nowadays. Oh my goodness. It looked like it was going to be a really good spin, I swear. And then no one took any damage. It's absolutely tragic. You hate to see that. As Flex defends that just fine. Privateers starting to swell in onto the rift one more time as they have to recap it. They lost control of it. They got up to what, 30-40% there in a big swell, but unable to cap it again. Grenton.
Flex just looks so strong, and it's this isn't an easy matchup for them. Privateers is playing exceptionally well. They're just, I think at this point it is definitely a healer diff on the side of Flex. They are just able to stabilize, top themselves off, and continue to fight over and over and over again. I know you're looking at the scoreboard now, so I'd be very curious to see, like, what do those healers even look like on the side of Flex, because they are just absolutely pumping. We do have a cap that comes off on the side of Privateers, so maybe, just maybe, this is the last cap or two of the match. Privateers really needs to try to own the space a lot better than they have been.
Yeah, Flex with all of the top healers in the lobby. I'm trying to go through it right now. Every single one of the top healers in the lobby is on Flex. And like I said before, that means that the analysis is spot on. I do think that is a healer diff on the side of Flex, because here's the thing. I know that everybody likes to look at the damage numbers, and if you do look at it, the whole front page is dominated by Flex, but that does not happen unless you have good healers. First, you must have good healers, and then your DPS are allowed to fire. Your DPS have so much more time and can take so much more space if your healers are actually good, and the Flex healers are keeping their DPS members standing a lot more consistently than the Privateers members, Grenton.
Yeah, and again, look at the space that Flex is just owning. Both sides where you would want to push from is just a sea of blue. So as Privateers, again, they're just trickling in. I would like to see them stay and maybe go back to, you know, the plaza or the courtyard, whatever we want to call it today, and then push in as a group. This is one of your last pushes that you have. There's only 4 minutes left. You really need to just try to gain space and get a cap off, because you're going to lose this cap 35-20. It's only a matter of time before you lose this cap. You need to kind of push through and win this considerably. It's just really tough because you only got 4 minutes left, and all I'm seeing right now, Blue, is they're just trickling in.
Yeah, and I see that Flex is again starting to overwhelmingly dominate, but Privateers looking like they're backing up for the first time in the match since the beginning here. And look at this concave they see. They're trying to group up in the plaza, but Flex has kind of reached out to greet them. The front line going in a little bit prematurely there. It happens to a lot of men, but I think that they didn't allow the Privateers backline to kind of get their feet set, and now they've dove in to the Flex backline, and you look at the heals go down right there. Flex just not allowing their backline members to die on this one, and Privateers trying to overwhelm, but I think that they jumped the gun a little bit too early. They're trying to go for the cap off right now, but they keep getting interrupted by the Flex members. It does look like that Privateers have kind of overall won the engage, but Flex is keeping what little people remain here standing with a lot of really solid heals on this one as the rest of the respawns come through wave after wave here. It looks like they are going to get a cap off. No, they've prevented it once again, and now the Flex respawners come back in to prevent Privateers from taking over this Riftstone once again.
Yeah, and again, this is the last ditch effort is exactly this. Google, Privateer, Beck. These guys are going to have to do their absolute best to just get a cap off. You don't have a lot of time that's left in this Riftstone before it is over. It is do or die. It is best of one. You have to focus and you have to make it happen. Otherwise, it's now or never. And again, this western side of the stone is still just being owned by all of Flex. That's all it is. It's just all of Flex just owning that. And that's the TSN turning point. You have to take the space there.
Yeah, right on. And it's 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock of this nail-bitingly close match, despite the fact that Flex has been overwhelmingly dominant for this match in terms of who's capped the point and who has more people on the point. You see just how strong Privateers can look when they are all working together and they get a really clean engage off. You see Flex just is way more clumped up like this, just a little bit more damage and they'd be fine. But you see Monster Mel getting healed back up there, G-Man getting himself healed back up as well. And again, you get them so low, but Privateers just doesn't have that finishing damage on those clumped members of Flex that I think really would make the difference in this match here. But you still see just how close the match actually is, 32-34 on the point, but they are losing the contest very consistently here, Gretton.
Yeah, it looks like it's just, again, Flex is just looking so clean in terms of their defense, and it was the same thing previously last week as well. They were just absolutely dominant in terms of conceding space when they needed to and just owning the space when they were getting pushed. And it's just so nice to see that, again, a guild can just stay as consistent as they are right now. Privateers, again, played phenomenally well, but as we approach the final minute of play here, I just don't know what else you could have done differently here if you were Privateers, aside from just full pushing more. Maybe that's the only really thing I can think of.
Full pushing more, because again, they're coming up just short on the damage. Flex is catching themselves really grouped up a lot and just kind of a little bit out of position, if you don't mind me saying, just a little bit out of position and a little bit too clumped up. I think if Privateers and they're coming up a little bit short on the damage, allowing the Flex healers to do that job just a little too well. I think that if they backed up and they all pushed together, they would all be a little bit more on the same page. They could focus those healers down, the tanks could get on top of those backliners, and they could actually overwhelm the Flex healing backline on that one. But again, Privateers just streaming in now with 44 seconds left. They're just doing everything they can to basically bare knuckle brawl this out. It's like a second grade mob ball soccer on this one as they stream into this one. Beck doing what he can to lead his guild, but it does look like Privateers is gonna come up short on this. Flex looking so good in the first round, looking just that strong in round two. The healers from Flex deserve a pat on the back, even though the entire guild is playing so well together. Legendary got knocked out of the tournament, but Flex said, don't worry, we've got this, boys. As they push through, 10 seconds left on the clock. The HP bars on the point look overwhelmingly dominant for Flex, and they are gonna take this one home. Good fights to both guilds, Gretton.
Yeah, again, what a great showing. This entire day today, this entire bracket has just looked phenomenal on the side of both teams. So again, GG's to both Privateers and to Flex. Flex obviously is going to be moving on, but I'm very curious. Let's dig into the numbers a little bit.
Yeah, 2.3 million damage down onto YX off right there. Or wax off, I guess. Maybe a Mr. Miyagi reference from the Karate Kid. Let's take a look, and it looks like it's another spear dagger. You get the second is a spear dagger. The third one is a, well, greatsword dagger. That guy's a gamer. Marcel out. Honestly, the most impressive, in my opinion, is bringing a greatsword dagger and doing this much damage to compete with the other spear daggers and then staff foes in the lobby is insane. What normally isn't considered a super great large-scale class, and Marcel just makes it work. Let's take a look at the top healers in the lobby as well here. Let's see who has it. You know it's going to be a Flex member. 3.5 million from Deadly Sins. Oh my goodness. 5 million from Politely. That is another Flex healer right there as well. And again, 2.5 million. That's a Privateers healer. At least they are doing a good amount of work, but just not able to stand up to that Privateer healing group, rather, on that back line. 1.4k damage taken from Tofu. Tofufu, as it were. 1.4, I think the highest in the lobby. We also see Aqua from Flex also tanking almost an equal amount of damage there as well. And those will be the highest tanks in the lobby that I can tell. But another great match, Gretton. We will not have an intermission after all. The guild said, nope, this is more important. So we are going straight. Yes, you love to see that. Yeah. The guilds that are playing next said that, no, we want to play in the tournament. Our Boonstone is not as important as this. So there will not be an intermission. We're going to move straight into the next round of this one. But good fights to both Privateers and Flex. I think they both looked really close. But again, I think the Flex healers kind of winning out there, Gretton.
Yeah, it's gonna be an insane match. Big W to the guild for saying that, screw the Boonstone, let's PvP instead. That's what we like to see. Keep the content coming. But I actually have a question for you, Blue.
Hit me.
Very important question. There's been some upsets. There's been some, dark horses. At this stage in the tournament, if you had to pick one singular guild to win it all, who would it be and why?
You put me. You kind of put me. The first guild that came to mind, and it wasn't even a question, is I think that Supple looked really strong.
Okay. Are you just saying that because I'm here?
No, I think that the Supple Oni looked really strong. You're not in Supple Oni because you're garbage.
Yes, I am.
Never mind. Well, they're not letting you play.
I'm literally doing my Boonstone right now.
No,
as
that's too bad because they're not letting you play in the match because you're garbage, and that's what we're going
true.
with.
That I will give you.
Not in the top 48, and that's what matters.
Supple Oni said that if Grenton played, it wouldn't even be a competition, so that's why I'm casting.
I don't know. We're about. Well, I think that TC Cobra is about to play. So before we get ahead of ourselves, I think that TC Cobra is about to play. You cannot count these guys out. This is the guild that has done the most. Count it, the most war games against the strongest guilds that they can. TC Cobra has stacked its composition every single time. They do the most war games. They have the most practice. I think that TC Cobra, of the guilds that we've seen so far, I think it's Supple, right? But I think that once we see TC Cobra play, that might change, because these guys know how to play together. Let's take a look at this matchup here as the lobby is already basically ready to go. It is going to be Straw Hats versus Take Care Cobra. And if you've seen an uphill battle, man, this is Straw Hats started on a free-to-play server, and they're representing the Helpy server, which I believe is the only guild in the tournament representing the Helpy server. So if you're out there, Helpy represent. They think that they are the rank 1 alliance on that server, but have only won 1 siege. But their prediction for the tournament overall is top 4, and they looked really dominant in their first match of this one, Gretton.
Yeah, they looked extremely good. And what's funny too is they weren't even supposed to be in the tournament, right? They were like one of the last minute additions that we had because we had a couple guilds that dropped, and they looked really good.
Okay, so Straw Hats is saying in the chat right now that their GM is stupid and put the wrong number of sieges won in the card that they filled out. It is 4 sieges won for Straw Hats, which is quite a big difference. So they have won literally every siege to date here. And Take Care Cobra, though, has only won 2 sieges. But again, their dominance in war games against a lot of the other guilds in this tournament has kind of set them as one of the crowd favorites to win this tournament. They are on Zeroth. They lost their first siege to Supple. I think that Supple just had a superior strategy, and TC had just transferred into the server. They hadn't quite had a time to kind of plant their feet and get ready to go yet. So this next siege is really going to be telling on Zeroth. We're going to be spectating it live here, or even at least watching the replays rather on this stream. But I think that TC Cobra has a lot to prove in this tournament, especially since the other 2 guilds in TC got knocked out in the first round. Now we're looking at rank 1. They think that they're the rank 1 alliance on the server. Their prediction for the tournament is top 5, but they're seeded as number 1 or number 2 in the tournament overall. I hate to ask Gretton, I think that Straw Hats is fighting a bit of an uphill battle here.
I agree, but I like Straw Hats. That's my only argument.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Straw Hats is going to have to show at one point or another that they can beat these early access guilds. And the interesting thing is when you talk about free-to-play versus early access, the 3 days actually just don't matter very much. And I talked a little bit about this before. It's less about the 3 days of access and more about, I think, a lot of the very experienced players that played in Korea, the very experienced players that played in the open beta started with early access. And that's why you see these early access guilds be so much more dominant over the free-to-play guilds a lot of times. But Straw Hats showing that they can absolutely go and tango with the best of them. I think to enter a tournament like this, make it through round 1 with flying colors, and then come here, it shows the mastery of the game in such a short amount of time, whereas these other guilds have had sometimes over a year to master the game overall. Straw Hats, I think, coming out and showing that they can master the game this much to get to round 2, and now they're going to play one of the tournament favorites. It's a tough matchup, but I think if they win this, they're the favorites to win the tournament. I'm just going to say it. I think if Straw Hats does manage to win this match, I think they win. I think they win the tournament.
I cannot, as much as I love arguing with you, and it's probably my favorite thing to do, aside from PvP in this game, I don't think I can argue with that logic. I think that if Straw Hats beats TC here, then they are the guild to beat.
Yeah, and if we look at pick ban, it does look like Straw Hats banned. TC won the coin toss and chose to choose, which has been the dominant thing to choose in this case. It looks like Malakar, Grand Alon, and Adentis were the banned maps here, and we picked Azrael. Azrael quickly becoming one of the choice stones to go to, and that is Take Care's home base. This is the map that Take Care really does dominate on. This is the one that they played basically all of their war games on. This is the one they feel most comfortable on. I'll be honest with you, I would be banning this if I was fighting Take Care, but then again, we saw Cant Press Q go against Take Care Mamba. We were like, oh my gosh, I can't believe they gave them Azrael, and then they went out and lost. And Cant Press Q said, yeah, that's deal with it kind of issue here. So maybe Straw Hats just looks that strong on this one. It is 48 versus 48. We are getting into the lobby right now. We're gonna hit the start button on this one, and I think, Gretton, that TC Cobra loves to be first to the riff. We're gonna see.
Yes, they do.
Yeah, we're gonna see if they are this
yes,
time.
they do.
Yeah.
It is still crazy that TC Cobra is getting to play on Azrael. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that I would be banning this almost every time because, again, it's like a comfort thing. You want to take your opponent out of their comfort zone. And it does look like TC Cobra streaming to the node. Straw Hat's a little bit behind them. TC on the rift first, but Straw Hat's going to go ahead and contest it right off the rift. Straw Hat's not sure what to do. Both guilds going, you're not supposed to be here right now. And we saw this happen last time, too. It looks like it's going to be a bare knuckle brawl. Straw Hat's taking the plaza side of things. The invulnerability wears down. TC's flankers get outside this. Look at TC Cobra looking at this flank right here. The beautiful manipulation from TC right there to let Straw Hats basically look at the main ball from TC and then look at the flankers from Cobra collapse down, and Straw Hats is just no match for that initial engage right there. A beautiful positioning play. TC positioning its main ball basically directly on top of the rift. Straw Hats looking at them, but then their flankers got free reign over the side of the fight and collapsed down on it, wiping out all remaining members of TC Cobra. TC in overwhelming dominance of the Riftstone right now.
Yeah, TC just looks so clean on that push. I mean, it'd be kind of shocking if they didn't with the amount of practice that they have on it. It's absolutely kind of insane. The coordination that this guild has on this stone. Again, I'm still kind of mind boggled that we're seeing it as TC's first map, the fact that anyone let them play this, but it looks like they're kind of just going to be pushing and overfilling this choke as well. And just now, I like this from Straw Hats, kind of taking a step back and trying to, okay, well, that obviously didn't work, so let's try a different engage here. They're not just going to be running in to beat their head against the wall. They're going to actually try to figure out, okay, well, can we beat this behemoth on Azrael?
Yeah, and I think that honestly, this is the first strategy we've ever seen on this rift, at least in this tournament, where TC just takes that choke and says you're not allowed to spawn at point one like this. Straw Hats trying to push very precariously into the plaza right now, and this is the most vulnerable point by them. Look at TC split right now. Their flankers on the right side, their main ball on the left. Straw Hats has to make a decision as they push in. They have to plant their feet and get positioned very quickly. It looks like they're going to choose the left. There's the engage coming down, and you're waiting to see this TC flank squad come in from the side. It looks like Straw Hats won the main engage against TC Cobra, but the flankers come in on the side, and look at them decimate the backline of Straw Hats right there. Holy moly, TC Cobra's flankers, probably the best we've seen in this tournament so far, folding Straw Hats right there like a lawn chair, waiting for their moment to strike. They let Straw Hats hard commit on one side of the fight, think that they are winning, and then TC Cobra's flankers basically come in and unobstructedly wipe out the backline for Straw Hats, Grenton.
Yeah, again, it just goes to show the amount of coordination that this guild has on this stone specifically. It's like, I don't even think they need to play with a shot caller at this point. I think they just kind of all know what their jobs are because they've wargamed on this stone so frequently. But again, that wrap was just absolutely insane. We saw some good use of that in week number 1 as well. But again, TC just showing why they are one of the favorites to win this entire tournament. Straw Hats definitely needs to figure out something a little bit different, or else it's just going to be more of the same, where we're just going to kind of see them try to push. They're going to get wrapped on, and then they're just going to die, right? And Straw Hats are definitely not under geared. They are at the gear, if not, maybe even equal to TC, even on rune levels and stuff like that. So if any guild can really take them down here in the lower bracket, I think Straw Hats is definitely a good contender to do so.
Yeah, you see these people from TC Cobra, and this is how well they know the map. They know that they can harass Straw Hats before the engage even happens, as they are standing up on those high grounds. But that's a lot of flankers from TC Cobra not involved in the main engage. There's Straw Hats, overwhelming amount of red dots or red health bars. There's the TC Cobra flank squad coming out a little bit late on this one, if I'm being honest, and they're all CC'd as well. Straw Hats doing what they can to prevent those flankers from getting onto their backline right here, but it's just not enough. They can't win the primary engage here. I do think that Straw Hats needs to pivot a little bit as they're flooding in to this choke point, but look at TC Cobra spread out. We do not see the other guilds do this very often, where they don't allow them to stream in with bubble onto the point. They basically just hold the center choke point right here and just consistently make sure that the enemy guild cannot even stage up and push the point or even contest the point very consistently the entire match long. Havoc's is going to go down as well. The few members of Straw Hats that do try to trickle through get immediately Baja blasted by the staff users, and a lot of them are tanks, but the problem with tanks is that you can blast them with Focus Fireball, you can blast them with the lightning skills. It knocks down their block, it knocks down their ability to heal when you hit them with things like Meteor and Focus Fireball, and then they just become a lot less tanky, and the rest of your damage dealers can focus them now down. Straw Hats rotating to yet another entrance here. TC posturing, and again, it's the same playbook every time. I'd love to see Straw Hats kind of change it up a little bit. They know that the flankers from TC Cobra are going to do the same thing every single time. They've got to respond to this. Send your flankers up to the high ground to fight TC Cobra's flankers. Give yourself a little bit of time to engage the main ball from TC over here. And it looks like they are sending a few members up to the high ground here. Ooh, Straw Hats splitting now, as it looks like they're taking a little bit of a different approach here, and it looks like the flankers are going to come down and try to fight. Yeah, they are taking up. They're posturing on the high ground up there. It looks like they're, again, this is in response to the TC flankers standing up here and consistently wrapping on the back line from Straw Hats. They're going to come down. There's the engage happening from the flankers. You'd love to see the main ball come engage right now too. No, the main ball has joined them and is now pushing the flankers. TC flankers caught out of position, and they are at a lot of trouble on this high ground right here. Straw Hats with a good pivot. There's the main ball coming in from the straight right there. TC a little bit out of position. Two fights going on both sides. Straw Hats with a great pivot right there to have. It looks like their main ball honestly fight the flankers from TC Cobra, and now the flankers are fighting the main ball from TC as they push down. It looks like they are going to get positioned on the stone. This left fight is going to go to TC. The right fight looks like it's going to Straw Hats a little bit though, as they outnumber them. The rest of the TC members, guys, basically flooding over to try to keep Straw Hats on the back foot of this one. But what a monster engage there, Grenton, that we saw.
Yeah, absolutely insane on the side of Straw Hats there, as they finally are finding something that works for them. I mean, TC definitely got a little bit overzealous. They're trying to, take the fight to Straw Hats, taking the fight off the stone specifically, but they are doing a great job of, showing that, hey, TC's not this unbeatable Goliath by any means. You can still punch in, you could still win. And again, TC just able to kind of, restabilize and reinforce their backline and slowly punch down and make sure that Straw Hats gets taken down. But I think the biggest takeaway here for Straw Hats Blue is the fact that when TC was fighting in that choke, it wasn't as impactful as when they were fighting as spread out as they can usually fight. So I think this is a really good opportunity here for Straw Hats to kind of learn and push in and ensure to kind of fight in a choke instead of fighting in a open ground.
Yeah, and I think that Straw Hats, honestly, with a great engagement right there, their shot caller actually showing that he definitely knows what he's doing, and this is why Straw Hats looks like they are some of the, if not one of the very strongest free-to-play guilds that entered this tournament right here. They're all clumped up on this side as well. They've staged here every time. It looks like their flankers are headed up the hill right now for yet another flank engage. They know that the TC Cobra is probably going to try the same thing. It looks like, oh, look at that. They've morphed into the sea crabs here and kind of hid themselves in the corner. This is a lot of the flankers. There's nothing to see here, Blue. Don't worry about it. Is TC doing their best to basically conceal themselves with morphs so that Straw Hats doesn't actually see them. Oh, a good pull and then a push back, and oh my goodness, Quay TC says never mind. He's just gonna walk straight out, no problem. It's an SNS spear. Oh my goodness, that man is tanky. Took basically the brunt of damage from the entirety of Straw Hats and then did not die. Look at the flankers from Straw Hats diving in on the back back line right there, and a beautiful engage. Straw Hats, the rest of the main ball, dives across the plaza, but look at that TC Cobra arm basically collapsed down on them, and now they're the ones pincered into this corner right here, Gretton. It's not looking very good for them, but it honestly was a very creative engage from Straw Hats, but TC Cobra just collapsed their arm of their guild basically across the plaza and then just crushed them.
Yeah, it's absolutely insanity here. I mean, TC is just, I don't know what the solution is to their tail, is what I'll call it. That little, they just whip their tail around and they're able to kind of just envelop you when you get a push off. We saw it earlier with Press W. We saw it with Supple. All these good guilds are doing that so well, wherein they're just able to kind of make you think you're winning the fight, and then out of nowhere, boom, you just get punched by another 12, 20 players you weren't expecting to get hit from. And look, TC's getting active again. They're fired up. They're ready to go. They are just pushing on top of the side of Straw Hats, and now Straw Hats kind of has to take a breath and kind of regroup here.
Yeah, it looks like Straw Hats actually taking the plaza right now, very preemptively right now as they move forward here. TC Cobra actually looking at the wrong choke point as Straw Hats moves across the plaza. They were caught a little bit flat-footed on that one, but that's okay because the TC flankers, and that is the story of this fight, come in and look at the back line, getting absolutely shredded and basically hard carrying the TC offense ball, which basically was honestly looking the wrong way at the start of that engage, but the flankers from TC, if we've seen anything here, if you can stop those flankers, it does look like the main ball from TC showed weakness there.
Yeah, and again, this is we're 14 minutes ish left in the fight, right? This is kind of where you have to kind of figure out what the name of the game is in terms of how to beat this TC core, because they are just, again, over and over and over again beating you on these engages. So where you find these sort of little victories, you have to really try to capitalize on it. And I'd like to see Straw Hats kind of, again, regroup and do it again, because they are winning these initial engages. They're just dying to the flankers, like we mentioned.
Yeah, every single time. And now they're actually, for the first time in this match, we're actually seeing Straw Hats contest the point here, as we've seen so many times from other guilds fighting on Azrael. It did look like they did get a cap off on the node, but it was shut down by TC Cobra. And again, they're just skirmishing on the point now, which is definitely good progress coming out of Straw Hats. But TC Cobra has shown every single engage that their flank team, look at this flank team off on this left side here. They basically are always outside the fight, always ready to look for the back line of Straw Hats. They let the front line go. They say, okay, he's a tank. And then they find the DPSers, they find the healers on the back line, and they're just locking them down way too quickly as Cashier goes for yet another cap on the point for Straw Hats, but not able to find anything. Straw Hats basically streaming onto the point with Bubble now. A few of them spawning in the wrong location here, coming down from what looks like, I guess, point 3 up there up on the church. Not what you want to see, but TC Cobra dominating the point right now. Although, again, Straw Hats has never been able to basically push in onto the point like this consistently. With 12 minutes or a little over 12 minutes left on the clock here, we might see a little bit more of a swing, but TC Cobra definitely dominant in the first 9 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over, not by any means. We've seen matches get thrown and won with much less time on the clock than what we have now. So Straw Hats, again, if every engage you learn something, sure, if you lost the engage, it's not the end of the world, right? Straw Hats consistently, every time they fight, in terms of this this Riftstone, excuse me, right here, they're getting better. Every single time they're taking more space, they're getting more kills, they're living longer. I'm not sure if they have enough time to do that in this stone, where they need to kind of figure out a way to beat this TC lineup. TC just looks so strong with just wrapping and being able to kind of envelop the entirety of Straw Hats. So is the name of the game where you try to match that? Does Straw Hats have kill squads already predetermined to kind of meet that wrap squad from the side of TC? Or are they just trying to, throw their head at a wall and see, okay, can we find some space?
I don't know. I think that Straw Hats would be doing a lot better if they had been, if this had been on a different map. I think that again, TC knows this map so well that their flankers, you can see how well the flankers understand just how long it's going to take them to engage from point A to point B and where to position before the fight actually starts. It's just a little bit too overwhelming for Straw Hats to deal with. I think that if they had chosen a rift that requires TC Cobra to kind of run at you you a little bit more, offers less flanking opportunities, which there are plenty of. I think that Straw Hats would be performing a lot stronger here, but instead I think that we're seeing them back up here. It looks like it's going to be another regroup and full push on this one. I'm not sure. It looks like they all have not actually spawned in yet. They haven't actually shown where they want to spawn quite yet, Gretton.
Yeah, and again, I don't hate... I think Straw Hats has been the guild, at least today, to do this full regroup push the most. And I hope more guilds are kind of taking note of this, because it clearly works. They're talking it over, what went well, what went wrong, and then they're, again, learning from it. So I'm not sure how they're going to try to engage this differently than they have the past, 4 or 5 engages. But it looks like TC's kind of, I don't know if they're, yeah, they're just memeing. They're just crabbing out. But it looks like the whole group is pushing right onto the stone here, Blue.
Yeah, that's an invulnerability push, and then TC just spreads out. Look, 2 different flank squads ready to collapse down. Straw Hats takes control of the rift itself, and then here's the collapse down from TC, but Straw Hats actually catching TC a little bit on their flank as well. Dooley finds himself in a bit of a bad situation there, and now it's an all-out brawl as neither flank group really got the upper hand there. But TC looks like they're winning out in the main engage. A good attempt from Straw Hats, though, as they still have a lot of people on the point, just unable to camp here as they keep getting CC'd off over and over again. TC looking like they're overwhelming in just overall skirmish. It looks like their skirmish just might be a little bit stronger than Straw Hats for sure on this one, which helps to lend a lot of times to their success on this rift. But like, look at that. Straw Hats very resilient, pushing back and trying to cap this rift here. You see one of the Straw Hats firing from the high ground here, basically free firing, but I'm not sure he's doing as much work as he thinks he is, as he's basically just auto attacking up there.
Yeah, he's doing his best is what we'll say up there, that's for sure. But again, look at this, like I want to see more of those engages. Like, you've clearly lost this, right, this engage. So like UA kind of trying to spin that stone, is this even worth the couple minutes it's going to take for you to restabilize, or do you just let them wipe you and go again, right? This is kind of where the macro level plays from your shot caller are very important, because again, TC, they're not dying. They're gonna own this stone. They're gonna win this engage. So do you think you can kind of beat them through attrition? Do you think if UA gets a cap, you'll be able to overflow and run onto the stone? If the answer is no, just die and reset, go again. Those invuln pushes have been working really well so far for Straw Hats.
Yeah, and I think that, again, you're seeing Caleb, Shy Gamers, these main heavy hitters for TC Cobra, holding this choke over here, just not letting the Straw Hats reinforce regularly like this, and they're doing their best. Even their frontline, that's a great sword SNS. Look at his health bar just consistently dropping over time. He is going to go down as well, and even their tanks cannot stand up to the damage that TC Cobra is putting down. It looks like Straw Hats is full regrouping one more time on this one, as they basically pulled off the stone completely on this with 8 minutes left to go. They're not going to have very many more pushes left.
Yeah, again, time is running out for the side of Straw Hats here. They're able to touch the stone. They're able to actually make plays happen. So I would like to see quick back-to-back full regroup engages. I think this is where, if you're going to win, this is how you're going to win. You need to just regroup, hit fast, regroup, hit fast. And then if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. You put your best foot forward. But I don't like the engage and then, spin your wheels for like 2 minutes as you're fighting outnumbered like 10v30, right? I think just be decisive with your calls. This is the only way you're going to be able to gain real estate here on the side of Straw Hats. And then TC, TC is just showing us why you should never let them play Azrael.
Yeah, you should not let them play on Azrael. People are asking about the Azrael, or the what is it? The staff buff. I'm blanking on the name. Right, Artis. That people are asking about the Artis buff. No, the Artis staff is wholeheartedly banned from the tournament because of the bug exploit that currently goes on in the game. If anyone is caught using that from either guild, the guild is disqualified, and they know that. Straw Hats pushing in right now. Oh my goodness. Overwhelmingly pushed onto the Riftstone. Go for the immediate cap here. TC with the same play. Pull away from the Riftstone and then collapse in again. Look at the collapse down from TC trying to route through Straw Hats, and the Straw Hats either having a heck of a time time trying to keep their backline healthy on this one, but at least they can't be flanked. But honestly, they're just gonna push straight through as Straw Hats gets routed one more time on this from TC. TC showing their dominance of the Riftstone as they know exactly what to do when a guild tries a bubble play like that. They just pull out into the plaza and then collapse down in on them when they try to cap the rift, because then, well, they're gonna lose invulnerability and they're all standing on top of one another. Again, that just shows that TC Cobra, this is home base for TC Cobra. You cannot let them have this map like this. It's just, I think, a big blunder for Straw Hats. They should have banned this. Even if they were confident on this map, they know that their opponent, who is one of the favorites to win the tournament, is also overwhelmingly confident on this map. And I think you just take it out of the pool altogether, Gretton.
Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? It's like this guild has been wargaming on this map longer than most guilds have been wargaming, period. So it's, I don't know, like, throw a curveball. I would like to see more guilds try to do like what Visa did, right? Fucking throw in a Malachar. I promise you, no guilds have been practicing. I mean, maybe now after people saw Visa on it, but before then, no guilds were really practicing on Malachar, right? Find a stone that is a bit of a meme stone, but that you guys can win, so you guys can pull it out when you need to, when it's important, and when you're able to, when you're fighting a guild like TC, for example.
Especially if you know that it's going to be like, hey, we're fighting an uphill battle. You should have to be real with yourself. Okay, like, what are our chances realistically of winning this matchup? And they should have known, like, okay, we're disadvantaged here, but we can still absolutely win this. If we have a good pick ban and we come with a really good strategy, we get the map that we want, we can make this happen, right? And yeah, again, you're kind of leaving it to a coin flip on that one. But like, if you choose ban, at least you can ban out their best maps as well, and then just have a plan ready for the remaining maps as well. But sadly, again, letting TC have a map like this is not necessarily the play. Straw Hats getting, honestly, really harassed as they try to regroup here. Spinkar diving a little bit too far forward. He's going to get kicked from the guild. Too aggressive right there on that one as he dives in a little bit too deep. Quay TC, the front line, honestly not getting focused too hard by this. Caleb, another frontliner for TC Cobra, diving in, occupying a lot of people. And now TC Cobra comes with a convincing engage as Straw Hats was caught looking at TC Cobra's front line. That's exactly what you want your tanks to do there, Gretton, is basically draw all the fire that you can, and everyone just looking at the wrong opponents for that push. Everything just went wrong for them.
Yeah, learning opportunities is all I'll say here. Again, same thing I said to Vanity versus Supple. Supple and TC Cobra are the two favorites to win the tournament. I think everyone is more or less on the same page to an extent, unless you're like high on copium. So to have to fight this guild round 2, you got to kind of try to make lemonade out of lemons. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Straw Hats doing their best here. 3 minutes left. I don't think there is a world where
they're able to flip
where
this.
Straw Hats can win this. So I would like to just kind of see you limit test here a little bit for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah, and they're going out, they're trying to basically duel on the Riftstone, as you see TC Cobra basically pulling back and conceding to this duel as they run in with Bubble and basically consistently trying to skirmish onto TC Cobra. But you see the health bars for Straw Hats thinning out very quickly here as some of the barcode members of TC, I thought it was illegal. Can you not? I thought that they banned people that had barcode names. When I tried to early on, at least they didn't allow barcode names, but somehow they have gotten them by the name generator here. So there's some barcode members of TC Cobra getting relatively low on that fight, but honestly getting healed right back up there. And the Straw Hats just struggling to find the damage in light of the TC Cobra healers in these long extended skirmishes. Only 2.5 minutes really left on the clock for Straw Hats. I think that they fought really hard here, but again, you're going up. It's David versus Goliath, and you gave Goliath his home map here. He's just a little bit rough for them, but I think that they had a really solid showing. They did get a cap off onto the Riftstone, but it looks like they're going to run out as it's too little too late. 42 people, or 44 people rather, for TC on the point, keeping you from capping that one as they shut the door tightly on that opportunity from Straw Hats, and they basically are just trickling in, doing their best to try to find whatever kills that they can into the closing minute here.
Yeah, again, I think Straw Hats is doing better than most guilds fighting TC on this point. So hats, pun intended, hats off to Straw Hats for the performance here in this tournament. Last minute edition, quite literally the lastest of minutes to the being added to the tournament. So GG's to them. I mean, I know we got a minute and a half yet, but there is no realistic outcome where they cap cap and fully flip the stone in time. So GG's to them. Their tournament life will end here. TC Cobra, it will solidify themselves as not only the best TC guild, but the only TC guild left in this tournament as well, as they're going to be advancing.
I think Swipe Harder is still in the tournament. So Swipe Harder, which we're going to see later, is still technically in the tournament as well. So TC still has 2 teams in the
TC
tournament.
Alliance guild, yeah.
I don't want to say that. I don't want to speak too soon here, but they could get knocked out later to Filtered. We're not exactly sure how that match is going to go quite yet. But Straw Hats doing what they can with 1 minute left on the clock here to basically come in and rugby match this out. Second grade mob ball soccer. They're basically just clumped up and fighting for everything they're worth right now, trying to have as much fun as they can, as they know that this match is essentially over for them. Their tournament hopes are going to die with this one, but boy, they had a great run. Straw Hats entering the tournament after signups had actually technically closed because a guild named Coast, Gretton, completely pussied out and said they wouldn't be able to make the they said they wouldn't be able to make the match. Personally, I think that they were just scared of their opponents, and it is what it is. Coast pussying out, Straw Hats coming in and saying we'll fight them, and then winning on that one, coming to round 2, and are gonna get knocked out in round 2 here. Certainly a lot better than Coast, as we don't see any of them in the tournament here. Look, man, you back out of the tournament like this, man, I'm gonna give you a fair amount of shit, and Jamchu deserves it. TC Cobra overwhelmingly dominant with 8 seconds left to go, stating why they are one of the favorites to win this tournament, showing why their flank team is so good in this one. Let's take a look at the damage. It's looking like a TC kind of leaderboard here. You're looking at Spear Dagger with the most damage in the map, 1.9 million damage coming out for Combat. I believe that is a BDO player, if I remember correctly. But Combat, an excellent player there. If we scroll down, we're looking for the healers. Wait, was that a healer in the... He got 1.8 million healing on a bow staff. This guy is just flash waving his own team. That's insane. That's crazy. But I'm just saying, 7.4 million for Munchies on the healing right there. That's going to be really tough to beat. Munchies, I believe, the top either in the lobby. Barcode, honestly hiding his name, so gonna get no praise on that one. Munchies is just a better player anyway. Your dog shit, know your place. 1.2 million damage taken from Luma. A great match right there. 1.3 million from Feeder and Straw Hats. Straw Hats honestly having some great tankers. Honestly, yeah, Straw Hats with the strongest tank in the lobby here. So again, showing just how strong these free-to-play guilds can actually be, Gretton.
Yeah. Straw Hats, again, it's that guild that I told you that when I fought them on the Manaway Center server, they just held W into our guild over and over and over again, and that's about it. So, like, I am very... I'm not shocked with with how they fought. So, GG's to them. Again, thank you for stepping up when, some... what was that guild you said? Coast? Bitched
Coast.
Out. So.
Yep, Coast backing out at the very last minute for the tournament, putting me in a bit of a tough spot, but I want to give them a round of applause for stepping up and making Straw Hats, making it happen for everybody. So Straw Hats with a good performance here, but sadly going against Take Care Cobra is kind of a tough draw on this one. When we look ahead to our next match, I believe the Boonstones are finishing up now. I could be wrong, but we have Can't Press Q versus Left 4 Dead, which is a heck of a match. A lot of people thought that Camp Rescue was going to get knocked out in the first round. Gretton, Take Care Mamba not quite showing up the way that people thought they were going to.
Yeah, Take Care Mamba did get, actually all the guilds essentially, like Take Care Mamba and Take Care Bear, both kind of got knocked out in the first round. So I think a lot of people thought Camp Rescue was just done. They did, again, extremely well. Left 4 Dead on their side did extremely well. Camp Rescue also is one of the only guilds who are saying, hey, we're going to finish first or second. Like, we're making it to the finals, right? There's not a lot of guilds that had that confidence. I mean, we saw, obviously, Supple, Take Care Cobra, and Press W. But on the side of, the rest of the guilds in the tournament, most of them are like, finish top 50%, top 10. So it's cool to see Camp Rescue. I mean, they won 1 siege. They're the strongest on Castleton currently. And they're like, nah, dude, it doesn't matter who we're fighting. We're finishing first. We're at least getting to the finals. And then Left 4 Dead on one of the free-to-play servers looked really, really clean in round number 1. So I'm very interested to see where we're going and what we're fighting. And I know we got some pretty interesting picks and bans here, Blue.
Yes, we do. Camp Rescue won, and they chose to ban this time instead of pick, as honestly, that expresses a little bit of confidence in the matchup, and they banned Malakar, Grand Alon, and Kabazon, which tells me that they're confident as long as it's not those 3 maps. They're confident basically for anything, and the choice was Talus. So we are going to see yet another Talus. Talus, one of the most picked maps, although I guess today it's been a lot of Azrael today, but honestly, this is our first time seeing Talus today, and it is going to be a very close match. Left 4 Dead, the rank 1 alliance on their server with 3 sieges won. You cannot understate just how strong this guild and alliance rather actually look. But Cant Press Q upsetting the first upset of the tournament. I gotta say, I'm favoring Cant Press Q here.
Yeah, I mean, I can't agree with you because like that would be a boring storyline.
It would be.
So I'm just gonna say Left 4 Dead, but I mean, Camp Rescue, yeah, Talus. It seems like a Camp Rescue kind of map, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I think that. I don't know, man. I think I could go either way with how dominant Camp Rescue was in the first, and they beat Take Care Mamba on their home map. So they certainly have really good skirmishers, but Talus is a map where it's not just about skirmishing. You need to be able to take engages. It's a flanking rich environment, right? Because you can have your flankers spawn on one side. There are 2 spawn points, I believe number 1 and number 3, that can basically be abused, and they have basically exactly the same run distance, and they're on opposite sides of the rift, which means you can have your flankers spawn on one side, and then you can have your main ball and everyone else spawn on the other, and then pincer down from 2 sides. So it's really, when you see Talus, you're seeing how well do we deal with these flank squad engagements, Gritton.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing, especially today, as these guilds like Supple, like TCC, like Press W, their kill squads or their flankers are putting in devious amount of work, and it's like almost 2 statics worth of players are clearing out an entire guild essentially when they decide to engage. So I'm curious to see on a open and very simple map like Talus how that actually translates for both guilds.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're waiting on one more player from Camp Press Q here. So we'll take a look at an instant replay from that last match there. As we have a little bit of time, you can see Straw Hats basically runs out into the arena here, but watch the Take Care flankers. And again, this was the story of the entire match, as actually this is the engage where Straw Hats actually collapses down from 2 sides. But then look at TC, basically look at those flankers on the left right there, collapse down on top of the Straw Hats backline, and that was the story of the whole match, just getting absolutely run down on that one. No matter what the engage was, Gretton, TC was able to find a flank squad and put them in the correct position.
Yeah, and I have to ask you one more time. You said Supple was your favorite to win. You just saw TCC play on their stone, so arguably that's probably the TCC that we're going to see. Yeah. What do you think's going to happen? Are you still Supple or are you team TCC?
I think the grand finals will be TC Cobra versus Supple, but you can't vote out Press W. Is also really strong. Yeah. But I do think that Take Care Cobra, in my opinion, coordination wise, looked better than Supple did. But they fought a stronger opponent on their home map. So you expect them to look a little bit organized. They had more opportunities to look organized. Supple was kind of just but it was a steamroll, right? It was like a hard steamroll. And yes, we saw that last match was very one-sided as well, but you still saw Straw Hats basically trying different pushes. They were trying engage after engage, and you saw the TC flankers had more opportunities to demonstrate how coordinated they were. So based on coordination, I don't know, man. It looked like TC Cobra had stronger coordination, but they had more opportunities at it. In terms of who has a stronger overall guild, I still think that Supple picking up those Ethereum members, they're a little strong.
Yeah, I mean that's who I had in the finals myself as well. When I initially looked at the bracket, I said Supple wins top, TC wins bottom, and then they fight in the finals, right? So that's kind of what I think is as well in terms of what's going to happen. But I mean, TC, I don't think TC is going to get to play on on Azrael ever again in this tournament, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, no kidding. I think that Cant Rescue and Left 4 Dead are ready to go on this Talus Riftstone here. And I think that Camp Rescue looks like a little bit of a dark horse. I think a lot of people wrote them off. They're like, who Megalol? They didn't even know who they were. So Camp Rescue in this tournament absolutely looking like the dark horse coming out and absolutely running through the first round of the tournament. Now they're poised to honestly be the favorite in the second round here as we see both guilds start to spawn in. It is Talus is the name of the game here. It does look like both guilds basically spawned in at the same point. It looks like Camp Rescue, though, got to the rift faster, and now it's Left 4 Dead that has basically spawned in. They've lost Bubble and are backing up, Grenton.
Yeah, a little bit of a blunder, if you will. We saw, when Flex was fighting on this, they got kind of pushed with Bubble, somehow managed to stabilize and make sure things were good on their side. However, now you're just kind of like sitting there and staring at the enemy guild. It's a little bit of, I don't know.
Well,
like
honestly,
it's weird.
Yeah, Gret, if I'm doing this right now, I'm like, okay, they got the better of us there. Let's send the flankers around the other side, like start positioning like correctly here. Instead, they're just kind of standing on their hands, which I think opens the door for Camp Rescue to basically just hard engage off the Riftstone at the moment that they want to. And again, yeah, there's no one on the other side for Left 4 Dead. They're basically just going to approach this from one side with no bubble through a choke point. I'm not sure that this is a great idea, Captain, as they run straight in. Topaz and Words leading the way. We should see Gojira, who's the healer for that tank party, basically running with them. Left 4 Dead meets the Camp Rescue offense ball head on, and look at them. They're all in the air. Camp Rescue immediately blanket storms them with a lot of damage coming out, but Left 4 Dead honestly standing pretty tall. A lot of very healthy HP bars on that on the blue side here. As Left 4 Dead honestly looks like they lost out in that engagement, but a lot of each guild honestly running back to the fight. You can see a lot of the Camp Rescue actually lost out there, as I see a lot of the Camp Rescue respawning right now, Gretton.
Yeah, that was actually a very impressive engage. And now like the waterfall's coming back in here. They're going to be able to hit the back line of Left 4 Dead pretty much for free, but the respawn from Left 4 Dead should also be coming momentarily. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the actual cap. With the stone being active, and they don't give a shit about that. They're just brawling right now. They're just trying to send a message to each other.
Yeah, and I think the Camp Rescue is winning out here. Look at those monster knockups right there, Gretton. Really good tornadoes coming out for Camp Rescue right there. But Left 4 Dead, honestly, it looked kind of bonehead. It looked kind of foolhardy, and I said that when I reviewed their VOD too, but somehow this guild just keeps making it work. Like, you think it shouldn't work on paper running through a choke like that, but honestly, they seem to make it work every time, and they have a lot of people on this point. We said it in the first match that they played as well, is they were just able to play the point better than their opponent in Left 4 Dead. Honestly, it looks like they're losing engagements, but Camp Rescue just can't keep the front line off of this point. Sooners doing a really solid job with this crossbow to put pressure on the Camp Rescue backline here, as he keeps diving in again and again, throwing down. Look at all this damage he's putting down here. Sooners right next to me as he's picking up kill after kill, disrupting that Camp Rescue backline, and Left 4 Dead starts to overwhelm it with 1 minute and 30 seconds left, Grenton.
Yeah, and again, Camp Rescue, it seems the name of the game here with both squads is just both guilds in general is just they try to outlast each other. They're both able to get a ton of pressure on the initial engage, but I've seen some Guardians being used here early, which I like a lot. It's going to be a 20-minute timer in a minute, which means if you play it properly, you'll get 2 additional Guardian plays if you used it early enough. So I'm very excited to kind of see where they try to fit those in the fight here, because that's, I think, on a stone that's this wide, I think you need to just control the space, and there's no better way to do that with Guardians like Green Ranger, or just living long enough with the Lady Knight Karmashia mana shield that she gives you as well. So both guilds, again, they're not conceding an inch. They're just continuously punching each other in the throat. And there's 35 seconds left until the stone becomes capable. And exactly, who the is winning right now.
Who is winning right now? It's so close from both sides. Camp Rescue, and this is what I'm talking about, is you have one guild spawning at one spawn point and the other spawning at the other, although it looks like this time they're both spawning at point one and just running in, but both of them are equidistant, and they're just meeting each other in the middle and just beating the holy mother frickin' crowd out of each other repeatedly on this one. Left 4 Dead getting the better of them with 10 seconds left. We'll see who has the presence of mind to realize that the point is now capable to come over here and grab this point, because I think whoever caps this first is going to be dominant on this one, and you could catch the other team unawares. It's up now. Words is right on that right there for Left 4 Dead, going for the cap at 50%, gets stopped by Camp Rescue right there. Camp Rescue now going for their own cap, and they get stopped as well. Both guilds know how important this first engage is, and look at the back and forth fight for the front line of both guilds. It looks like that cap might finish. No, it will not.
Dies.
Oh my goodness, and oh my goodness, the Left 4 Dead front line just eviscerated on that one. They got hit by a few focus fireballs and then immediately got focused down, and now they have to run back. It's only Words left alive. Topaz is going to go down as well. He gets really low. Camp Rescue trying to go for a cap, not going to find it as Left 4 Dead scrambles back to the point right now, and they're all basically stacking right on top of the point to try to make it very hard to target whoever is capping. But that's, oh my goodness, that tornado was so good, Gretton.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of just spinning the flag. Hectic is trying now. Words is going to be trying on his side as well. He's at 60%, 75%, 85%, almost gets it, but no, gets interrupted at the last second. And now it's time for Hectic to try his hand at it, right? You can only have one person capping the stone at once. So both these guys are just sitting here spamming F and hoping that their team just CCs the other person and they're able to start channeling the stone, which is a little siege trick, by the way, I'll give you guys. If you're trying to hold res points in a siege, you can cap your own alliance's stone if you're fighting on it, and just keep channeling a cap so the enemies can never cap it. There you go. Fun fact from Grenton. But as I do say that, we do have our first cap as Left 4 Dead is able to fully channel on the stone.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead finally able to get, and honestly, we saw this in their first match too. They did get the first camp off, and they were able to just relentlessly hold the point because their front line has industrial grade helmets on and are just running into the enemy right there repeatedly. Words and Topaz basically in the same party right here, and it looks like Left 4 Dead just barely has more people on the point right now. 18 to 14, 17 to 15. It's nail-bitingly close as Camp Rescue basically tries to extend for the point over and over and over again. Words getting really low on health. I'm not sure where his healer is. I don't see Gojira. He might not be in this fight here, but normally that is the healer. That Words is the shot caller for Left 4 Dead, and he is laser focused on making sure that Camp Rescue can't get this cap off. But look how many Camp Rescue are on this point right now, keeping Left 4 Dead from getting any more progress on this point. But they need to get their own cap down, Gretton, or they're not going to get anything done. The most that they can do is prevent Left 4 Dead from getting it, but every time Left 4 Dead gets any sort of upper hand on them at all, they're getting just a little bit more percentage on this. 38%, climbing 39%, just slowly but surely winning the race on the objective-based gameplay. And Camp Rescue, they would normally be climbing just like Left 4 Dead, but they can't get a cap off, Gretton.
Yeah, it's actually crazy the amount of control that Left 4 Dead has around this Riftstone. We saw it in multiple times. We saw Tyr do a really good job of it, where you just have these tanks spinning the stone so well and just making sure that the opposing guild cannot actually even get a cap off. And if you manage to do that, you'll just kind of win the numbers game. It looks like Lunatic's about to get a cap off. No, he gets knocked in the air. Sliver of health, he's going to die. Jacob on the other side of the stone is going to try his hand at it. But again, Flunks just walks around. Words just walks around. And they're going to be able to try to just get an interruption on it. Nirma is so impactful in this blue because what you don't want is you don't want to fully fill up the capper's CC immunity bar, because then he'll be able to get a cap off, right? Because he'll be immune to CC for a few seconds. So Nirma is really good because Nirma just stuns you for 0.5 seconds. And with the recent patch, the length of CC that you are sitting increases the amount of CC immunity gauge you gain. So Nirma just became a really, really impactful weapon. Not, I mean, it already was, but now it's even more so impactful when it comes to defending caps like we're seeing here. Words is doing so well of just running around, little tap. Oh, you're about halfway through the cap. Okay, I'll tap you here. I'll let you channel another half cap. Okay, I'll tap you here. And that's all that Topaz and Words are doing.
these guys, these Left 4 Dead, this squad is so strong. I try to count them down and out every round. I'm like, no, dude, because I've seen Words, I've seen Topaz, I've seen Gojira, I've seen them function in a party. And again, you just don't think it's going to work. And then they put on, again, these helmets that are just diamond grade, and they just keep foreheading into the point on repeat, and they somehow win engagement after engagement after engagement, just barely winning the skirmish battle, and honestly sometimes very convincingly losing the skirmish battle, but they're winning the cap on the point, and that's what matters. They just are laser focused on making sure that they take the objective early, they take the objective often, and they just slowly push themselves to a victory. They're at 90%. They still have not taken it. And normally by this time, we're at 15 minutes. Yeah. Normally by this time, we've seen one guild convincingly take it one way or another. This is an extremely close match, but Left 4 Dead just playing the objective so much stronger on repeat. And this is the second time that they've played on Talus. You have to think that this is home base for them. It's looking really, really good, despite the fact that, again, Cant Rescue looking like the dark horse of this tournament, beat Take Care Mamba in the first round, and then Left 4 Dead said, no, we're stronger than them. We don't even care.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it's looking like here. Left 4 Dead slowly trying to get their first cap off, but the reinforcements from the side of Cant Rescue are swarming the stone to try to drain their contribution as they fall below 96%. But again, this just means the respawns from Left 4 Dead are not far behind. And if you can't get rid of Topaz and Words on the stone, I don't know that there's a world where you actually can cap the stone. Hectic is very close. Hold on, maybe I spoke too soon. I did. Caster Curse, and now Cant Rescue is in it.
Oh my gosh. Cant Rescue finally gets the cap back off, and you can see that they have so many more people on the stone. And Left 4 Dead, that's why it's taken Left 4 Dead so long, and they still haven't capped it yet. They're at 92%. They're slowly worming their way to a victory here, but Cant Rescue battling back, finally getting on top of getting a cap and off to the races. But oh my gosh, they might just lose it right away. Oh, that's so demoralizing. There's no, my god, no, my goodness, oh my goodness. Left 4 Dead, it's almost BM. They let them have it right at the end. They said, nah, we're gonna get it anyway. Now you have to do it again. So now Cant Rescue has to commit again onto the stone in a very convincing way in order to make this comeback. Grenton.
Mate, I want to say that was on purpose, that they kind of just let him get a cap off, but like,
no,
surely they're
no
not
way.
that BM, right?
Yeah,
surely they're not that BM.
Yeah, there's no way that was on purpose, but it did look kind of BM at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Like, you're letting them have it only to just rip it away from them and force them to cap the point one more time like this is really rough. And now Left 4 Dead has kind of shifted the entire engagement off the Riftstone. This is exactly what they want. They want to fight over here. And it looks like Cant Rescue might be backing off to regroup on this one, as I don't see very many of them on the point. Looks like they're done with this. They're done playing Left 4 Dead's game. They're telling everyone to die, and Left 4 Dead actually killing them. Well, we're not seeing, again, why did he heal himself? John, you're supposed to die, and then he went and healed himself. That's just an SNS wand brain right there. You just hate to see that. Resound didn't want to grief his KDA, but joke's on you, loser. You're gonna die anyway, as he's gonna go down. Cant Rescue probably planning an engage from both sides. Left 4 Dead scrambling, not sure which side the engage is actually gonna come from. 12 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock of this one, and you know that Cant Rescue is getting ready to abuse a bubble push. Oh my gosh, where's Left 4 Dead going? Almost all of Left 4 Dead is actually diving off towards the dais right now. I'm not sure why they're standing all down here.
Yeah.
But it looks like they might try to flank the moment the Cant Rescue pushes in. They might try to flank
like a flank squad. Yeah, I'm looking at they got a Bellandir SNS in here. They got a crossbow dagger. They got a greatsword dagger. They got spear daggers. This looks like a flank squad if I've ever seen one.
And here comes the Cant Rescue ball from both sides. It's a clean collapse down from Cant Rescue. Left 4 Dead down on members and met in the middle, all in the air. They need help from their backline. Where are they? They're all held up on the low ground. They're complete losers. Oh my goodness. Cant Rescue sweeps through Left 4 Dead. The flank squad held up by 1 or 2 members of Left 4 Dead, or I mean a Cant Rescue rather, and that was not what you wanted to see out of the flank squad in Narnia on that one, as they lost full control of that push. Beautiful engage from Cant Rescue from both sides of that one, Gretton. Absolutely staggering how good that was. They just can't get control of the cap now, Gretton.
Yeah, it's exactly as you said. Maybe that flank squad getting caught up on the low ground was a little bit of a blessing in disguise, because they were able to come back at the same time as the respawns from Left 4 Dead. And now it doesn't really look like Left 4 Dead even lost that engage if you're looking at just numbers on the point. And as usual, Words and Topaz are just on your ass if you're trying to cap. They're just running around hitting you with Nirma, running around hitting you with Nirma. And that was just such a clean engage from Camp Rescue. Coordination was on point. Everything went right for Camp Rescue, but just like you said, they couldn't walk over that finish line.
They can't get over the finish line. So the initial engage definitely went Camp Rescue's way. It was super good coordination. And then they went to go take the point and they just couldn't. So Left 4 Dead just buys so much time with Words and Topaz basically just standing on the point repeatedly, just constantly CCing people off, that allows their respawns to get back to the fight, and it makes it look a lot more Left 4 Dead heavy. Camp Rescue with the initial feed on that fight, unable to come up with the win there because they need to get Words, they need to get Topaz off of this point, or they're not going to be able to do anything.
Yeah, and again, they did manage to cap one time. Like the one time they capped it under Words and Topaz's nose, but I feel like that was more of a fluke or just your CC immunity lining up perfectly for the percentage of that your cap was on. It's not going to happen over and over. So again, we're seeing the same strategy from both Camp Rescue and Left 4 Dead. Camp Rescue is going to be pushing, and Left 4 Dead is sending their flank squad into the dais, like you mentioned, back at where Talus is.
Yeah, as long as
they just have to hit this faster.
Yeah, I think that as long as they don't get hung up on one person like they did last time, I think that it looks really good for Left 4 Dead. Camp Rescue gonna come from both sides again. There's one side, there's the other, there's the sandwich in the middle, right there. There's the flank squad coming up there, not interrupted this time. Look at the flank from Left 4 Dead, right on time, right when they need to. Camp Rescue's backline from the left, looking oh so ripped apart right there. Clean engage from Left 4 Dead with the answer there, but Camp Rescue actually looks like they've won. Yes, they did get the cap off on the point, and even though Left 4 Dead's flankers were in the right spot there, Gretton, Cant Rescue did win the engage, gets the cap off on the point, still have more people on the point by at least a little bit here, and they're starting to build a lead, Gretton.
And that's exactly what you need. You need to continue with this tempo now. You are losing the numbers game. The flankers from Left 4 Dead were able to crash onto the stone after they conceded the cap, and now they're just able to kind of keep this numbers advantage. So if you're Camp Rescue here, it has to be respawn, top up, get on the stone now. That's the only way that you guys are gonna be able to flip this cap. 26, you're down nine-ish players on the stone, you're drastically losing percentage. And now finally, look, here comes the reinforcements now from Camp Rescue. They're able to kind of get a footing. Now it's neck and neck. We saw it earlier, right? Left 4 Dead slowly but surely inch their way to a cap. Camp Rescue can do the same thing here. They just need to maintain control of the stone. It's so much easier for Left 4 Dead because they have this kind of degenerate tank squad that just stays on the point. Camp Rescue needs to mirror that.
Yeah, and it looks like they are actually getting a fair amount of ground. Is it they're 33%? Yes, the Left 4 Dead is now going to battle back a little bit here, but Camp Rescue with a huge swing in numbers right there onto the point, pushing them off. And you can see Gojira is the person who's trying to keep his front line healthy here. So you can tell as Gojira retreats off the point, you can see how quickly Left 4 Dead basically falls apart there as he fell down off the cliff. And that's when Camp Rescue swarmed the point. That's exactly what's happening once again here. Is Gojira just can't keep Words on his feet. No, he does barely. Words is still standing. We should see it swing back more in Left 4 Dead's favor, but Camp Rescue building now at 42% and climbing. Camp Rescue battling back in this one, and it's a nail biter. Left 4 Dead, Camp Rescue right on the edge of their seats. Every single player matters. Left 4 Dead finally overwhelming the point once again, but again, only able to get it down to 38% before Camp Rescue comes back.
Yeah, again, it's just Camp Rescue is water falling onto the point, and that's exactly what you need to do now. You just got to make sure you can maintain a positive ratio on the actual point. But again, Left 4 Dead is just so rigid and so strong in terms of their front line that they could just continue to outnumber you. Look at the number difference here, Blue. 34 to 15, massive. Over double the numbers. Their percentage is dropping fast. So I'm not sure what the call is right now for Camp Rescue, but it looks like a really weird in-between of, hey, guys, waterfall to the point, we need to take space, or, oh, okay, guys, we need to regroup and push together. It's like this weird in-between. I'd like to see them commit one way or another.
I think that Left 4 Dead's strategy here is to just go really frontline heavy on composition and then just run it down. on the point because they can't kill you fast enough. If some tanks die, that's fine. They'll respawn. They'll come back. But Topaz actually getting really low there. I'm not sure where Gojira is in the air as well. Can't keep him healthy. There he does. He does finally land and gets the heals back on for them. Can't press Q, dominating on the point right now. And honestly, they've fallen down to 28% here. So again, the cap is so back and forth that neither guild can really convincingly push the other one off. Left 4 Dead with a really good push coming in, taking control of the point once again. But then we're going to see, here comes Can't Press Q, right back down onto the point once again. But again, this very frontline heavy composition for Left 4 Dead is winning out on a Talus map like this. I think that this might just be the play. They have a good understanding of what wins on this map, because you can't just run tanks on every map, Grenton. Can you?
No, not every map. I mean, having a point squad of, 3 or 4 tanks that you really trust is important on every map. But the amount of tanks you run, I think, is different depending on the map you run. I think making sure you have at least 1, maybe 2 tanks per group is probably important. Having one that blood devos, one that's more offensive. But being too tank heavy, we've seen kind of backfire as well on more widespread maps. But on a map like this, being tank heavy, definitely not a downside.
Yeah, and that's what we're seeing right here is, again, they just out-tanked their previous opponent. It looks like they're going to out-tank Can't Press Q as well. As Can't Press Q looking so strong, but they just cannot get the cap completed on this one. First, it was just because, okay, yeah, we can't get the cap. Now it's like, okay, well, now we just can't keep enough people on the point to try to win the match here. Camp Rescue diving onto the point right now, but it's still Left 4 Dead with 30 members basically dominating this one. So we're going to see as time starts to tick down. It's 4 minutes on the clock, and it looks like Camp Rescue is running out of time, running out of members, and they just can't find an answer for this frontline composition from Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead just seems like, again, they're just winning through a battle of attrition, it looks like. And we've seen so many different playstyles from these guilds tonight, where some of them want to just run in and punch you in the mouth, but others, like Left 4 Dead, they're okay with kind of just every engage lasting, 2-3 minutes in length, and just constantly winning through having more tanks, having more healers. But Left 4 Dead looked really, I don't want to say weak, but they definitely looked weaker when Camp Rescue was able to actually full reset and full engage. So I'd like to see maybe 1 or 2 more of those here before time is up. Ooh. There's only about 3 minutes left, though, so it has to be now or never, Blue.
Left 4 Dead honestly Cant overextended a little bit there as they run. Camp Rescue just runs straight for the point right now, and Left 4 Dead looks really scattered. Words gets really low. He's knocked up in the air. Gojira can't keep him healthy. He's going to go down. No, he's at 1%. He's barely alive, and they're just interrupting the cap over and over again. They know that every single second matters here, and this fight could swing either way at a moment's notice. Words gets a full heal off from Gojira right there to keep him standing, and that will certainly be the end of Camp Rescue, because he is not going to allow anyone from Camp Rescue to cap this point. Gojira stands tall and makes sure that his tanks are healthy and that Topaz can do his job, that Words can do their job. A really good engage from Camp Rescue there, but sadly unable, just barely. The margin is so close on this one, Grenton.
Yeah, they have to kill, okay, they do. They have to kill Jacob Eats World there, because they CC'd him so much that he was actually had immunity, and he was already channeling the next cap. And identifying when you can and can't CC someone and then calling for your team to kill them is super important here. And Left 4 Dead had a lot of trouble doing that in the first half of this match, but it looks like they're all on the same page now, and they're just kind of CCing the tanks on the side of Camp Rescue until they're like, oh yeah, they probably have a full gauge now, we can kill them. And then DPS kind of switch over, because usually healers just kind of ignore the tank who's trying to cap, purely because there's no damage going to that tank. It's usually just CC. So I love the audible here that was made by Left 4 Dead. 1:50 left in the match, and they are just unrelenting. Like we saw, Words went down to like 1 HP like 6 different times during that last engage, and somehow is still standing on this point, strong as ever, as they're just unable to find a breach in the defense of Left 4 Dead here. Camp Rescue is just scrambling to just get a cap off to see if they can't just overwhelm the point in the last minute of play.
Yeah, I think a minute and a half left on the clock. Cant Rescue certainly has their work cut out for them. I'm not sure that they can make it happen in Left 4 Dead with the same strategy on the same map. Both rounds of the tournament is actually going to make it happen. I'm actually surprised that Cant Rescue allowed them to have Talus if they weren't prepared for a frontline heavy composition like this, where you can just stand on the point with 10 or 15 tanks and then basically just keep your opponent from getting it. Honestly, I'm scared to let them see if they get Kawazan. I think it's just over. Yeah. You know what I mean? I think you got to ban Kawazan. Talus is not a super good look either, but it looks like 45 seconds left on the clock. Cant Rescue is going to come up short on this one, and Left 4 Dead with stronger strategy, stronger composition, looking very strong in the tournament so far, is going to move on to round 3 and potentially the semifinals. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, again, Cant Rescue looked amazing on this stone as well. So big GGs to them. Any guild that made it this far essentially can leave with their head held pretty high, because these are some very, very close matches. But again, Left 4 Dead on Talus almost looked like a TC on Azrael. It looks like they are so comfortable on this stone, and that they just they welcome it. If you are playing against Left 4 Dead and you let them have Talus, maybe not the best idea, because they look insanely strong here.
Yeah, and it's Left 4 Dead coming up on top here, and you can see that there's some Cant Rescue in the leaderboards for this one, but it is Left 4 Dead, Left 4 Milk, and their alliance basically dominating the top of the leaderboard here, as Bodo, 2.3 million damage on a spear dagger. No surprise there, it's either a staff bow or a spear dagger almost every time, and interestingly enough, we are seeing some crossbows in this composition, and another greatsword dagger user in the top 4 for Left 4 Dead. Tabby, oh, the very impressive performance there. Let's take a look at who had the most damage healed in the match here. Honestly, where are all the heals at? There we go. 3.6 million from Majo, 5.9 million from Gojira. And this is exactly what I said, is Gojira is the man to watch, because he has all the tanks, and it's basically the world on his shoulders. He's got to keep these morons, I'm sorry, his leadership core, although these days, who could tell the difference, alive. They just dive in, and Gojira's job is to keep them healthy. And he did a great job the entire time. Yeah, Gojira in the chat right there. He is going to be the highest, the best healer in the lobby. 1.4 million damage taken onto Duchess, it looks like. No, floor POV, a little bit more damage taken there, but 1.6 million it looks like from Monsi, I think the best tank in the lobby, and it is an SNS wand, as you might expect, although we've seen healers a lot of the times honestly win that tank slot, which is very interesting. But Gretna, really close match, some amazing engagements.
Yeah, Cant Rescue looks so clean on their engages, but again, Left 4 Dead, they just felt comfortable on Talus. It just looked like, at the end of the day, that's their stone. So, and it's cool to see that every guild is kind of figuring out what their stone is, what like my home field advantage looks like. So, something I didn't really expect to kind of see on the side of on this tournament at all, if I'm being completely honest. So it's very cool to see that, you know, everyone knows TC is Azrael guild, right? And now people are seeing Left 4 Dead as a Talus guild, and you know, Supple looked really clean on Mordecai. Press W looked really clean on Mordecai, right? So everyone's kind of finding their little home turf, which is super fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely awesome match right there. Good fights to both sides. I think that was one of the closer matches that we saw today. But again, Left 4 Dead with a monster strategy coming in on that one. So cool to see. Let's take a look at the instant replay, because some of these engagements were absolutely sick. This is why you love Throne of Liberty's engagements. Look at the sandwich from both sides, and then the flankers coming up from Left 4 Dead right there. And the engagement happens, and Cant Rescue actually wins out, despite the fact that it looked like Left 4 Dead's flankers were gonna make the difference. I think that they were starting just a little bit too far away, Gretton, but such a cool engagement to see, to watch them collapse down from both sides. But that's the potential on that Talus Riftstone.
Yeah, it looks that engaged, both of those engagements from Cant Rescue looked so good, and I am very shocked at how well Left 4 Dead did, kind of stabilizing from that, kind of what we saw Flex do in day one as well, where they were kind of getting pushed by No Mercy on Talus, but they were just able to kind of stabilize. So very good showing from both squads. Congratulations to Left 4 Dead for moving on to round number 3 of this tournament. They're actually gonna, they're gonna be fighting Take Care next. So they have a lot of studying to do.
And may the good Lord bless you in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the holy shit. I'm glad I'm not them. Situation.
Yeah, exactly.
We're looking
Camp
at
Rescue though. Yeah, Camp Rescue GG's. Thank you again for showing up. Any guild that shows up and that actually brawls out, mad respect to you guys. But next, Blue, I think we have an insane match coming up.
It is. It's time. Really quickly, I do want to promote Basil one more time, guys. My first ever merch is available. It's a Basil plushie. He's got his little tuxedo on. It's super, super cute. It's my first merch I've ever had. So if you love this tournament, you love this event, exclamation point Basil, and you will have an opportunity to go ahead and buy those. I think they're only available for about 18 more days, and it directly funds events like this. It directly enables me to put on really big events for all of the communities that I'm a part of. So I really appreciate all that support. We love Basil. Trained service dog for epilepsy. He's participated in national frisbee and agility competition. Everybody loves Basil. I'll try to get the Basil cam back in the next week or so here as I finally have the cameras installed once again. But take a look at that, guys. Let's look at our next match. This is one of the most hyped matches of the night, as we see Tier versus Hurricane, Grunton.
Yeah. And Tier looked insane in day number 1. Like absolutely bonkers in day number 1. So I am very excited to see them play here. Hurricane, the last line of defense for that alliance, right? Tsunami getting knocked out earlier by Press W. So now it's all falls on the shoulder of Hurricane to keep that, Karnik's dream alive. What do you think going into this now, seeing both these guilds play already in round number 1?
Do you want my honest opinion, or do you want me to give the caster opinion?
Nah, dude. Rip it off, dude.
I think the Tier is going to take this 10 out of 10 times.
Okay.
I think that it's extremely one-sided. The problem with Hurricane here is that they're not the strongest guild. So we saw Tsunami get knocked out of the tournament earlier, and again, they looked really good in round 1. But Tier is one of the favorites to win the tournament, and they represent Fury, who are too much pussies to actually come out and perform in the tournament themselves. Complete losers that they are. And then we have Bricked as well, basically. So they're pulling from some of the best guilds in their alliance, representing their alliance here, and they're one of the favorites to come out and win this thing up against Hurricane, who started as a free-to-play guild. They're ranked second in their alliance. We saw Tsunami get knocked out earlier. I think they're fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, you checked all the boxes. I agree. You want to know a funny thing about Fury?
Hit me.
So they fought Supple tonight on Riftstone, and I was casting and playing at the same time because I'm such a genius. And we threw our summon gate and still won. So there you go. Fury still lost.
Oh my goodness! But how close was it? Be honest.
I mean, they're at like 90% trying to cap the stone.
Oh, so it's really close.
It was close, but it was close because we threw our gate.
Don't play that down. That's actually crazy. They almost capped it from you guys, and you're Supple Oni. That's the strongest guild in. Ooh.
Yeah, but Blue, I was looking at my second monitor casting this video game for everyone. I wasn't even at full power.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you though, but 97% on the cap. I mean, you guys, that's a coin flip. I'll be honest with you, that's kind of a coin flip.
It's all good. Fury sucks. Deck on us again. You guys are dog shit. You're not even in the tournament. I'll see you on the next Riftstone. Let's go.
God. And it has to be said that Tier, again, is the only guild representing their alliance here.
True.
So they can actually field some of the better players, whereas this Supple has 3 guilds, I believe, in the tournament. So, and since you can't repeat players, I think that Tier might actually, if it's that close, oh my goodness, we might actually just see Tier come out and win this tournament. Either way, Hurricane is fighting an extremely uphill battle on this one. Again, a David and Goliath situation. Hurricane did win the coin toss, so credit to them. They chose to pick Tier band Malakar, Kawazan, and Chernobog. We're seeing a lot of Cherno bands today. A lot of people do not want, they must be practicing on it, and they know that there's a strategy they just don't want to see.
Maybe, yeah. It might be something like that.
Yeah, because I know that a lot of guilds are scrimming each other and honestly trying to keep their strategies in their back pocket on this one. But Malakar, Kawazan, and Chernobog were banned, and it's a Grand Alon fight.
Yeah, first time we're seeing Grand Alon tonight. But this is a very tank-centric stone, and we saw how good Tier did against, I think it was TC, right, in their first match?
Yeah.
Against Take Care Bears, just never letting them cap the stone. So this is a very good stone for Tier, is all I'll say.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've only ever seen this stone be really one-sided, one way or the other. I think that Tier has Hurricane rather has their work cut out for them. And the fact that they chose Grand Elan means that they must have a strategy ready for this one, because you don't go into Grand Elan without a strategy ready.
Yeah, I mean, you can't. You'll just get ran.
Yeah.
If you do that. So I'm very curious to see both these guilds kind of go toe-to-toe here.
Yep, well, looks like the lobby is just about ready to go, so make sure you guys get your predictions in for this one. Tier versus Hurricane. If you're a betting man, you're probably looking at Tier, and if you're out of points and you're looking for a Hail Mary, you're probably looking at Hurricane on this one. Either way, I think it's going to be an amazing match. We're going to have to see how it plays out. Both guilds are ready to go, so we're going to hit the start button, and you know, Gretton, that I'm going to have to run from Narnia.
Oh, yeah. You don't know the tech. I'll get there. Don't worry. I'm already on the way.
I'm going to go the other way this time. I'm going the other way this time.
Yep. I'm catching up with stream delay. Let's see if you're going the right way.
I'm stuck.
Oh, you're going the right way?
Yeah, this is not any faster, bro. It's just the way that it goes.
No, you're okay, dude.
I got stuck, man. Like, that's why I don't go this way.
Back to BDL, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh my gosh, bro. And look, if they didn't spawn the casters in Wakanda, it would be fine. All right, Gretton, you're going to have to take the first part of this.
Well, I'm going to tell you that Hurricane's already on the stone.
Okay, good. So Hurricane, honestly, with the early strategy here, and that's a good look for them. Taking the stone early in this one is extremely important. It looks like Hurricane is red team. I'll go ahead and get that addressed here shortly. As we see, we don't actually see where is.
We have one crossbow dagger from Tier scouting? Question mark.
Yeah, Tier just scouting. It looks like they're going to try to use the bubble to their advantage on this one instead of getting onto the stone, which I would say is a better strategy, Gretton, early on like this. Especially on Grand Elan. But honestly, you can just run straight onto the stone. If you spawn, I think it is at 0.2 over there, you can get all the way up to the stone for Tier. And I think they're just going to count on being able to win the overall skirmish engagement. Hurricane, I'd love to see some people try to get up on these high grounds here, because you have to fly from like really far away to actually get on them. But you can stand up on these high grounds. I'm not sure how possible it is on the War Games map, but yeah, Hurricane positioning, they're all spread out. They want to make sure they know the push that's coming is going to be kind of brutal on this one. Tier with only one scout out representing the Fury Alliance on this one. We'll see if they're able to make anything happen on the first push here, because they're going to run out of bubble right as they hit the stone, Gren.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. And are they doing the yeehawing tech of just waiting for it to be closer to cap time and then just kind of push and overwhelm the point? I think that looks like it's what their play is. Just
yeah, I mean, like,
see. I mean, I think when we saw them on a dentist, I don't know if that's what they did. I think they engaged early against Take Care Bears on a dentist.
Well, regardless, I think it shows a decent amount of respect for Hurricane here to not just kind of run in and be like, oh yeah, because if you think that you're going to win convincingly, you're just going to run in and fight them.
Yeah,
right. But I think that it shows a fair amount of respect for Hurricane Tier taking this tournament very, very seriously. They do not want to just throw their lead, even though they think that they might have the upper hand here. I think that they're playing this cautiously. There's the spawn in from Tier as they run up. Looks like they're all coming from the same direction. I do not see any spawns from the other direction. They are all invulnerable as Dominic and every single other Cho Nation member and Bricked flood onto the stone, and there's nothing Hurricane can do about it because they're all invulnerable. They're gonna leave invulnerability, and it's an all-out brawl as Tier versus Hurricane gets underway of this one. Tier looks like, honestly, they're losing out on this initial engage, but Hurricane losing health bars as a big flash wave comes in, but they get healthy right away. Again, Hurricane dominating that left side of the node there that you see, but Tier thinning out towards the right. Honestly, Hurricane coming in with a good strategy. It looks like they're winning this skirmish.
Yeah, Hurricane actually just planted their feet and they're just saying, I don't give a shit who you are, dude. This is our stone. And they're actually inching their way back into this fight. I mean, they definitely lost that initial engage pretty convincingly just because of the bubble situation, but Hurricane is just standing their ground, and their respawns are going to be able to trickle in. Kickstart actually had like 2 HP for a solid 10 seconds there as he was just chucking spears, trying to do as much damage as he can. And both guilds are just trading blows back and forth, and funneling back in over and over and over again, trying to just kind of maintain the numbers game. A huge sleep from both sides.
Crazy
and an insane
sleeps.
clump by Mr. Goober there with that. Dude, this is just insane for both teams.
Goober's Hurricane, or Hurricane's Goober right there with a massive sleep on a tier. Tier dominating the stone now as Hurricane's respawns just were not enough to win that initial engage. But I think Hurricane putting up a much stronger fight than a lot of people thought they could. Oh my goodness. And now they're going to have to back up and regroup. One thing about Grand Alon is that, sure, you might have advantage while you're on the stone like this. And that's what Tier, swarming like a hive of bees. They know that they have the advantage now as the stone is about to open up in about 10 seconds, but Hurricane can approach from all sides on this one, and they know it. So you can absolutely, and you can get bubble pushes off as well. So it's not quite as one-sided as you might see on a Malakar stone.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is also less one-sided than even a dentist, because a dentist, this is like the opposite of a dentist, right? A dentist is, Rift Stone is beneath high ground, where this stone is actually the high ground.
Oh, the flood. Yeah, the flood onto the point.
Yeah,
the flood onto the point. Gretton, sorry about that. Tier did get the cap initially off, but Hurricane flooding onto the point and taking the catacombs of the point there. You can see them positioning kind of off the point, which is giving Tier the advantage of taking it, but they did actually get the cap off, and they have more people on the point, Gretton.
Yeah, that flood, again, bubble is just so impactful on this.
Oh my gosh.
On a stone like this, but again, it just looks like now Tier is able to stabilize. Respawns are both guilds are funneling in from point 2, and respawns are coming in, and again, Tier just looks too strong. It was the same tanks as always on the point, just making sure that Hurricane can't even gain an inch. They come in, they have a good 20-30 second showing on that initial engage because of bubble, and then Tier is just able to punch their way back through the defenses of Hurricane.
Yeah, and you see Vert on this backside here. Vert, one of the better DPSers that they have, running that spear dagger composition. You know that Tier means business. They've got all the meta builds on, basically, and he is just pumping damage into the enemy team right there. We'll probably get a shout out for Vert here, as I'm pretty sure he's streaming his POV of the fight as well. Tier dominating the point right now, but honestly, they have not taken it. We expected them to take it immediately, but Hurricane coming in, and chat said it first, so I'll give them credit. They look like they go from category 1 to category 5 at the snap of a finger, basically. And right now, honestly, they're dueling them for this. They are a few people down, about 9 people down on the point, but they are trying to challenge Tier. This is not as one-sided as we saw in the first round of the tournament. Or this is the closest Grand Alon that we have seen in the tournament thus far, as Hurricane comes in, and you can see they're fighting for control of it, but they just can't get just quite enough people on the point, Gretton. They're just so close, but so far.
I swear, I think you have the caster curse. You mentioned Vert stream. I tab over and he instantly crashed.
Oh my god.
So he is no longer in the war game, unfortunately for Tier. Yeah.
Absolutely tragic. Yeah, Sal, the PayPal's in your inventory. Who do you want me to mention next? Hurricane looking like they're pushing back onto it. And honestly, that's a big deal for Tier as they lose a couple. Honestly, let's see, was it just Vert? It was just Vert that crashed right there. You just hate to see that. Hopefully he just rebroadcast the main broadcast. We love to see Vert here, and it's tragic that he crashed out there, but honestly, that's one of the primary DPSs for Tier there, and they just lost him as again he's already falling out of the front page like this, but like originally he was down up in the top 5 for them, not able to continue on in this one because if a player crashes, there's not much we can do about it on this one. Hurricane honestly getting kind of an advantage right there, an unexpected advantage.
That's a big advantage. Yeah,
and Wohi going for the cap on the point. Hurricane funneling through one little choke point right here and just not able to get through. His Tier standing strong and their backline firing home on this one. Pleb, once again, we saw Pleb in the first round. This absolute menace from Cho Nation in Black Desert. He just standing on the point. He's just not gonna let Goober have it. His job is to stand here and make sure, like Gandalf, no one passes.
we're saved. Vert was able to get back in before the game put him into a spectator. So he's actually back as a player in this game.
Is he really? Because it doesn't even say. Is that even possible?
He's in. I watched it happen. And if I'm not mistaken, segue to the sponsor, I think Icon Digital built his PC. That's all I'm going to say.
Actually true, though. They did, and they optimized it, too. That's unironically Icon Digital, baby. You get that boot off really fast. And I think that's the only player I've ever seen actually be able to boot up war games fast enough that they got back into the match. Is literally insane how quickly he was able to get back into it. And look at Tier on top again.
Boom. What a crazy segue, dude. You should pay me more.
Honestly, that Icon should pay you more. Let's just like that was a great.
Let's just call a spade a spade.
Easy. Yeah, easy sponsor shout out on that one. And he's not wrong, though. They did optimize his PC and build it and everything. So boom. Pretty insane. It looks like Hurricane gonna come with one big bubble push here. And this is the opposite of what we saw before. We will run in with them to get the POV of the Hurricane members jumping over the ledge here. All of Tier is spread out with just Pleb standing on the point saying, "You shall not pass." Every time someone tries to cap that point, it's just a knockoff. It's just a CC over and over and over again. And then it's just a bare knuckle brawl to see if Tier can basically win this out. But I think that Hurricane actually has more people on the point, Grenton.
Yeah, this is a great push here from the side of Hurricane. And again, Tier is just doing a great job of just spreading out and just kind of making guilds pick and choose where you want to hit. There's Vert right in the middle of everything as he's going to try to get some damage off, but he will ultimately... No, he's still alive. His healer's doing God's work keeping him up. Vert's just chucking spears out here like he's Zeus and just somehow not dead yet with 6 HP. Now he's back to full health and he's just able to take so much space for his guild as the rest of Hurricane is just trying to swarm the point. But every little pocket of Tier, they're just playing these little alcoves around the Riftstone and just creating these walls where if you pass that, you are just on no man's land. You don't have healers near you and you just ultimately fall. And if you want to play near your healers, you have to play on those outskirts, and it's just a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. And Tier just looks so good on defense here.
Yeah, and we talk about how good the healers are for some of these goods, like guilds like Flex we saw earlier. It's just a healer diff, right? And then in this case, you see some guilds like Left 4 Dead in our last match, and Tier, it looks like here, it's not just the healers, really. It's the tanks making the difference, not allowing Hurricane to cap the point time and time again. We saw the same thing happen for Left 4 Dead, and then in Tier's previous match as well, against Take Care Bears, they basically, it was a very close match, but Take Care Bears unable to come up with a win on it, mainly because, again, Pleb was just standing on the point with Gorga, and they just would not allow it to happen. Now, I don't see Gorga here today, but they've got a couple other tanks. Oh my goodness, they actually allowed, just as I say that, it's the caster curse. They allow Wohi to get that.
Curse,
yeah, they get that cap off, but unfortunately, I don't think that matters too much for Tier because Hurricane is very scattered and broken right now, and they need to regroup and get a push off. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to capitalize on this very much, Grenton.
Yeah, no, I mean, they let the cap go off, but again, they just say, ah, f it, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, their entire guild's dead, and we're 20v1 on this point. Just let him cap and just drain his contribution like they're doing right now. The cap's failed, and this is even before Hurricane can regroup and kind of amount for a push. So 12 minutes left, but I mean, this first 7.5 minutes have looked very, very decisive on the side of Tier. They just look super, super strong.
Yeah, they're even pushing off the dais right now.
Exactly. Yeah, they're just getting active. They're getting the ego is in play.
Yeah, they're off the dais and they're trying to disrupt Hurricane's regroup, and it looks like Hurricane has pulled back. You can see Pay to Win has pulled back there. This guy didn't get the memo. He's going to go down, but a lot of the Hurricane members have basically pulled back off the point right now, and it looks like they're going to try a push in from hopefully multiple angles this time to see if they can't get something different to work here, as they are getting caps off on this point, which is already better than Tier's last opponent. Take Care Bears unable to get a cap off, but again, we saw that happen twice, not once but twice on that Kawazan Riftstone. It's just so hard to get the cap off when your enemy team has such good tanks, and you have to be looking at Tier and say, okay, what are the best maps for us to be able to cap like this when you have tanks that are as good as Pleb is at keeping people from getting caps off. It looks like the engage is going to happen from both sides here. Pleb just not moving, standing strong, waiting for his opportunity to shine right here. All of Tier basically floods into the catacombs. They get knocked into the air. there, though, as Hurricane, it looks like half of Hurricane got here, but the other half got interrupted, and they're fighting outside the dais right now. Hurricane, a category 3 and a category 2, instead of coming in as one category 5, hitting from multiple angles right here, and Tier is just not having any of it as they finally get up onto the point. Crunk God's gonna go down, so a few Tier members getting knocked out there as the remainder of Hurricane actually do manage to basically waddle their way onto the point here, Grenton.
Yeah, again, Tier just they do a really good job of just making Hurricane have to choose.
Oh, there's Gorga. I see him now.
What happened?
I see Gorga. He's one of the other tanks for Tier that keeps people off the point. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember from the TCB game as well. But again, Tier's just doing a phenomenal job of making you choose the lesser of two evils. It's either you push through their front line and you're on the point isolated from every single person that you know and love, or you just stay on the outskirts and get absolutely mowed down by their DPS. It is just very difficult to push onto this. The 2 times we saw Hurricane do well on this is when they bubble pushed, but they just lost the long-term engagement. They won that short-term. They were able to take space and own the space, but they ultimately just fell off fully when it came to the actual defense and trying to push through Tier's comp here.
Yeah, and I think Vertin is static out here, basically just wiping through a lot of the Hurricane backline as they try to regroup here. Shanksy running for his life right now, and they're getting hunted down one at a time. Here comes the rest of Hurricane. Shanksy says, oh, thank goodness, the Riders of Rohan are here. If the Riders of Rohan ran in and the Orcs had slaughtered every one of them, Hurricane are going to run in like this. Maybe it's more like the Dothraki and the Long Night. Here actually in a bad spot here, all backed into the corner right here, as it looks like Hurricane is going to flood onto the point. No, they take space on the point right now. All of Hurricane taking space on the point, and like the Riders of Rohan, they're gonna run in and win this engagement.
Yeah, it's an absolutely insane engage here, and it's just back and forth from both guilds as they're trying to just crash onto the stone. We've reached the final 10 minutes 10 minutes of play in this Riftstone. This is our second to last match of the night. It's do or die for both these guilds, and they're going to give everything a nice engage here on the side of Crossfire. Crossfire is able to get a beautiful Green Ranger off on top of his Bellendir SNS suck, so that's going to be a great amount of space that they're able to kind of take control of, but the respawns from Tier are just going to be coming back over and over like an unrelenting wave crashing into this stone as they're just unable to find their footing. Hurricane is just playing on their back foot. It's just time and time again, they engage super well, and then after 30-40 seconds, it looks like it just disconnects. I'm not sure if everyone just goes quiet and calms, or if they're just not sure what to do after that initial engage, but it looks a lot more clean on the side of Tier, even though they are losing that initial punch.
Yeah, Tier definitely looking dominant on this one. Goober trying to get his way through for Hurricane here. Not actually going to make anything happen, though. Absolutely tragic. Hurricane with a good push in right there. Tier, I think, honestly, they tried something a little bit different on the defensive push right there, but unable to make really anything happen there.
Yeah, it's a lot of just back and forth as Tier just, I don't know, like Tier, that's something that if I'm Tier, I need to work on when I'm fighting a guild that maybe is a little bit stronger, is the losing that initial punch. Because if you lose that initial punch against the guild that can fill the space better, you're just going to completely lose the stone. So Tier just has to kind of, so that's what I would practice on if I'm Tier here.
I'm getting reports that somebody has an Aradis buff on, but I have not. Grant, have you clicked on anybody that has an Aradis buff yet? I have not seen it. I've been clicking around.
I'm looking.
Yeah, I've been clicking around. Somebody said it's on Hurricane's side, which would be awful embarrassing if you're losing and still trying to exploit at the same time. Would be a little bit rough, but like I have not seen it yet, and I've been clicking on a lot of people. Hurricane with another big push in right here, trying to do everything that they can, flooding in from all sides on this one. Tier trying to hold the line. Pleb standing tall in the middle, focused on that objective, does not want to lose focus on the objective right there. And Tier doing a good job of basically buying time. If anyone were to die, they can basically run back. He going for the cap here, but there's Pleb to give it another stop once again, Grenton.
Yeah, and again, look, there's a huge engage happening completely north of the stone, not even on the stone. So it looks like Tier kind of just pushed out and just stuffed them, I guess, is the best way I could kind of put that, and kind of split their ball entirely in half.
Yeah, And again, yeah, I have not seen a single buff on here. I think that was just kind of a bad call out, but we will see. We have other spectators in the match checking for that buff, so I will know after the match happens. But I'll be honest with you, as long as it's not Tier, I don't think it's going to matter too much. 6.5 minutes left on the clock, and Hurricane is having a heck of a time trying to cap the point. Pleb gets kind of low on health, but then just heals himself right back up, and YEEHAWING versus Pleb for the point right here. And it is 1v1 Pleb losing out a little bit of damage, but YEEHAWING just can't get that cap off. Pleb not allowing him to make that happen. Pleb does have to back up a little bit, and the cap starts to come through because Pleb just steps right back forward and says, nope, you can't have it. Icy trying for the cap as well, just not going to find it.
Yeah, it's again, it's just a big stonewall here from the side of Tier. They're just letting in who they want, it looks like. Moving through the entirety of Hurricane. Hurricane's just trying to figure out which way do we push from, because right now they're trying every trick in the book, and unfortunately it's just not working for them. And YEEHAWING is trying his best to just get a cap off, but again, he has Pleb, Demonic are just on him like white on rice and just unable to get a cap off as he's... Oh, actually, did I just caster curse that as well? I did. Blue, I think we have superpowers.
No, we do have superpowers. All we have to say is Vert. You say his name 3 times and he disappears in the mirror. It's like the opposite of the movie, right? So like it's... Don't
That's
say
crazy.
any names too quickly, or they might just lose out. Hurricane does get a cap down onto the Riftstone with 5 minutes left on the clock. They certainly have enough time to make something happen here, but again, Tier just out skirmishing them pound for pound, static for static on this one, as they just consistently have more people on the Riftstone here. But Hurricane doing a great job battling back right now, trying their best to try to make something happen here, anything happen here. Within 3 people on the Riftstone, this is the closest that the fight has looked since we started, Grenton. And I'm not sure, though, that they're going to be able to pull it out with 4.5 minutes left.
I don't think so, but again, it's now or never if you're Hurricane. You need to try to make this work for your squad, or else it's just over. Again, in a best-of-1 tournament, it is so important that you just make use of every last second in a match. Even if you think it's over, it's not over until it's over. We saw that with Tsunami in week number 1 as well, but unfortunately, Tier does snuff out the cap, but instantly, Icy and YEEHAWING are trying to get that cap back in their favor to try to get something going here in this last 4 minutes, but it's looking very bleak for Hurricane.
Yeah, and I think that Tier doing a great job. And again, this was their strategy in the first one, is maybe they're not like... It does look dominant towards Tier, but honestly, they lose some of these skirmishes out over time. But like their strategy of like have their tanks, have their front line basically buy them time and allow their respawners to get back to the fight, allows them to drag the length of the fight out really long and allows them to basically win the skirmish overall. Look at that collapse down in that corner right there for Tier. Looked really, really good, wiping a lot of the Hurricane members out right there in one fell swoop right there. But Hurricane, I think, with some really solid pushes, but I think they are going to come up short here as Funky diving into the middle to try to help Icy cap this point, but he's not going to quite get there.
Yeah, exactly. But it looks like they're crashing onto the stone with purpose now. And this is, again, the do or die moment of the fight. YEEHAWING's trying his best to get a cap off. Now it's going to be on the side of Kai, I guess, or Icy. No, that's Icy. He just spelt it edgily. And he's not able to get a cap off, unfortunately. So maybe I don't have to say his name anymore as we continue in this final couple minutes of the match here. Tier is going to be swarming on top of the stone again. And just, they do it every time. It's like by design that Tier is just separating the entire ball of Hurricane. The only people who are making it through are tanks. And as we saw, the stone does flip. And now there's still 30 people from Tier on the stone.
Yeah,
so even though the stone flipped, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it just does not matter because Tier, again, their front line just can't be killed. Their tanks are just a little bit too powerful and no one ever looks at them to try to stop them. So Hurricane struggles a lot to get the cap on the stone. And even when they do, all of the tanks from Tier are still just standing on the stone and they're not going anywhere. Gretton. So what happens is Hurricane just can't win the fight fast enough and convincingly enough to have time to shred that front line down, and Tier just consistently wins every single long engage that happens here. But I gotta hand it to Hurricane. They actually came with a strategy. They were on the stone first. They've gotten a fair number of caps off, which despite the fact that Pleb and Gorgon have been such a nuisance over and over again, stopping Icy and the others from trying to cap this, they have been able to get some caps off, which is a little bit better than from TC Bears, albeit it was on a different map. That is a good look from Hurricane, doing their best here to try to make something happen into the final minute and 40 seconds here. If we look at the leaderboards, it's an awful lot of tier on the leaderboards for this one, Gretton.
Yeah, it's I don't think anyone's surprised, if I'm being honest. I think tier came out swinging, and people knew that they were the favorite in this matchup. So, I mean, we have a minute and a half left, but even if Icy gets the cap off here, I don't see a world where Hurricane wins. So, unfortunately, I think Hurricane will be bowing out in round number 2 of this tournament. But tier looking extremely solid, Blue.
Yeah, in fairness, I think that if you're going to bow out to a team, I think that tier is a good team, especially when you have a showing like this. I mean, look at this stone right now, Gretton. It looks pretty close, you know, overall. And like, yeah, they are losing the overall skirmish engage, but they're getting swarms onto the point. They're not just getting wiped out immediately. They are pushing in. They're getting caps off. They're just not able to sustain the fight long term. They're not able to do the damage they need to. The tier damage dealers are getting onto those Hurricane backliners and wiping them consistently enough that they just can't manage to stay consistently on the point. There's another cap going down. You can see again, like I just said, they have 30 people on the point with 25 seconds left to go. That tier did this in their first match too, though. You let the enemy team have the point just a couple seconds before the end. It's almost BM right at the end here, and then tier swarms in to try to stop the point from happening. But honestly, it's not as convincing as it was against Take Care Bears this time, because they're climbing up at 30%. They do not have enough time with 5 seconds remaining. Hurricane is going to end up going down, and tier is going to move on, but a good showing out of tier right there. Looking at the damage numbers, it looks like Rarkar with a spear dagger up at 2.6 million damage. T3's top damage dealt and top fragger, top kills rather, for their team. Poor Vert got disconnected, so he's a little bit further down, but I think he did a great job too. Let's take a look at the
Vert.
Yeah, let's take a look for the heals here. Let's see, 3.6 million for Clover in brick tier, 4.5 million for Laffy in brick tier. Let's see, 4.5 million does look like it. No, 5.6 million for Avalanche. So our Hurricane player with the strongest healing in the lobby. And that's what I'm saying, is their players actually did look like
apparently you skipped an 8 mil.
Oh, did I?
I don't know. Apparently, allegedly, you did. Go to
8.3 million. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Well, regardless, they had the second highest. Avalanche with the second highest healing in the lobby. Gnarly Gnar. 8.3 million is crazy for tier right there, but a great showing for Hurricane. It should show you just how close their players actually were in that fight. I think they did a great job. 1.3 million on Biggie Biggs, 1.3 million damage taken. Let's see if anybody can beat that. I believe that Biggie Biggs, yeah, for representing Hurricane, again, had the highest damage taken in the match right there. So, oh no, 1.4. 1.4 from Chaos, another Hurricane member as well. So honestly, with some really good frontline pressure coming out for Hurricane, a great match there.
Yeah, great match from both sides. Again, Hurricane, like you mentioned, right? If you're going to bow out to one guild, if you're going to lose to one guild, make it a guild like tier, make it a guild like, these other top guilds in the tournament. And again, it's going to get more and more cutthroat as we continue through the best of guild tournament here, or best in guild tournament, excuse me. And I mean, we have an insane one. A last one on the docket, Blue, is crazy.
Yeah, so let's take a look. I'm not sure. I believe I got an instant replay on that. Let's take a look if we can see. Yeah, there's the instant replay. We run up. This is the Hurricane POV as they run in. And again, this is the Riders of Rohan push as they come in here and they try to make something happen. And this is the one where they actually won because they swarm the point. And then you can see they get the cap off on this. And then they actually do have a few more people on the point. But sadly, again, the longer the engage goes, the more that it looks like tier is dominating. So sadly, just unable to win the long form engagements, but some great engagements, like initial engages coming out for Hurricane there.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy too, because we're not seeing, even on maps that are like complete washes, where it looks like one guild is significantly like stomping another guild. It's not because the other guild is bad. And we can see it, right? Just by the way they engage and by the way they actually fight. So again, Hurricane looked really, really good. They fought one of the best guilds in this tournament. Unfortunately, they lost. But GG's again to them, and I'm gonna say it like 17 times I think tonight. But if you showed up and you competed, that in itself is, and you made it even past round 1, that in itself is a feat. So be proud of that. And we're going to
this next one, well, hold on. This next match, normally, Swipe Night actually made a mistake in their first round of the tournament. You're not allowed to have what one player can only play for one team in the tournament. So although you can field players from other guilds in your alliance, you can only field players from those guilds, and they can only play in the tournament one time. If a player is caught playing in the tournament more than one time, they're subject to a punishment. Swipe Night did have a player that played in both Swipe Night's match and Take Care Mamba's. Now, clearly that player sucks because Take Care Mamba still lost that match, despite the fact that that idiot played more than one time. That being said, Swipe Night is going to, or was going to take a penalty rather here. I was going to have them play, I disqualified that member, and I was going to have them play 4 members down for this match, which is 10% of their overall strength as an offense ball, which is pretty significant. But we spoke with Filtered, and Filtered said, Mama didn't raise no bitch, Gretton. They're going to let them play with 48.
Yeah, that's actually sick. That's actually wicked.
They said we want them to play with 48. I said, okay. Holy moly. So yeah, Swipe Night getting to fill the lobby like they said here. As the lobby kind of gets squared away, let's take a look at the matchup here. And this is kind of a grudge match. You have Swipe Night versus Filter. Swipe Night, I think it is a little bit of a mismatch. I know that players have this super hyped up here, but Swipe Night actually is the second strongest guild in the Take Care Alliance, and we saw how strong TC Cobra was earlier today. They believe that they are rank 1 on the server with that TC Alliance, despite the fact they lost the last siege. Again, they had just swapped to the server, so it still might be true. The prediction for the tournament is top 5. Filtered, however, this is a lot of the isolated boys and a lot of the Black Desert boys are in Filtered here. They're the 4th strongest for the Supple Alliance, and they think that these two alliances matched up. And again, Supple versus Take Care, these are the 2 favorite alliances that people think are going to win the tournament on either side. They think that they're rank 1 on the server. They've only won 1 siege, but it was that most recent one. They said that they were going to finish dead last, and they've already beaten that, so that's good. But I do think it is a little bit of a mismatch to have the 4th player, or the 4th seed, fighting the 2nd seed, despite the fact that it is a grudge match. I would say that Swipe Night is definitely heavily favored here.
Yeah, I mean, especially now that they're at full strength. Filtered, you could tell on the side of Filtered, it's a lot more of they want to win because they're better, not because they had a numbers advantage. So they're ready to risk losing just to make sure they could beat Swipe at their best.
Yeah, and I think
that's insane.
And that is what good PvPers do. I'm going to be honest with you. That is a good PvPer mentality. You say, no, win, lose, or draw. We want to fight them at their strongest. Even if they get stomped out of the match, it's still better to fight your opponent when they are at their strongest. Do not just roll over and take no for an answer. Don't just take the really easy fights. You swap to Zeroth, you fight it out, and I love to see that. That is exactly what we saw Isolated do in the Black Desert community as well.
Yeah, I mean, I had the pleasure of fighting against them multiple times. Now I have the pleasure of, having them in the alliance with me. So I'm excited to kind of see both these guilds compete.
All right.
Speaking of, though, I don't know. Did we talk about maps yet?
No, I was about to say, let's take a look at Pick Ban here as we are just about ready to go. Grant, I'll let you introduce it.
Yeah, absolutely. So Swipe won, and to no one's surprise, they chose to pick. And then Filtered decided to ban Talus, Alon, and Azriel. So we're going back to one of, if not my favorite maps of all time, Morokai, baby.
Let's go! We love Morokai. It's my favorite one to spectate, and it shows it's a super even map. Attacking and defending, you don't necessarily have an advantage. There's a lot of different strategies that you can kind of take into consideration here. There's a lot of different angles that you can push in from, and then again, the point is really small. There's a high ground right next to it. So again, there's a lot of strategy that goes into it, Gretton.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely insane. I want to see both these guilds on Morokai. Swipe always looks really good with their macro play, and then the individual static play from the side of Filtered, they look absolutely insane too. So it's going to be kind of a battle of the behemoths on this. I think that we're going to have a very good idea of who's going to win after the first couple of engages. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, we will see. This is the final match of the day, everyone. So make sure you get your votes in, get your predictions in, and remember, a big shout out to Icon Digital for sponsoring the tournament. I want to say that, guys, if you're going to get your computer optimized, if you're looking to custom build a PC, whether you have a small budget or a large budget, Icon Digital is the place to go. They just launched an optimization app that also is a diagnostic tool. It's extremely light on your hardware, so you don't have to worry about it weighing down your hardware. It tells you exactly what is pulling what percentage on your computer, and you can tell everything that is going on at the click of a button, and it's absolutely free to download. So take a look at their app, use code Blue Squadron. If you get their paid premium plan, you get to optimize your computer whenever you would like, and they're constantly adding new little things here and new little things there to optimize over the course of the month, and you can optimize as many times as you want, Grenton.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, after the first stream that they sponsored, I decided to give it a try because I was like, why not? So I did, and to my surprise, quite frankly, I did get a ton more frames in TL specifically. So I love that shit. I love getting. I don't want to play the game on RuneScape graphics to get good frames. So I'm happy that Icon Digital is around.
Yeah, no, so honestly, if you're looking to optimize your performance, Icon Digital is a must-have, guys. Again, code Blue Squadron at checkout. Let's look at the final game as I hit the start button. I'm so excited. Filtered versus Swipe Knight. Take Care versus Supple. Who will win? Gretton, I think first to the node is first to the rift rather, is very important here.
Yeah, and I'm trying my ass off to get to the rift first, okay?
I'm trying. I'm running. I'm running, but you know me and my level 4 mount is just not gonna get there fast enough.
Yeah, you gotta actually play the game, Blue.
Bro, I'm trying, man. Bro, putting these big events together, really hard, okay? Like, this, you don't get to play the game. You get to cast the game and let everybody else gets to play the game a ton. So, you gotta choose. You want to play the game a bunch, or do you want to put on really big events that the community loves? Okay, it looks like there's already... Oh, no, it looks like Swipe Knight got to the Rift first. Here.
Wow, they got here before I did. I'm pissed.
Yeah, I got here before you did. Yeah, you're mad. Okay. Yeah, outplayed.
What?
Yeah,
I've been here the whole time.
Swipe Knight first on the rift here, and you can see this high ground. We've talked about it so many times. This high ground is a very, very big point of contention on this rift here, and Filtered, honestly, could spawn from any of one of the 3 spawn locations you see in the top right. Boring scouting for Filtered over there, saying, okay, yeah, there they are. They're on the node. That's really good play, and we see this from a lot of guilds. You don't want to overcommit people spawning in early on like that, and so you see they could pick spawn 1, 2, or 3 to come in on, or all. As we saw earlier today, Press W was able to hold this high ground, though, despite the fact that they got collapsed down on from all 3 angles, Gretton.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen, again, such good defense and offense from the dominant guilds on this stone, right? Between Supple and between Press W. So I'm very curious to see how Swipe decides to actually go about this now that they're kind of in that power position of defense. But we do see one scout from the side of Filter. Boring is just kind of like jumping around trying to get the lay of the land. And I'm more curious to see how Filter decides to attack this, because Swipe is very, very clumped on this hillside.
Yeah, Swipe Knight not swarming like we've seen a lot of the other really top-end guilds do right now. But honestly, Swipe Knight has looked so strong in this tournament so far. I think they're just kind of chilling right now. It's honestly just confidence, them sitting on the node right now, or sitting on the rift right now, rather.
Yeah, here comes the first engage, and they're going to come in spread, Blue.
Oh, yeah, they're coming in from both sides. No one coming in from the backside, though. They're going to come up. Then the tornadoes come out from Swipe Knight on that right side. But Filtered runs straight up on the left side. And a lot of Swipe Knight gets absolutely collapsed down on, losing health bars very quickly. Filtered looks like they are winning out on the first engage. But Swipe Knight, honestly, the members of Swipe Knight that are still alive, honestly, they look invincible. They look like Terminators, Gretton.
Yeah, they're just not stopping over and over. And it looks like the wall of blue just stopped on both sides. The Swipe Knight did such a good job of just controlling this high ground and just making sure that the rest of Filtered couldn't actually waterfall up. They got caught a little bit on the back foot. They planted their feet and they just held the high ground. And if you look, it's like they parted the Red Sea. All you saw was just blue on both sides, and they just weren't able to collide.
Yeah, they just weren't able to quite get there. Swipe Knight with a full regroup on this one, and Filtered looks like they're backing off in all directions right now to get another push down, but that engage looked a lot closer than I think Swipe Knight is actually used to, as again, this is the rank 4 guild in their alliance versus the rank 2 guild. If this is the gap between 4 and 2, that does not bode well for the Supple alliance. You want your rank 2 guild to be able to convincingly shit on the ranked 4 guild from the enemy alliance, and that is not necessarily what we're seeing here. Did they win? Yes, but it took them a really long time. Look at that pull in onto Craig right there. They put the damage that they do. Look at those quick picks from Filter, but it looks like they've taken one too many flash waves. There's the engage going down for Swipe Knight right there as they get the engage in. It looks like Filtered is starting to thin out a little bit. They should have just taken the engage once they got the few picks off. Swipe Knight, now that is the convincing engage that you want to see if you're Supple right there, Gretton.
Yeah, this is Supple. Pause.
Yeah, Swipe Knight.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Take care. If you're Take Care, I'm sorry. Yeah, Supple's like, no. Take Care. If you're Take Care in that case, I'm sorry. I got them mixed up for like 2 seconds. But if you're Take Care in that case, that's the kind of engage that you want to see coming out of your alliance right there. And Filtered, honestly, able to push back out of that corner right there, doing a really solid job. A fair amount of them actually get through onto the back line here. This is looking pretty solid for them over time. As they, honestly, the engage over time looks a lot more solid for them as they start to push forward. A lot of blue names coming forward. Oh my goodness, a big tornado is going to put a stop to that push right there. 1 second. Here comes the cap is now open up, and Tomato Sama is it. Well, honestly, he's only at a third, but he's going to get the cap off. It doesn't look like they're going to get to him in time. He is going to get the cap off for Swipe Knight, but the rest of Filtered is right here to answer for that right there. There's no way he gets out alive, does he? Oh my goodness. Liza gets out alive, makes it back over to his healer, and that's what we're talking about. Swipe Knight's statics are so good at talking to each other. He was diving toward his healer. It looked like he was going to Narnia right there, when really the reality of the situation was he was just diving toward his healer. Ironically enough, Gretton, Filtered with 34 people on the point right now, preventing Swipe Knight from camping.
Yeah, it's actually insane. Both squads are doing so well at just crashing onto the point now. We need to see Filtered actually get a cap off. They're actually 70%, 80%. No, get interrupted at 90% here, and they're going to try again. Burger 27, the MVP, the god, the myth, the legend, trying his best to get a cap off. But as you mentioned, Swipe just does so well of playing off each other and making sure that everyone is where they need to be. This looks very much like your little Freudian slip earlier of Supple, that they're just all playing their respective positions and they're not getting overly greedy, or, you know, they're not getting too hungry for kills. They all know they have a job to do and they're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Clover's running for his life right now. Filter doing their best of how to back up right now into this corner, but there's 1s and 2s over there as well. Honestly, Kui on the back line right there. They're going to let him run out. He does have a bubble, so he can get out of there. But it looks like Zothrak has a lot of people focusing him down right now. This makes it very precarious. Swipe Knight, nice and spread on this one as Filtered sends their flankers kind of around the outside of the fight here.
Yeah, and they're actually going to get into a position to try to fight now, but here comes the flash wave, but they all just funnel through one choke, and that could be detrimental, but no, they're actually getting some space. But here comes the reinforcements on the side of Swipe Knight.
Oh my goodness.
And it's just impossible for Filter to walk through that choke uncontested.
Yeah.
Why would you do that? I don't know.
The funniest thing there is that they actually stood tall through most of the flash waves right there, and it just wasn't enough as their healers did a lot of work. But once those heals went down, you saw them fade very quickly, and Filtered had to back up right there. As again, funneling through one choke in a wide open, spread open map like this is generally not with the way that you want to play it. Filter trying to squeak by on that right side. They are getting a fair amount of people through onto the back line of Swipe Knight here, and they're honestly pushing through. They're trying to get caps off right now as well. Their skirmish is doing pretty well over there. Swipe Knight definitely looks a little bit stronger, but you would expect a little bit more of a gap here, I'll be honest, Gretton. And again, this is just an unbiased third party. If your second guild and your fourth guild are this close, that means this alliance is a lot closer than I think a lot of people realize.
Yeah, I mean, I wholeheartedly agree. I think both these guilds are putting up a phenomenal fight, and as someone who is in the alliance, one of the guilds that are a part of here, I would say these two guilds are very these two alliances are a lot closer than people think. Absolutely. And who cares about alliances? It's all about Filtered versus Swipe Knight right now, and Swipe Knight looks absolutely pristine on this Mordecai Riftstone, and Filtered needs to kind of figure out something different. It looks like they're going to try to do that now by waterfalling in, but they're all going to get caught in a tornado.
That's rough, and then they got collapsed down from the backside, so the front side of Filtered is kind of split from the backside of Filtered, and that's not the engage that you want to see come out right there. Swipe Knight managing that perfectly. The flankers coming in, holding up all of Filtered's flankers on the ramp right there as the rest of Filtered kind of ran forward, and now we're all going to get routed on this one. Swipe Knight with a very, very clean engage going off. Kind of a big blunder from Filtered there, when normally the engages look a lot closer than this. Sure, Swipe Knight has the advantage here, but you can see Dotsev diving in for the point right there. There's no one there to stop him, actually. The people assigned to the point are just going to let this go off. They can't stop it. There it is. That's the cap going down. They have 20 people on the point right now, and Filtered battles back on this one. Swipe Knight pouring over the rift right now, trying to get people desperately onto the point to try to swing this back the other way, but Filtered already controlling the low ground. It does look like Swipe Knight's starting to clean this out though, Gretton.
Yeah, and that's, we saw a little bit of an area of opportunity for Filtered to try to capitalize on this with Swipe Knight, but Swipe Knight just doing such a good job of staying alive and then waterfalling on top. 27-8 on the point right now as Filtered respawns are trying to trickle in, but they're going to be trickling in with half HP, half mana. They're not coming in healthy, and this is just going to be easy pickings for the side of Swipe Knight. Or is it, as Filtered is just going to kind of crash in and they're going to isolate and look certain quadrants to try to take some space, as they're doing here on the south side, and then once they stabilize on the south side, they can maybe start moving towards the north, and Filter is actually getting a really good foothill here.
Yeah, they've got the numbers on the point right now. Swipe Knight fumbling kind of hard, considering that they are typically the stronger guild here. They're actually fumbling a little hard right now because there's 28 people on the point for Filtered, and this shows you just how objective-based these guys actually are, how dedicated as a squad is. They've all been basically playing together. They've all been basically playing together for the last like 3 or 4 years, if you include Black Desert Online as well, and you can see that coordination coming out here, and Swipe Knight looks a little routed as they're going to get up to 40% on this cap. I don't think that they, honestly, I think that Filtered, if there's 4 people less right now for Swipe Knight, it actually probably is the difference right now.
I think you're right, yeah.
I'm gonna be honest.
This is just, it's just up to Filtered, right, to kind of rally forward and win this. I mean, definitely a bit of a blunder, letting them fight at full strength if your goal is to just win, but if your goal is to have a competitive match and win because you're better, if you can win, then you did everything right here. But it's neck and neck on the stone, and I do think the 4 players would have made the difference. Absolutely.
Yeah, I absolutely do think that the 4 players would have actually meant the difference between victory and defeat here. But that honestly, that makes Filtered look even better in my eyes, because they knew it was going to be close, and they said, no, if we're going to win, we're going to do it the right way. I don't care that they cheated in the first round. The second round, if we win this, it goes to us. And they have been honestly putting on a great show here. If they do lose this, they went down with honor, because the Filtered boys are all streaming in, and they're basically just jumping right onto that point. It does look more one-sided as Swipe Knight starts to take more control of it, but honestly, it's a little bit neck and neck. You don't see weak guilds get up to 40% on a cap unless it's close, Grenton.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, Filtered is actually now inking forward and getting a little bit more of that cap slowly but surely, as now they're taking that power position, that north side of the zone, and Swipe Knight's trying to Swipe Knight's actually moving in really well now.
Yeah, they almost got over 40% there. Swipe Knight struggling for the first time I've ever seen them struggle, really, in a War Games match like this, and definitely the first time in this tournament that they've met an opponent that can actually meet them in the field like this. This is much closer than I think a lot of people thought. And again, this is rank 4 versus rank 2 on the various alliances here. I gotta say that Supple's probably smiling right now, looking at their rank 4 seed. Honestly, give Swipe Knight a really good run for their money as they take control of that lower section once again down there. And you see the numbers start to swap in Filtered's favor. Once again, it is so back and forth that Filtered is just barely neck and neck holding on to their cap right now. Swipe Knight with a lot of people up on the high ground. They should consider dropping down to this low ground. It wouldn't look nearly as close, Quentin.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, they're trying to just keep the posture there. They're not really in danger of losing the stone, so I don't mind them playing with this a little bit more controlled position by having people up on that high ground. Now they've just swarmed that northern side, and Filtered is all but wiped on the stone, and they have to really figure out now, okay, well, are we going to try to stream back in? Are we just going to let this cap fade and regroup? Like, what are we going to do here?
Yeah, it looks like a full regroup from Filtered as they pull off right now. And it looks like they still have about 8%. If they go right now, they could technically get there in time. Look at the rotation right there. Coming out for Filtered. They're running around to the other side. They think that the high ground might just be the play here. But honestly, it looks like they're going to sacrifice this entire cap on the point, which honestly is probably a smart play. I don't know, man. It felt like they were doing pretty well. Blue team failed to capture the point here as Swipe Knight resets, and it gives Swipe Knight the opportunity to take a breather because I think that they were sweating a little bit there, more than they've ever sweat in a War Games match before. Filtered over in the woods over there, and Swipe Knight looking like the Romans at the start of Gladiator, waiting outside the woods for the barbarians to push in. Filtered running in now. It looks like all from the same angle. No, they're all banking left. No, there's a few people pushing to the high ground, but they all get floated up there. There's a fight for the low ground. There's a fight for the high ground, and they seem to be losing both very convincingly. The low ground gets blasted for Filtered. Let's see how the high ground looks for Filtered. They do get the cap off on the rifts relatively easily there, but the engage did not go their way. Is I think that splitting their forces was a little bit rough there. I think that if they had just sent everyone to the low ground, they probably have a little bit better chance of winning. But regardless, they did get the cap off, which is more than we've seen in our other matches for the day, Gretton.
Yeah, and it looks like Filtered is actually just continuing to take space here up on the high ground, and they're just trying to find a way to stabilize and then figure out, well, hey, what's the best way to push this lower section? But it doesn't look like Swipe is going to give them that opportunity, as they're going to just funnel up this south side pathway right into the main ball of Filtered, and they're just going to take the fight to them. But Filtered did manage to get a cap off. Unfortunately, there's not really many people standing on the stone on the side of Filtered. There's literally two standing on the stone for both guilds as the big fight is happening up on top.
Yeah, and that shows you just how good both guilds are, is that they understand not to commit too many resources. But there's the call from Filtered to drop down, and now they're dominating the stone. Look how fast that percentage jumps up. Swipe Knight needs to respond here, as they have not responded very quickly at all. And Filtered can respawn at 0.1 and run straight back to reinforce this low ground with 20% in climbing. You saw it got down to 2%. Look how quickly Filtered is able to actually turn that point around for their team right there. Swipe Knight finally responds, but honestly, like snails on that one. Swipe Knight not having the fastest response time to their opponents adapting like that. The snap decision from Filtered does show stronger adaptation and coordination from their guild together. Swipe Knight should have responded a little bit faster. Now they're dealing with another tough cap here with 35% and climbing. They still have not managed to hold control of the point, Gretton. Filtered still on top.
Yeah, Filter's doing such a good job of just playing their lives right now. I got nervous there for a second because Swipe's respawn was just waterfalling into the stone and just allowing them to stem the bleeding of this cap. But Filter's just doing such a really good job of reinforcing. But as I say that, though, Swipe is also just gonna drop on the stone. This is the important engage. If you win this engage here, Blue, you can continue to gain percentage. You're gonna lose a bit. That's fine. You're gonna lose maybe 5-6%, but you need to just focus on clearing out Swipe. Look how low they're getting. But now Swipe has full control of the stone. Filtered is full white, and I just don't think they have the tempo to get back into this.
Yeah, it was so close. They actually got up to 43% on the cap because they have just better rotations than Swipe does. Their strategy is definitely, for sure, a little bit better than Swipe. Swipe's definitely the stronger guild, though, coming into this as they Filtered funnels back onto the point. Look at it shoot right back up. They see their opportunity. Swipe Knight gets too cocky. They leave the Riftstone, and Filtered jumps in and takes control of it. 34 people on the point for Filtered right now as they battle up 42%, 43%, and climbing. They're barely holding on, and they're just keeping control of the main point. Swipe Knight fully routed at this point. It's almost like they need to regroup because they're going to pass the 50% point right here. Are they going to get a cap off, Gretton?
This is insane. Swipe is playing this so poorly. They just allowed Filtered to kind of regain the control. But now, again, here's the respawn wave from Swipe now. This is where they can kind of claw their way back into it by waterfalling back onto the stone, pushing Filtered off. It's not hard to do. Filtered is very, very DPS heavy, it looks like, at least on the stone. There's a huge clump here on the south side. Filtered needs to capitalize on this, or else they won't have enough people on the stone anymore to be able to continue to incrementally gain caps. But they're just managing to squeak 30 to 20. They're over 60%, Blue. They're not stopping. They're just continuing to inch percent over and over and over again. They are unrelenting in this cap.
Swipe Knight with a massive fumble on this one, and I think that they're starting to realize it's 69%. What is going on? They're supposed to be the stronger guild here, and Filtered, honestly, with a stronger strategy, is gonna come out 6.5 minutes on the clock. 70% cap right now as Swipe Knight calls, okay, that's it. Everyone needs to stand on the stone or you're kicked, because Filtered is just that coordinated. Filtered coming in with another big wave right now, Gritton. I'm not sure that they have enough left in the tank.
I'm not sure either. They are coming in with half HP. They're trying to take that northern section, which again is what I said is the most important spot to take. And they're now beating the numbers again. They lose a couple players here. I'm not sure if they stepped off or died, but it looks like Swipe is finally able to stabilize. They're able to get them down to close to 60%. And now it's Swipe is just doing a really good job of punishing them. But Filtered is actually not taking more space. And now all of a sudden, Filtered has 10 more people.
Oh my gosh, bro. How do they keep doing it? Dotseb, the shot caller for Filtered, with clearly the dominating strategy here. Swipe Knight getting out-called left, right, and centered, getting out-pointed everything. Is supposed to be in Swipe Knight's favor. They have better players. They have a stronger guild. They're supposed to be in a stronger alliance, but somehow, some way, Filtered finds a way, and they just keep pushing it back for their guild. Filtered pushing back now 17 to 22. It's nail-bitingly close. Still 69% cap for Filtered here as they're trying to stream people onto the point. Only 5.5 minutes remaining though, Gretton.
That's all they need though. They just need to inch this cap. If they can cap this stone with sub 3 minutes left on the clock or sub 2 minutes, even in a better case scenario, they're looking really good. They do lose about 10% contribution though. It's now or never though. If you're Filtered, you need to get people on the point right now. You need to start winning the cap. That's exactly what they're doing. You need to clear out Swipe. If you can cap this stone with about 3 minutes left, that's all you need to do. And they're just inching their way forward percent by percent, Blue.
Yeah, 22 now, and it's consistently rising. Force Filtered on this one. Everything on the line. Swipe Knight did not expect this to go their way. They fought on a boomstone last night. It seemed one-sided. Dotsep looked like he was going to go down there. His healer keeps him standing. The shot caller is still staying alive for Filtered. They're down at 10 people on the rift though right now. I'm not sure that they have enough left on the rift here. A lot of Swipe is actually standing above right now. That's not what you want to see, as Filtered is going to trickle onto the point, increasing dramatically here. Is Filtered needs to get more people onto this point right now. 30 people on the point for Swipe Knight as they finally realize their shot caller has finally pulled his head out of his behind and realized, oh my god, we might actually lose this.
Yeah, they need to just full send Guardians here. If you're Filtered, there's a huge clump of players on that south side. You need to just full send Guardians, completely wipe them, and start gaining an advantage here, because otherwise they're just gonna be able to kind of pull back to that south side of the conflict zone and just kind of restabilize and push back in. That's exactly what's happening here. They've lost 15% of the cap so far. Filtered needs to find a way to get a foothold onto this conflict zone, onto this King of the Hill area around the Riftstone. Otherwise, it is all for naught. This valiant brawl over the last 6 minutes will be all for nothing if Filtered cannot figure out a way to start swinging this in their favor. The huge respawn wave from Filtered is coming in now. This might be where it is, but also big wave from Swipe coming in from Portal 3 as well, Blue.
Yeah, and here comes Filtered and Swipe Knight basically slamming into each other. You have to be thinking to yourself right now, if Swipe Knight is down 4 players, I do think that Filtered is convincingly winning this match. That is the difference, but Filtered said, screw that. We want to fight him at full strength. They full backed off now. This is a heck of a play for Filtered to pull back like this. Their tail's getting eaten a little bit, but now they've got a huge spread. Oh my goodness, they might just look for a massive concave on this. They're losing a lot of percent onto the cap with 2 minutes and 56 seconds left on the point. Dotseb looking for a way in right now for his boys. Isolated and Filtered and coming in, running onto the point now. They have got to move. 23% and falling. They've got to dive in here. It looks like Kelty's out in front for Swipe Knight. That is the guy that got the back door off in their very first siege. And Kelty has stayed with Swipe Knight despite everything that guild has gone through. Filtered dives through right now, putting everything they can on the table to try to push through to this point. I don't think that was actually the play that they were looking for, though, as they kind of waited a really long time. They lost a massive percentage on the point right now. And now, again, we're back to contesting 18 to 23. It's really close, but I felt like if they had just trickled in, they might actually take it, Gretton.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure of that shot call. They did get snuffed as they tried to push in from the south. They are gaining some percentage. They have enough time, though. You have to keep in mind, they have enough time, though.
They do.
Because they pushed in before the 2-minute 30 mark. So there is enough time for them to cap this if they just maintain these numbers. They have to play this super smart, though, Blue. If they give up any sort of...
They're climbing so fast.
Yeah, this is climbing insanely fast. But if they give up this lead here, this is where they're going to lose. They have to just grind this forward and just keep Swipe at bay.
Yeah, it's going to be an all-out brawl for the final minute and 36 seconds left, boys. Get on your feet. If you're in Take Care, get on their feet if you're in Supple, because your boys are battling for everything that they're worth. Got it all the way up to 41% before Swipe Knight is able to turn it back around. And here comes Filtered with their spawns back in, swarming onto the point. Once again, no, down at 9. Swipe Knight says, you hold your ass on this point or we're going to be kicked from this alliance. They should not have looked this close. Filtered actually looking so strong in this one, Gretton. Absolutely incredible performance for these boys with 1 minute left on the clock. They're trying to regroup. They're trying to push the point. They know where Swipe Knight is. They need to try to push in here, Gretton.
No, they have no time. They can't be waiting back there. They have 0 seconds available. They have to get feet on the point now. If you're Filtered, every second that you lose contribution and every second that the timer
just
ticks towards
through.
0.
They dove past them all. Yeah, they dove past them all, but now there's only 40 seconds left on the clock. Filter dives onto the point. They are going to end up with a fair amount of equal people on the point, but it's an all-out brawl. Swipe Knight looks like they're losing out on it, but I don't think that Filtered has enough time. Oh my god, they won the engagement so hard. 32-10. Oh my goodness, Swipe Knight with a huge throw on the final push. Filtered with a good skirmish out there. 31-10 right now. I don't think they have enough percentage or enough time to flip the percentage, but look how fast it's climbing. 40% and climbing right now. 10 seconds on the clock. There is no way they have enough time. Swipe Knight in a nail biter, Gretton, is going to take it from Filtered.
Absolute insanity in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Holy smokes.
Oh my gosh. Dude, like unbelievable, especially since you see Swipe Knight, or Swipe Credit rather, is literally almost the entire leaderboard. Considering how close that was, it just shows you how much stronger the leadership and the shot caller was for Filtered in that match. They took a position like this where their DPSers are losing out big, and they actually almost turned it into a win. And you have to think, Gretton, is there any amount of regret for allowing them to field the extra 4 players? Because they win, I think, for sure, if they let them field this.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends. Again, it goes back to what I said at the beginning. Was the goal to win the tournament, or was the goal to win the tournament because you're better, right? Because if you want to just win at all costs, to be honest, I just say, hey, that team should have been DQ'd because they broke the rules, right? So if you just want to win because you're better, I think Filtered like stood on business.
Yep, and that shows you how dedicated to PvP Filtered actually is. They wanted to fight Swipe Knight at full strength, and that's exactly what they did. They fought them full tilt on this one and barely ended up losing it. Swipe Knight, honestly, almost with a big fumble there. Kelty with the highest damage in the match at 3.5 million. He's been a consistent anchor for that guild for their entire stretch as a group, as an alliance in there. Let's see who the strongest healer was in this match. 5.7 million healing for Suming. I think that is probably the highest. I see another 5.4 million for Jarl in Filtered, so he was the best. On the other side of things, who's the highest tanked? Looks like NSIP for Filtered had 1.5, almost 1.6 million damage tanked. That's some of the most we've seen all night long, and oh my gosh, I think that was a lot closer than I think that the Take Care Alliance wanted it to be.
Yeah, that was I think as close as anyone thought it could be. Even especially with the full strength Swipe roster, Filtered looked very good. I think one or two maybe blunders on the side of Filtered in terms of a macro level strategy, but you will never win if you don't try risky shit, especially in a matchup that close. So Dotseb and crew, super GG's. I think Blue, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna finally say the words, Blue, you were right. You said at the beginning of the day that this was going to be our best match, and yeah, not even close, bro.
Yeah, I know, and I think that Filtered, they seemed a little discouraged earlier when I was DMing them because they had fought they had fought Swipe Knight on a Boonstone, I think, last night, and it was not very close, and so they were expecting it. But War Games is kind of a different animal, and when you're talking about 48v48, a lot of things can swing in the other direction there. So massive shout out to Dotseb and all of the Isolated boys and everybody in Filtered, as well as Swipe Knight, our victorious champions. They almost threw it away, but Swipe Knight with yet another victory. I have yet to see that guild lose in War Games.
Yeah, they look very, very strong. The thing is, too, Swipe Knight is in the lower bracket with their alliance, leader TC Cobra. So there is quite literally a world where we might see Swipe versus TC.
Yeah, no, we might just see that as we look ahead to our bracket here. I'll go ahead and show it on stream real quick. Remember, guys, the next round of this tournament is actually happening here. I'm going to turn off dark mode here so that we can see it a little bit better. Honestly, this is just how it looks, apparently. Okay, so we look ahead to the next round of this tournament. We're going to have round 3 and the semifinals on Thursday, guys. Round 3 and the semifinals both happening. Please remember that the semifinals are a best of 3 format. So there's going to be pick bans, and you can only play one map one time. So once a map has been played on, it can't be played on again. So we're going to see round 3 happen, and then we're going to see guilds compete again potentially on the day to get into the semifinals, and then the grand finals will happen on the final day. I do want to shout out all of the guilds that have participated. If you are still in the tournament at this point, if you have a montage that your guild would like showcased before your matches, please send it to me and I will work it into the production. If you have a montage or a recruitment thing that you want to show all of the guilds for making it this far in the tournament, we will absolutely showcase that for you before your match happens on Thursday. You do have to get it to me before then so that I have time to work it into the production. So we are going to see round 3 and the semis. Can I get a prediction from you, Gretton?
For what? The whole tournament?
What do you think for the semis? What do you think the matchup is for the semifinals? Supple versus Visa. Are you thinking that Supple wins that?
Yeah.
Okay. Press W versus Flex.
Press W.
Right. Okay. They are definitely the 2 favored guilds there. What about Take Care Cobra versus Left 4 Dead?
Take Care Cobra. And I think Swipe Knight beats Tier.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Swipe Knight beats Tier. I think that Tier might actually beat Swipe Knight. I think that their strategies...
I think that will also be the match of the night for round 3.
Well, honestly, then we have the semis, though. So
yeah,
that's round 3. Yeah, for round 3,
yeah.
That match is going to go absolutely crazy on that. And then again, the semifinals are a best of 3 format that we're going to see guilds basically hunker down and try to make something happen. Remember, the broadcast is now starting at 5 or 6 p.m. The broadcast starts at 5:30 p.m. Central. The first match is at 6 p.m. Central. That is to make sure that guilds have time to have people get home from work, and everybody has time to make sure that they can play in the tournament and everything. So again, that is going to be on Thursday with our grand finals match happening on Championship Friday, as it were, January 10th. Best of 3 format, and I'll be honest with you, we might do some showcase matches as well. So if there are 2 guilds that didn't get to meet at any point during the tournament, but they're really like rival guilds and they want to see how they want to duke it out with each other, any guilds that got knocked out, we'd love to do some show matches before the grand finals on Friday. Please just reach out to me if you want your guild to play on stream just before the grand finals, kind of just a little teaser before we see the grand finals go off on Friday. Big shout out to, again, our sponsor, Icon Digital. Remember, Icon, Icon app. Highly recommend getting involved with them. Again, guys, I have my very first merch. If you want to support the stream in any way and you want to see more tournaments like this, like an EU version, just saying, this is the best way to support the stream is to Basil, B-A-S-I-L, and purchase one of these plushies. It directly supports me, and it also means a lot to me because I love my dog Basil. That is my boy right there. My boy. That dogs are honestly better than people a lot of the time. And let's be honest, based on what we've seen in this tournament, my dog listens better than most people do to even basic directions.
True.
So make sure that you guys take a look at that if you want to support us. I want to give a big shout out to my tournament director, Lucy, Nadia Business as well. Lucy did a great job of making sure that our matches were all organized on time. W's in chat for Lucy. Thank you so much, buddy. Really appreciate you, man. Nadia Business, thank you so much for stepping up as a moderator and making sure those predictions went off. And again, Amazon Games, guys, made sure a drop campaign started on the start date of the tournament. So a big shout out to AGS for giving more support for this tournament than Pearl Abyss ever has for any event that I have ever put on. I'm not even joking. I'm not even capping. I was a BDO partner for like 2.5 years. At no point did they ever do something like that. It's not even close. Not even close. So shout outs on social media, and the drop campaign started on a very convenient day for me. Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, AGS, and to our sponsor Icon. Again, Gretton, you're my last man here. Gretton, you want to give yourself a shout out?
Yeah, dude. Thanks for having me as always. It's always fun. Shot calling, PvPing, and apparently today, shout casting and playing my own Riftstone at the same time. That was something I never expected to do in my entire life, so that was super fun. Suck Supple, for real. But I'm super excited for, like, I just want Thursday to come already. I'm just gonna try to sleep through tomorrow, because I don't even want to play the game. I just want to watch the tournament.
That's what I'm thinking, dude. I'm like, dude, I cannot wait. Dude, these matches are heating up so much, guys. Make sure you don't miss out on Thursday or Friday as we figure out who the strongest guild in North America actually is. And then let me know. These videos will go up on YouTube, guys. I have 2 new YouTube videos every day. I try to get out of Throne and Liberty video. I try to get out a BDO video every day. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Keelosh just got mad at me because I said I'm going to sleep through tomorrow because Tavent's tomorrow, and the Supple's nothing without Grenton on SNS Spear, I guess. Don't worry. I'll make it for the Dark Boss, but I'm sleeping otherwise. Okay, leave me alone.
Yeah, right. So I will be live tomorrow doing my normal thing tomorrow. We'll do a lot of BDO reacts. We'll do a lot of Throne and Liberty reacts, and we'll be talking a lot about the tournament and what's going to be going on. So make sure you guys tune in for that. Go subscribe on the YouTube. Gretton, are you live right now?
No, we should send it over to the homie Vert, who crashed though. I think that would be a good raid target.
All right, I'm gonna hit up Vert. Vert is he was started as a Black Desert Online streamer, ditched that game because they killed PvP in it, and is now playing Throne and Liberty. Guys, go give him all your support. Go blow up his chat. That's gonna be all from the caster desk for today. We'll see you back on Thursday. Thanks for all the follows, guys. The subs, the gifted subs. I really appreciate all the gifted subs today. We see Kelty came in with a big 10 gifter there, and then we saw a few more gifted earlier today as well with all the Prime subs. I really appreciate all of that support, guys. It means that I'm going to do this again in the future. As you know, the more money you make off the first tournament, the more you can run another tournament. Thanks so much, guys, and I'll see you next time.